I'm pretty sure I was in bed by that point.
What do you mean?
Well, one of the longest going
No
games,
real gamer.
It's a long time. For me, I think my record was actually that Giants game the other day that went 18-16. Not even close to what we saw in the NA side of things, but
44 rounds.
Here we go. 13-13. Of course, 2 in a row. That's all you're looking for. Sort of. Obviously, if you win the last round and then it switches and then you win one, that's not going to win you the game. But 2 rounds from here.
Thank you for the format explainer on overtime, Tom Bis 14,
welcome.
Tom Bismeyer. A minute and 10 left on the clock, and FNATIC haven't made a real decision yet. Soulcast gains a little bit of information how many are waiting in front of the gates of Garage. But the crucial part I'm looking at, the thing that could be the spot of bother, is a man called Yampi, nearby on the left-hand side, and might just butcher them all.
For now, at least, it does seem like Liquid has a pretty good read on this scenario. They've actually left the A site just to 1 man. Of course, Yumpy very deep. He spotted the trip as well, so he knows there's nobody around this angle. So the rest of the team have been able to rotate over to B, and it's given Scream quite an aggressive spot to try and take a face. Now, there's so much information gathering, but because of the paranoia being low, they actually get nothing for it. The counter flashes coming out of Link as well mean they can't even face on the Scream, and he's going to go dashing through. Oh, it's a bit messy, and Yumpy's actually the one to get the remaining kills on the flank. But hey, Scream worked as an impressive distraction.
Switching sides.
And this is where the problems arise when you sometimes don't bait out utility. I mean, it's so easy to say from our perspective, right? I can be sitting here and saying, hey, why don't you bait out utility? But at the end of the day, did you see how many pieces were thrown down that B mid? It was insane. It was the fault line, it was the guiding light, it was, I think, the paranoia coming in as well, if I'm not totally wrong. This is where sometimes problems start to become massive. And now, the biggest problem for FNATIC is, it's one more, and then Team Liquid will actually gain success on a map they haven't even picked.
It links into something that Saligi spoke about. He currently believes that the Sky and Breach combo is one of the deadliest that we currently have within Valorant, something they've been attempting to run on this map in particular, and well, as you can see there, it really can make things incredibly difficult for a team. FNATIC on the back foot now. We've seen both teams with opportunities to close out this map, get themselves that 1-0 lead in the series, and, well, for Liquid here, a chance to take their opponent's map.
Which is massive, right? We talked about the amount of time that has been put in by FNATIC on Split. 30 minutes. Yeah, I mean...
Both these teams like to bait. I don't believe them for a second.
Understandably. Understandably, but...
They're both very good liars.
Sure.
So I'm not gonna fall for any of those shenanigans, but...
Well...
35 seconds left. They're trying to now sell that same fake from before.
Yeah.
Pull them back in over into an A-site hold. But it's going to be left onto Doma. That flash is so sick! He even dinks up Yumpy. It's not the kill, but he has done more than enough. Now the teleport's going to come across. This is a freebie. Doma's going to get that one all day. And the fact that this man is still alive is an absolute joke. But he finally falls. But it's bought time. And this is all that Durka needs. He's now completely behind them. They're faking out sounds. They're trying to bait in this peak. But actually they've decided to plant for Defender spawn. That is so smart by Liquid. They made a perfect read.
Yep, they didn't have any information over long, and therefore they made a different decision. It's only down to Scream at this point in time. And he's obviously the Belgian clutch king you'd like to have in this scenario. Adil is hearing the bullets coming over from long. He gets Durka as well. Mystic chimes in, and there's no chance. The prancing horse is riding into the sunset with a victory. Brilliant stuff, and this means FNATIC, they fail on their own map pick right here. It's a bit of a tiny bit of a disaster, you could say, because there's a lot on the line, and you don't really want to lose when it's your first map that you even have decided to play.
Yeah, for sure. It was definitely an incredibly close one. A lot of impressive clutches, and both teams getting off to a really strong start when it came to their defensive side. I'm surprised, though, especially in that final round, the tenacity of Liquid to actually just close that one out. A clutch from Scream, but also fighting back after Doma managed to do such an incredible job of trying to hold down the site. I feel like we're going to have a long day, though. Like, I'll be real with you. Sure, we've got Split coming up next, Sesh, but I don't believe that's going to be a walk in the park. Like, Fnatic may be trying to bait us into believing, like, oh, yeah, we've only practiced for like a minute or two. And I don't even... What's a split? Like, there's no way. They know what will be coming in this series. They know that their maps are likely to get banned because of Liquid coming from that upper bracket. And chances are they will have put some work in to try and counter what Liquid have got.
Well, remember the last time we saw a split in a best of 5 where Fnatic tried to troll a little bit with their composition? Maybe we're going to see something similar. I'm very excited for that, obviously. What is going to be delivered over here? There's a lot on the line. A slot for EMEA challengers. And obviously, well, further down the road, we'll also have Berlin coming up. But we're heading into a little break, which means you can enjoy with the featured song of this week. It's Hot by High Tech, Lepedra, and Concilium. Put those paper jams in the chat.
Hello. We should be
Are we
back.
back here? Are we in the midst
we
of
are.
it?
Hello.
Without Yinsu. God, you know what we should do? We should summon Yinsu. Yinsu, come back.
She's back. Yeah, thank you for summoning me. Who knew it'd be that easy? Don't try that at home, boys and girls. Well, welcome back. Welcome back, Ryan and Jess as well. Team Liquid, they took map 1. Jess, this was not their map pick, but what a fantastic start.
Absolutely, and it looked like, especially in the first half, that both of these teams were really going to take it the distance. Let's not beat around the bush when we talk about these teams, especially Liquid on Haven. They love to make it a very, very long game, and they did that here today, so not a surprise. And I think both halves, both teams showed strengths. I'm glad it wasn't a blowout, because when you get into a best of 5 like this, you never know which way it's going to go. So for me, Team Liquid, first half, got a little bit of an advantage there, but I think for FNATIC, they put some excellent rounds on the board.
It was a hell of a map though for Yampy. We just saw a couple of the multi-kills he got early on and managed to finish out really strongly as well, just going on these crazy lurks in overtime. I mean, Durka, individual brilliance was there. I think everybody from FNATIC stepped up when they needed to, but I think certainly when we got to Team Liquid's attacking half, which is usually seen as their weaker overall, I think Yampy having the op on attack, finding those opening kills was one of the main reasons why Team Liquid were able to keep that lead and eventually, you know, finishing with Scream in style. But I think Yampy, it has had a terrific series overall. Scream, 250 ACS on the Jet. Whilst I don't think he did much personally, you could tell how much more fluid Team Liquid were overall.
I would happen to agree with that. I'm just jumping in quickly to highlight my man Durka. If you guys want to scroll all the way back to round 17, where he absolutely flattened Scream after an upwind, please do go back. That was a brilliant moment, and I think that sort of encapsulates how many shots and how accurate he was with the operator.
Yeah, Durka was feeling himself today, but you know, just on Scream there, Ryan, obviously he decided not to go with a KO today, and do you feel like maybe that was the right move?
I think so. Like, he wasn't top fragging. He had a couple of rounds himself individually, like the last one where he had to show up, and he did. But I think it was the follow through, right? That's the main thing I think that we saw from it a little bit more. They have less flashes because they're not playing the KO, but everybody, even if it wasn't the Jet, if it was just Soulcast or Link on the Breach, were a bit more aggressive. Like, this is a really nice retake from Liquid. This is a thrifty as well, but the utility, the flashes is there. We know that Team Liquid could do that, but this is the main thing. The Sky, Link, they're pushing off of this utility, and this is a really nice retake overall.
I love this thrifty round as well, because you and I were talking about before we got onto this sort of post desk here, and you were talking about, wow, look at their utility. It's brilliant usage, the Cloudburst coming out to cover teammates, being able to retreat. But my mind is screaming how insanely good Team Liquid's first half on their defensive aggression was. I mean, there is not a team that can make FNATIC feel as uncomfortable and just absolutely rip the map control away from them like Team Liquid does with FNATIC. So their defensive aggression, to me, was probably one of their winning points. And to be able to sort of suffocate FNATIC to the point where they don't have a lot of room to move, that was a brilliant work from, at least in my opinion, on their first half there. So whether they continue that into future maps is yet to be seen, but FNATIC are going to have to work out how they're going to deal with that.
Well, let's talk about that because, you know, you're seen on the desk before telling us, FNATIC, this could be a 3-0 for them. The map pool advantage is just too great for Team Liquid. And Jess, after losing out right off the bat on their map pick, how big of a concern is this for this team?
I was just screaming it almost all the way through the end of that map. I said to Ryan, I said, if FNATIC don't win this, if FNATIC don't win this, I just feel deep in my bones, FNATIC had to win Haven. I don't know what it is, but I think it comes down to the fact that not only is Split the next map, then we're talking about Bind, which has been a shaky Bind from FNATIC overall. I just don't think the map ban has favoured FNATIC almost at all. And now losing Haven, I'm almost 99% sure that Team Liquid can really just absolutely bulldoze FNATIC. And I know it sounds like doom and gloom, but if FNATIC can win Split, if they can do the almost impossible, then this will really shake things up.
I think the body language of Team Liquid was really interesting as well, judging off their cameras. Obviously very difficult to do with FNATIC because it's just bolstering all of the different pitches. But like, you could tell that Yampy was getting into it. He was shouting very early on. They were screaming like, let's go, when they were getting some of these clutches. But people like Cryptic, Soulcast, he's just chewing away. It was clinical almost from Team Liquid. They were unfazed by any of this. And FNATIC, we know that they're sort of an emotional team. I think they're going to come back from this. I think we're going to get more overtimes across this best of 5 series, to be honest, because it's going to be a close one. But going up to Split next, that's a tough one to go to, and it might be a 2-0 for Liquid.
Well, you know, Zesht and Tom, they both love an overtime. They haven't had their share of it, I feel, at stage 3. We are going to take a little break now, but things, they're just getting started. Map 2 is on the way.
last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to this lower bracket best of 5 final, where Team Liquid have taken the lead after the first map. I'm back on the desk again with Jess and Ryan. Haven, it didn't go Fnatic's way, but Ryan, things are about to get a lot rougher for them on Split.
Yeah, just to catch everybody up, it's a best of 5 series. Most people know the 6 maps in Valorant at the moment. Because Team Liquid were the highest seed coming into this, they got to ban any map they wanted. They banned Icebox, which they don't usually play, and it forces Fnatic, who usually get to permaban Split, it forces them to play it, and they have to play it right now. It's a map that we haven't seen from Fnatic since they played against Sentinels in Reykjavik, which was another best of 5, which they lost in overtime, which is good. But other than that, it's been months since we've seen them play on this map. Fnatic on Split, at least.
I also want to point out really quickly, because I'm sitting here very solemn, because I know Split is not good for Fnatic, but let's not pretend that Giants didn't 13-5 Liquid just yesterday on it. Like, let's not try and turn around and say that Liquid has a pretty damn good recent form on Split, because, I mean, they're taking a bit of a risk after getting a belting by Giants. Do we really think that they're the best here on Split? No, but by winning Haven, they have boosted their chances exponentially, and it gives them a bit of a leg up. Mind you, okay, on the other side of the coin, they 13-3'd Vitality, so that's a pretty good scoreline, so I feel like it's a bit of a flip of the coin sometimes with Liquid.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing about the flip of the coin, is because out of the past 3 times we've seen Fnatic play this map, Team Liquid were 2 of them. One time, they beat Team Liquid 13-4 on this map, and then they lost 7-13 as well. And this was in Stage 2, not too long ago, but they haven't played it at all, Stage 3 of Fnatic. So I do feel that they're going to be concoct something up at the very least in the 30 minutes of time that Magda was talking about. But yeah, you're right. Like Team Liquid, they're going to be confident after winning the first map. But yeah, the last time that they were on Split, it didn't look good. But maybe they just pull out the KO again, get rid of him and put in the Jet, and maybe that'll fix it. It seemed to on Haven.
I mean, let's not forget the Boaster Rainer special we've seen on this map as well. I don't think they're going to be pulling that out again. But like Ryan said there, KO and Jet for Scream, Jess. Now we've seen what he can do on that Jet here at Stage 3. Would you prefer to see that again over the KO?
No, just because the couple of times that they have played Split, even though, okay, one of them was quite a bit of a bowl over yesterday, we're talking specifically, they brought the Breach, the Cypher, the KO, and the Omen in the Sky as well, and I think that, and I know I'm a broken record when I say this, and you guys are probably sick of it, but I do think that when you have a little bit of hesitancy going on to an agent, you either commit to that for the entire best of 5 and move away, get rid of the KO, put it in a nice box, open it up in future times. Or you turn around to yourself and you say, I'm happy on Split only to run the KO because I know the lines are going to be good and they're not going to be too readable, etc. And I run the KO. So I think he's had a good showing, especially what was it in recent times. He's defending ACS and especially his attacking ACS on the KO was the highest rated for the team.
Well, we are going to head into Agent Select now and see if that KO is going to show up or not. But of course, on the side of Fnatic, they ran Astra and Viper the last time we saw them here. And it does look like it's a very similar... Hold on a second. Durka, what are you doing?
The man is going wild.
Are you okay? And Ryan, no KO for Scream, back on the Jet. But we have a raise there for Durka.
Yeah, I think it's the first time that we've seen him at least play it for Fnatic. He might have done it way back when for Crow Crowd. Domer is usually the player you'd see on the race, so he's suddenly going, all right, I'll go Sage, you get to have the fun on the race. It's a composition that sort of looks very in line with what we used to see in Stage 2, the Astra being back, much more like heels in the ground kind of hold. And yeah, I do like Scream back on the Jet. It's just double initiate instead of triple. But I do think, like Tom mentioned, we saw the potency of a Sky and a Breach on the Team Liquid roster, more than we have when they had the KO as well. It just seems that Link and Soulcast ready to just send Scream in, and the synergy between the players is on fire, so That's probably why we've seen Fnatic go for a very sheltered down composition, trying to hold that ground and hold as much as they
And
can.
just once again, Scream, he's decided not to choose that KO. I think we've gone from expecting him to do that to now him surprising us with something else.
Yeah, sort of alluded to the fact you either commit to it for the entire series. You know, you've done it on map 1. Do you just keep committing to it? I would hope he sort of lessens his dashes in the middle of engagements as well, because it's leaving him without weapon in hand. So that's the only downfall of seeing him play Jet today, especially. It's just been the only misclicks, or rather not even misclicks. He's engaging on them, but he's not necessarily doing it in the right timings. And I think that's the only area he's had a bit of a poor showing on Jet today. So keep it up. He's not been doing too bad. But on the other side of the coin, Dirk has just gone, all right, getting rid of the Jet, going on to the Raze. Unfortunately, in the past week, most of the players that have gone from Jet to Raze have done worse than when they were on the Jet. So I hope he doesn't keep that curse going.
Oh, I'm looking forward to how Durka is going to be playing this agent. But very quickly before we jump into game, now Ryan, all of us kind of have written Fnatic off for this on their map they're not familiar with. Now haven't seen the agent picks. Do you stick by that?
I fancy Fnatic. We'll see.
Okay.
It would really throw the whole best of 5 like in a tizzy if we do see Fnatic take this, because Team Liquid, this is their map. This is their pick. They lose it. They lost it handsomely against Giants, and if they lose it here, their confidence is going to be shot. So we'll see.
We will.
see.
We will.
Yeah,
Look, I'm
and
going to throw it out there and just say I would like to see both teams win each other's map pick. I would like to go against the grain. So if we can do that, that'd be a good, exciting time.
Oh, we will see. I mean, we need some spice in this best of 5, and who better to give it to us than Team Liquid and Fnatic? Liquid, they have taken an early lead here, but this is where things could get a little dicey for Fnatic. Zesh and Tom, let's see if they've improved since that Sentinel series.
Well, we're going to figure that one out, obviously. It's going to be extremely interesting to figure how Split is going to be played. Obviously, it was Ryan once more being right. The last time we saw good old Durka play Raze was under the banner of Crowd in the final of EMEA Challengers CIS against Force. So, obviously, this is very interesting to see how he's going to pan out over on that, but it's the same, right? You always got to put out something, right? The rabbit out of the head, it's Durka on Raze. What else could you ask for?
Yeah, it's something that obviously Liquid are not really going to be ready to counter, but I don't think they're going into this map like expecting that in general. I also want to point out that our desk is basically just hoping for chaos. Like that's what they've gone. They've gone, oh yeah, I want both teams to lose their own map choice and then probably just continue that through. So yeah, I feel like the analyst desk is almost just hoping that everything goes wrong, but I'm excited to see if Fnatic can manage to turn this one around. As said, like, although this is a map that they don't realistically play too often, I don't believe that they're coming into this one blind. And I think that Durka coming in on this agent, it's one that thrives when it comes to Split. So many aggressive angles, powerful points for his utility. So we'll see how this one's going to work. However, incredibly aggressive start to this round already. We're going to have a Viper for Mystic looking to try and hold them back.
It is already nobody else than Boaster Scream at it. Why don't you hit those shots? Stoma is executed over on the site.
There.
And his Scream and his boys are trying to get the spike down. They don't really have any obstacle in the way. Cryptix just waits for them to enter that site. The wall could be put up any second soon. Boaster's already setting himself up with the sucks and stuns. That's obviously brilliantly done. And that's Cryptix out. Same goes for Yumpy. This is right now a retake by the book. Oh, and all the frags Durka finds! The triple again! And there you go. What a start with Race.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much of that came down to specifically playing Raze.
Nothing.
That's the thing. That is always the thing with Durka. Like, you could speculate for the entirety of the match, like, if he's going to do well on this agent, or, like, whether or not it's going to work out for him. And then the agent will play absolutely no part, and he'll just wreck them with their shots.
One enemy remaining.
Right. Well, I have to say, Tom, it's obviously nothing to do with Race, right? He could have probably done it with Yoru or something. I don't know, probably even those little robots in range. But still, it's going to be exciting to see what he'll bring us with that. As you see already, a tiny bot coming in, a brilliant combination. I mean, how does it feel to be Yumpy in that scenario?
Yeah, luckily they've not invested into this round. Like just a few pistols, so it's not going to be too heartbreaking for them to lose a player or two. They're also pushing into what looks like an absolute mountain of utility. There is so much stuff currently on the B site that I can't actually tell what it is. Like we've got some stars, we've got I think an alarm bot in the mix there. Like basically that's a do not pass, don't walk in that direction route. And actually that's exactly what Liquid are going to do. They've decided, you know what? I don't fancy being absolutely shredded by every single piece of utility. And you know what? That's fair enough.
What do you mean you don't want to run into Gravity Well, supported by a Nanoswarm, which then also comes in with
and an alarm
turrets?
bot, so they'd be vulnerable as well. So they'd die in about 2 seconds flat.
Sounds like a spa day to me.
30
But
seconds left.
we have different kind of ideas about that. In the meantime, Doma swinging wide, finding the Liquid players pushing already onto the A side, and that is seemingly a walk in the park. Link tries to now get a few lurks left, right, and center. But to be honest, I don't really seem to send them in the world of trouble here. Man.
What?
No.
Did he just headshot him through his butt? Like that? How did he get that headshot?
I don't know. He was getting actually damaged with the little pack, right? And suddenly he's like, I'm having none of that. Here, take my bullet. Probably through the teeth, down in the head. Maybe we take a look at that again. I don't know. We need to enhance that image. CSI stuff.
You just slow it down as much as possible. All right. 2-0. A little bit more costly than Fnatic probably would have liked, but more importantly, Durka in just 2 rounds is only 2 orbs away from his trusty ultimate. So Showstopper could be something that comes into play fairly soon.
Here.
Scream looking to try and make a bit more of an aggressive play, has the cages in support, but as the screen goes down, they haven't spotted the close player. Durka now just sat in this corner, is going to try and force them off the angle, knows there's a second player there, and while Cryptics, there's nothing he can do here. He just has to fall back and give up that control and look at Fnatic instantly. The second they hear the fallback, they rotate a couple of players.
Brilliant. And you already noticed right there, they've seemingly figured out what's happening towards ropes. Didn't see anyone possibly spot the alarm bot and realize that this sort of flank will have severe consequences. So once more in front of the gates of the A side, you'll find them. Solcast and his boys setting themselves up to get the execution going any second soon, but Mystic is aware. Magnum is starting off, and we're building Crossfire as well. And so Soulcast tries to get at least a few more left, right, and center. Dirk just being in a weird position there at the end of the day. So together with Flink, the chances still exist. 30 more of those seconds. The clock is ticking. The last grain of sand in the hourglass seems to pass any second soon. They keep on moving. The alarm bot figured it. And you know what I see? I see a Gravity Well once more holding you up. Or not even getting there.
Yeah, they've just got to
seconds
say.
left.
Like, there's no chance for them here. This is something that I think Fnatic, although like there's still been some questions when it comes to their roster within challenges, their delay tactics on a lot of maps have been really, really difficult to play against. Like they are playing compositions which can slow you down for a ridiculous amount of time, and that's something that I think Boaster has been doing really well with his Astra when it's pulled in, and it means that a lot of teams have had to adapt. Now, one of the teams that I think did that excellently was actually Giants. They started to pick up the pace, they started going for faster plays into the round, and a lot of that then revolved around David P having these late lurks to catch up players as they tried to rotate. And I think that's something that Liquid need to pull in fairly early, because if you get to the last 20-30 seconds, well, we noted there was still plenty of stars down, there was plenty of utility available for Fnatic, and then they also had these risky aggressive plays that they were making because that was a bonus round. So definitely not the start they were hoping for. I will still say that I think of all the maps that we currently have in the pool, except maybe Breeze because it's still quite new, I feel like split defensive side is where you can get a lot of your landslide victories. Like I think if teams get rolling, they get all their utility in place, maybe pull up even an operator to defend like the A site or get a little bit more aggressive. That's where things can start to become really tough. So Liquid taking an early pause, I really like to see, because you don't want to let your attacking half almost just get out of control and then you start having to force the issue in rounds where you're not really prepared for it.
Right there.
Yeah, I just casually want to remind everybody how it looked like last time we saw Split against you know, between those two. It was actually on the May 2nd EMEA Challenger playoffs. FNATIC casually played Jet, Reyna, Raze, Astra, and Killjoy. It's absurd. Again, a combination we're not seeing right here. Very obviously. I mean, let's say the reasons are at hand, but still, it's going to be interesting to see if what you talked about, the faster approaches are going to come in, because it seems like they might do so here at Team Liquid.
Yeah, they've already managed to bypass quite a lot of the utility. Now they're going to be spotted out early, but a nice shot onto Magnum is going to clear him from the close spot. The showstopper in, and Dirk manages to not only get a kill, but he gets out of the corner. He's quickly traded by Scream, but the remaining players start to fall, leaving Soulcast with a lot to do, and Boaster lurking around the edge of the... He loses to a Classic. What? Zesh, he lost to a Classic.
Indeed, he lost to a Classic. Absolutely great observation, Tom, and I couldn't have said it any worse. Oh no, and suddenly he's getting dinked. No, this is not working in favor of Team Liquid right now. The weaponry is not looking good. The weapons are not ideal, but Yumpy's turning it around, starting off with a duel between Classics and, well, a proper rifle, and at the end of the day, turning it into their first successful round. Who wrote the script for this? Come on, guys, please.
I don't know. I did get a message from Sue not too long ago that said incoming 29 to 27 game. So maybe Sue's writing the script. Although, to be fair, of all the people who would probably be almost suffering the most from that, I would imagine it would be her. But hey, if she's willing to go through it, I guess I am as well. We're going to see the Bladestorm pop for Scream, a chance for them to build up some extra finances if they can manage to take this round home. Now, it might have been, well, I want to say a slip-up for FNATIC in the last, but it hasn't destroyed their economy because of the fact that they were able to get themselves a couple of earlier victories with SMGs.
Right. The thing is, maybe both teams are like, listen, we can't have North America hold this record. We got to break it right here, right now. How many rounds did they get? 44? 46. We're going to make that. And, well, 46 rounds of casting on a map. I'm looking forward to that with you, Tom. I don't know how cynical you can be at one point, but getting away from that. FNATIC, they seem to realize that some stuff might just come in front of the gates of the A side. There was another smoke landed, and suddenly FNATIC will see an execute coming at them any second soon. Oh, this is so smart. This is so smart!
TP! How does he get away with that? The sound should have given something, but I guess maybe they expected it to be a little bit further back. Mystic, though, just hiding behind his utility. The screen has been so annoying to play around, and they don't know. There's a second player here. Dova's just hiding like, oh, yes, walk into the corner, my friend. It's safe. Just try and go in. And, well, look at how ratty this Viper setup is. They've just got everything covered.
That's really horrible. You hate to see that. And as Soulcast is even being detected, you don't want to be in a situation right there. And as he's moving off, once more spotted, a second left. I think in old German we say disgusting to that. It's absolutely horrible.
What about in New German? I'm just curious, because like if that's old German, what's
it's old?
what
Yeah,
would New
absolutely.
German be?
Disgusting is a very old German word. I think nowadays we'd say something like 31er, anstrengend.
It doesn't roll off the tongue.
No,
Quite
it doesn't. Right? It doesn't sound as good. It doesn't sound as good.
Catchy.
It was a lie, by the way, just for the viewers who thought that's an actual thing. I was lying, just to make sure.
How dare you?
I don't know, man. I'm sorry.
That's disgusting. I'm getting 4-1. It's back to, well, I'll call it almost like a jumble sale buy. Like some of the players have got pistols, others have got operators. Like it's a weird one for Liquid. They're trying to make this work, but unfortunately for them, I remember I think there was like somebody asking a question about how Dirk was going to perform on Raze. I think he's doing all right.
No, I don't know. Seems okay. It feels, but you're right. It feels a bit like a bargain table at that point. In the meantime, though, brilliant stuff from Scream. As it's a brilliant shot onto Magnum. None of the utility is gonna identify him purely, and that's great teamwork. The headshot's not entirely on point from Scream. The fault line is not gonna hold him up. It's a 3 versus 2. FNATIC got a good advantage in this.
They still have to be careful, though, because the buy so far has been peculiar. And with Yumpy still having not only his operator, but also Link beside him, we've seen how good Link has been at almost just setting up his teammates for kills. He's also 1 away from the Rolling Thunder as well, which in an afterplant like this could be incredibly valuable. The nade goes through. They're going to try and fake the TP out, bait them into try and clear some of these other angles. For now, though, it's still just patient play. Durka being spotted above and a single pop flash remaining.
But that single pop flash, once they all enter the site, once they all try to take control over the spot, that might be just a game changer. Yumpy seeing the head of Doma, beheading him instantly. Link goes on, and the last player standing, that's gonna be Mystic. Back from the spawn, you gotta perform, and by the book, it is a fault line working brilliantly. Link is finishing it off, bringing the second round. And that's, you know, it's just the details that always fascinate me. For example, that little headshot coming out of the operator. How much is he seeing? The ponytail, 2 little hairs. I don't know. It's still brilliant stuff to see. And at the end of the day, FNATIC.
2 little hairs is a lot, Zesh.
For you?
2 little hairs is a lot. All right. Yeah, for me.
Okay.
I will say, I think we talk a lot about like synergy when it comes to this team.
Yeah.
And I think. I'll be honest, I think most of that, for me, comes down to Link. I think no matter who he's with in a scenario, he's so good at playing off whoever it is and supporting them in these sort of situations. The way he uses his utility not only to open up the round, but then to close it as well. And sure, it's an ultimate invested in a 1 versus 2, but it confirms them around where realistically they didn't have a massive amount invested. Scream. I was going to say he's only on a pistol this round, but you know what? I guess it doesn't matter.
Nope, it doesn't. And ouch. That's painful. FNATIC down to 2. And you, a little funny story as you talked about it. Actually, Link was the one back in March 2019 who replaced Soulcast at London Esports back in CS. So maybe the synergy, they're all fine with each other now. Obviously, there was no drama. I'm just making this stuff up. But at the same time, that's true, though. It actually, he was a replacer. He was a replacer. So anyway, getting away from the niche of the UK CS scene, getting into our actual game, FNATIC will obviously struggle with that one. Boaster will keep his weapon close and tight, clutch to himself. And this is something where you can obviously also use the time to talk to your team a little bit. You know, you don't need to take a specific time out. At this point, try to talk things through.
Yeah, I'd say it'd probably be a little bit easier if he was not the one who was alive. And there you go. There you go. He's gone down so that he's going to be able to talk a little bit more for the few seconds he's dead.
I try. Listen. Look, your fries have arrived. But
my fries are gone.
They're gone?
I ate those during the break. They are gone.
Was it medium-sized or obliterated?
Yeah, yeah, destroyed. Like
eradicated.
Well, I had that whole desk segment to stare into Ryan Central's eyes and put fries in my mouth. Is there anything better in life than that? I don't think there is, honestly.
No, I can imagine you saying, Ryan's right, and, going on like that.
Yeah, you talk about that raise, Ryan.
Actually, I have to give credit to Ryan. The amount of things he was right with during stage 3 is he's basically he's the antagonist to Mitch.
The antagonist or the opposite? I feel like they are like maybe that's what we should do. That's what I'd like going into EMEA is what we do. We don't get everyone to do predictions. We just get Ryan and Mitch and we put them side by side and we show them every single day. And the only problem with that is all that Ryan has to do is look at Mitch's predictions and just choose the opposite and then he'll get them all right. True.
I think at least Mitch is quite good with his portfolio. To the moon is probably the motto of Mitch.
Great.
But predictions.
Fantastic.
Predictions.
He can predict crypto, but he can't predict anything
I don't know
else.
if he's into that. I really, regarding his predictions of Valorant, I hope he's not into that specifically. But,
okay.
You have to say this game, or also Haven, has been pretty much as volatile as some dog-based coins. And regarding that, back and forth seems to be once more the motto of Split here.
Yeah, and again, we're going to be seeing a hero raffle. Now, we've got one very valuable ultimate, and one which, personally, I think is one of the worst ultimates in the game for FNATIC, which is going to be the Cosmic Divide. A lot of the time, it's going to end up hurting you, and especially when your opponents have a double flash composition, and I would be very scared to see them try and utilize that in this round. One of the ways we have seen it, though, is players actually locking themselves in the back of the site on B. Can definitely make things a little bit more awkward. But the main man we're going to be watching in this round is, of course, going to be Durka. He's got that hero rifle. Unfortunately, he's on the wrong side of the map. But with the amount of stars that are currently down, they can try and make things at least a little bit more awkward. Already trying to stop them getting into this position.
Oh,
but
no.
he is screwed. He's been wallbanged. And he's now been... Oh, I was going to say hit by the aftershock.
No
he actually
way.
lives to tell the tale. Oh, almost manages to get the kill. Magnum running through will do some damage. But again, it was only really Durka that had anything. And Scream, he's looking like he's on point.
Yeah, I guess that's the way to put it. The hero rifle, it comes onto the site and being devoured like that. It's a shame. It's really sad to see. But well, FNATIC in such a round, you know, it's useful to have somebody like Boaster on the side and coordinated and having all those stars set, brilliant. But as they push on the site, obviously, you have the animation with the hands on Astra. When you put in the Gravity Well, the Nova Pulse, whatever it is, you obviously don't have your weapon drawn out. And this is something that obviously can be costly from time to time due to the fact that, you know, you also need to defend yourself. You saw that the Gravity Well came in a little late, you could say, as he could have already pushed that far. So, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate when you are in such a hefty fight and can't coordinate your utility. Can't really blame him. And, well, at the same time, Tom, I cannot believe the stat that Cryptix is on 0 ACS. That can't be a thing.
To be honest, in the rounds they've won, I think a lot of the time he's actually been lurking. And if you're lurking with this team currently just killing everyone in the entry, it does become a little bit difficult to do some damage. But yeah, it's a bit of a slow start. I think a lot of what we're going to see from him, though, is going to come in on the defensive side. So I don't think it's going to really get in his head too much, especially with the fact that they've come back from what was a very slow start to bring it into 4-4. And as said, on the attacking side, that's a pretty damn good scoreline to be getting so early on, especially when you lose the pistol.
Moving over here through the ropes. Seems like that's going to be the move of Saltcast at that point in time, destroying this goddamn annoying bot that has been placed throughout the entire course of the game pretty much at that point. And you see again this entire mix and mash of utility over on the A side. It seems like they have less obstacles over on B. The decision might be the right one, as now the wall is going to fall and crumble any second soon. There they go. The slow orb is going to hold them up, though. And immediate change of pace, Tom. It seems like they make the move over onto A, at least with Scream, who seems to bait. But it's actually going down to B.
Yeah, he basically followed the Seeker, made a load of noise, tried to get them to rotate over in the other direction, and instead his teammates have just waltzed into the B site. And now he has a perfect lurk as well, still with his Blade Storm available to him. The defenders, however, do have themselves the lockdown, which is going to force the majority of the players out of this site. It's going to make things a little bit more difficult for them to actually move away from this one. And actually, they're going to start fighting. They've managed to get themselves a kill. This one's obviously for free, but the amount of damage really isn't too bad. And Durka, he pops his showstopper. He's going to get caught. It's left on to Magnum. And actually, I think some of the knives have been missed. Running out, getting very low on the amount of blades that are currently left in the hands. In fact, it's left onto one. The one-tap machine, and this time it isn't going to be happening. But the time's incredibly low. I don't know if he's actually going to have this one. It's going to be close, just about through. 0.34. FNATIC scrape themselves around. But if anything, considering they invested that lockdown, Liquid did pretty well to make that close.
Goodness gracious, Tom. I mean, considering the situation we're in, and suddenly he's turning it around with hardly any time left. The move of Soulcast for some might seem odd, but I fully understand that he pretty much put himself at risk there, because otherwise he would need to fight back for room that FNATIC would have gained there anyway. And playing there with the time, Ice Cold Magnum gonna find success in the end. That one blade, it's so unfortunate.
I feel like it seems so easy for players of this caliber to hit like the one taps, but I think the second you only have one blade left, the pressure is infinitely higher to just hit that shot, and I think it's a lot less likely to be connected. Now they're just going for this B take once again. The utility on this side of the map has been incredible. Like they've had these cages going through.
They don't know, Tom.
They haven't actually spotted Boaster, but at the same time, I feel like this is something they're likely still to check anyway. We're going to see the Cosmic Divide going through. But again, it kind of leaves things a little bit awkward, and because of that, they're going to throw in their own utility, but Boaster hides on the other side and still gets 2 of them.
Just becoming the hero with the Spectre in hand, and suddenly Soulcast is the last man standing. Durka sneaks already through B main, and he says good night, sweet prince, putting him out of the competition. 6-4 for Fnatic. And the matter of fact that they don't check on the left-hand side behind the Cosmic Divide, it seems so easy to say again, because usually behind the Cosmic Divide on one of those corners, someone awaits you. But he's even concussed. Was he stunned?
He
Was it?
No, he was. He moves almost perfectly into that corner while rotating around those players. That was an incredible play from Boaster. Like the timing of that had to be impeccable.
And staying
there
calm.
was no margin for error there.
Wild. Absolutely wild. It seems like Liquid are more into a fast-paced play for now. Luckily, Scream is staying still alive, and the little Tasmanian Tiger now swapping through. He's like, no walks for you. Oh no, that poor little tiger.
The Tigers just chomped on ice. Like that must have been an incredibly painful way to go. Oh, Boaster. This is big. Now, they've played so passively when it comes to this B site thus far that was never going to be expected. Like, they've just been hiding behind the stars in the majority of the round, so there was absolutely no reason for them to expect that level of aggression. That kills off the lurk as well. It's now just going to fall back into a straight-up A-site execution, and with Durka still here, that might be a tough one.
Hag still got his shells ready and puts that in to the right-hand side. He finds Cryptics. And suddenly it remains only a Link and Soulcast. The British duo will have a lot of work to do in this Hercules task. It's leaving them with a 2 versus 5. This goddamn annoying bot, he says. And he can't easily swing wide when this thing is just awaiting him. There's no universe where Fnatic lose this round. There shouldn't be a universe where they lose this round, because they don't seem to run on E anytime soon as they continue to pulverize their opponent. That little thing, though, from Boaster was amazing to see. That little change of pace, that made the difference.
10 seconds left.
Okay.
Okay, they really wanted that orb, and I guess technically they now get a second one for free because they took a bullet in the back of the head. I think Link's going to be quite happy with that. A couple of extra ultimate orbs. Unlikely he'll be able to get his ult, considering that this is going to be the last round of the half. And again, we're seeing a resurgence from Fnatic, a few changes of pace. One of the things I always want to mention as well is I feel like Mystic is one of those players that will play Viper on maps where it's a little bit unorthodox. Like, not a lot of people are going to be picking out, other than when it was like Viper meta and you basically didn't have a choice. And he makes it work with like some really disgusting pieces of utility that just make things really awkward. Like his Ascent Viper, which sadly hasn't actually been playing so much. It's one of my favorite like players on an agent on any map.
And so Scream is finding his way over onto the B side. Again, one more of the swifter approaches as he's looking for the duels. Boaster's out, and this is a lot of utility already out of the equation. Doma waits back on site, slows them, but can he find the kills is the question. In combination with Mystic, most likely. And the Killjoy is coming in as well, but suddenly Yumpy is gonna go for it. He's gonna destroy that.
He's gonna destroy it.
Oh no, but Durka, wait, hold on. How's he going to so fast? Hold up, wait a second. Did they expect that he's going to wait for them? Nope. Left lane. Fast one over on the Autobahn as well. Ryan was just waiting for that reference. But either way, it is left lane. It is 300 kilometers an hour. It is a proper swift half going in favor of Fnatic.
Well, it wouldn't be a cast without Zesh making some pointless reference to cars.
Boom.
But yeah, firstly, this is now the second duel that Yumpy has just won with a classic.
Look at that.
It seems to happen, but yeah, lightning fast. There's always the things where I'm like, I'm surprised this player hasn't played an agent sooner, and this is definitely one of them. I think Durka just looks like going back to almost the roots. I think his statistics on this agent as well, as with most, are just off the charts. If you go back looking, like it's like an average of like 270 plus ACS over like 30 maps, which is insane. Pistol round though, very aggressive from Liquid, but again, it looks like Fnatic have a very good read over this.
By the way, if in case you don't know, this is Fnatic playing this map for the first time during patch 3.0. which is obviously making it way more
First time
interesting.
since Masters Final.
Actually, absolutely correct. Right, that was the 13th of May.
They almost won it.
That was like last year ago.
They baited them so well here. They faked their steps initially on one side of the map. They also have the Viper screen down. And it's understandable that Liquid gambled in on this, being a man down and already taking a reasonable amount of damage. And while, of course, it's going to be methodical from FNATIC, making sure they clear out all of these angles, but this is going to be a rough retake. I will say that still, with both Link and Soulcast alive, I think it's possible. Like, both of those players have been so good in retake scenarios, but this one will probably be the toughest yet.
And specifically, take a look at the route Scream is taking. This is gonna take a little while as they start their sprint back from spawn over to B main. Magnum is obviously prepared for that. He's not letting them slip in. And at that point in time, I'm asking myself, is the timer maybe ticking too fast for even a retake happening? Because they're checking so many corners, they're checking so many angles, it doesn't seem to happen. Look at the positioning here of Link and Scream. I don't think they're going for the retake.
Yeah, maybe just going to play for the exits. Like, it's unorthodox. It's not something you see very often in pistols, but hey, it's ultimate orbs. And then they can even just dive into the spike in the end if they really want to, and just make this one really costly for them. Yeah, in fact, that's exactly what they're going to do. So that's actually fine. Like, I don't mind that at all from Liquid, because now you're going to have Scream much closer to his Bladestorm than he ever would have been if they actually attempted that retake. And everybody dies, which, okay, sure, for FNATIC, it's not really a big deal. Like, maybe they have to buy some extra shields going into this round. But it also means that the orbs are going to be a lot more split rather than just going in favor of FNATIC. And actually, we're going to see a Force come out of this. This is pretty bold. In fact, a Guardian with no shields coming out for Scream. So if ever you wanted to see the one-tap machine, this is where he needs to be in his element.
And you need to see once more. This is a duel I think nobody predicted to happen. I generally think everybody was saying, yeah, you know what? We see Liquid or most likely FNATIC directly in the grand final. Then we see this, obviously, this fat match here on the Saturday with possibly Liquid fighting against whoever is going through, Giants, for example. But we get Liquid and FNATIC for EMEA playoffs. That's not happening. We've all been bamboozled. Ryan was right the entire time, and we live in a central simulation. But in the meantime, this is still a best of 5 that has given us back and forth again and again. 50 more seconds left on that clock. Liquid, what are you going to do about your Force?
FNATIC are running this clock fairly low. I think they were expecting some sort of aggression to come out, maybe try and bait some of the utility here, but they've not really been given anything. Now they're going to start throwing down a few stars on the B site. Information will be had. Soulcast, that is a sick flash, but Magnum is able to catch both of them. And while, unless Yumpy hits a pretty sexy shot or two, I don't think this round is going anywhere. And now we almost have the problem of having these extra weapons. Now, if Scream can get a couple of extra kills again, it might bring him ever closer to a Bladestorm. I'm not sure he's really going to want to be saving this into the next round, because it's going to put them in a bit of a hole, but it is Scream. So he might just opt to try and go for the extra damage in the next round.
Yeah, if there's a man I really want to have the Guardian holding in his hands, I think it would be Scream. I think it would be Scream, 100%. And he sticks to it. Suddenly, that economic drought of Team Liquid is just getting worse and worse at that point. So obviously, as you mentioned, forced through. It will not bring them into a great situation. FNATIC have already gained double digits. And that's the thing. He talked about a landslide usually happening when you're defending. In this case, it seems FNATIC are just causing a landslide the entire time.
Yeah, it's again one of those situations where they've won and converted both pistols. That normally gives you a roughly at least a 4-round buffer, but then you've also got the fact that we've seen 4 spies in, so it's even given them to the actual buy rounds. But FNATIC have just dominated the early round scenarios, and it's become really difficult for Liquid to have any sort of presence. That's why we're seeing these riskier 4 spies. the Astra utility from Boaster, it's been on point this game. Like, he's someone who's stuck to his guns when it comes to his belief in Astra as an agent. I know there's a lot of people who share that belief, but not so many teams that have stuck with it.
True. I still don't understand why, but, you know, a lot of people were like, hey, Astra's dead, Astra's not that valuable anymore. I still think it's one damn good agent, and that combination we just saw in Be Heaven, deadly, because you can't escape it. In the meantime, you can't escape the fight of Doma and Mystic. Easy kills obtained, and no real problem at that point. The next one, Tom, this is basically where it's do or die for Team Liquid. Their map choice.
The problem I'm seeing, though, is these rounds are being too clean. Like, exclude maybe the pistol round. Other than that, I don't even know if did they get a kill in the last round either? Like, it was just so dominant from FNATIC that they now play probably the purest bonus round you're ever going to see, because they really don't need to invest anything into this one. But they've also got some pretty impactful ultimates coming up, and with how close they are to closing out this map, it might not even matter what Liquid come back up with, because if you have a round where you can throw in like a Viper's Pit and then like a lockdown or a showstopper, like, chances are you're gonna win that round. And on the other side of things, well, the closest ult is 3 orbs away.
It's gonna get interesting, because next up we would hypothetically have Bind. Well, we're most definitely gonna have Bind either way. And then we have basically the Holy Trinity done and dusted. That's gonna bring us into an exciting best of 5 that is just heading into the third map any second soon. But maybe, just maybe, Liquid could have the potential of one of those comebacks. Oh, this is disastrous for Boaster.
Yeah, that's a lot of their utility gone as well. Like, sure, they have things for clearing angles, but they don't have a whole lot of flashes in this composition at all, so this is going to become incredibly difficult now they don't have the ability to stun and pull people out of position. Nice shot from Doma, though. At least gives them something into this round, and well, that's a surprise! He went over the top of the wall instead and takes down Scream. He's making this one costly, but Yumpy is there once again. And I think if there's any way that they bring this map back, it's this man starting to pick it up a little bit, because Yumpy's defensive side operator when it comes to split, it's some of the filthiest performances I've ever seen from a player. This was so sick.
This is so weird, I would have to say. I mean, that this works is very odd, but there it goes. Beautiful operator shots, obviously. Bada book from Yumpy. 6 more rounds. And, you know, this is the thing. I love the heaven take that Boaster is playing here. Putting the stars there in a way that you can't really escape once you're exposed. Here you see the first coming in, but Scream obviously has the advantage of pulling himself back, and obviously the dash is brilliant for such situations.
Yeah, they've done a lot of damage, and it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing any heals coming through just yet. The rotation is coming from Zolkas, but they've already made their way through Heaven. Cage is ready to be popped, but the remaining players just waiting patiently. Now, they know for a fact now that Durka is going to be in Heaven. Boaster there alongside him, but he actually wins the duel versus Scream. I would have assumed he was dead to rights, but now they're going to try and make things incredibly awkward for Cryptix. He's stuck in this corner, but they haven't actually forced him out just yet. Mystic waiting patiently will give them the advantage once again as it turns to a 4v3.
Welcome to my world.
And this seems to be maybe the final nail in the coffin. That is nothing else than a lot of toxins spread over the entire B side. You don't really want to breathe in those fumes. But Liquid still got somewhat of a chance here. The most important part, though, Mystic, don't show yourself. Don't give them the opportunity to kill you. And they do. No weapon falling into the hands of FNATIC right here.
Yeah, there's a part of me that's a little bit surprised just because of the score, but when you consider what's been invested into this round, as said, like, FNATIC have got that Viper's Pit after plant. You've got an operator, which, well, I'm sure Yumpy can pull off miracles, but him finding a kill through a Viper's Pit with an operator seems very unlikely. The other player also using a Vandal, so a lot of those tracers are going to be caught along the way. Chances are you wouldn't have pulled off that retake. So I can understand why they want to try and at least give themselves something into the next. But yeah, I think that like Boaster, especially on his individual basis, has been given a lot of critique over the last few days. I think he's had some matches himself where he said, like, okay, I don't think I performed. This map, though, a lot of their composition, especially on attack, solely revolves around him. As said, They don't have flashes. They don't have any. They rely on him pulling and pushing players out of position, stunning them up, and then getting the openers. And you know what? It's been working really well.
I would say brilliantly. To be frank, this combination of Heaven is just amazing. Because if you're not Scream, you can't back off. You can try to do it with the blast packs, but we obviously have no Raze on the Team Liquid side. In the meantime, the attacker killjoy has been set. And that seems to be a lockdown coming over on B. It is no bamboozle. They mean business.
Yeah, of course, a lot of utility going into the back corners, but it's going to be a very fast retake. Pop flashing themselves back in. Make that 5 of the players for Liquid are already here. They have expected this. They've rotated into this, and Scream is going to start connecting with those knives. It leaves just one man standing. It is Mystic, though.
Behind the green wall. Finds nothing, actually. Unfortunate for him. And so, 6 more to go for Liquid to head into overtime. And if they can actually fling back in that direction and feel revitalized, I got my doubts, Tom. To be honest, I very much do. Maybe they soar in that direction, but at the same time, it's legit just one more nail. Just one more and put those guys 6 feet deep.
Yeah, it's definitely a long way back. And again, like a lot of... They invested themselves the Bladestorm into that round. That's not going to be coming up for a while. Now for Fnatic, they're close to an ultimate or 2. Durka could be bringing his showstopper into this round if they manage to get an ult, or if he just gets a kill. And again, they're putting a lot of emphasis onto taking control of middle. And with him already up close, he's actually just going to remove the trip. Now, there is Scream watching, but this is one of those plays where that trip a lot of the time is used, well, I was going to say as an alarm bot, but I guess you could have just played an alarm bot, but it's used to basically give information over. So Fnatic are just destroying that at the beginning of the round, so then they have the rest of the minute and 10 to almost just say, well, now you don't know where we're going anymore.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Obviously.
Look at the push-up. Outside B, we've seen deep control taken. This means that they can start to gamble rotations over. Yumpy in support, but he's going to lose the duel to Boaster. Man has been hitting the DM today as he finds another opener for the team. Scream, though, trades fast.
He trades fast, and he's swift on it. Goodness gracious, this could become problematic again for Fnatic, as we see that, though, they move over to the B side. The first man coming into the fight will be Magnum. Is he going to be eliminated, though? Actually, it's Boaster on the other side of the map. For a second, I thought it's going to be the bait. No, but Cryptix is finding it. Doma's still on it to his right hand. There's a Sky awaiting. Do they know about the corner just underneath? Does he check it? He will not see the barrel. No opportunity for both of them, but Doma, Soulcast knows. Hold on a second. When do they finally figure out? Help your teammate! No, it does not work. The spike could still be brought to the ground, Tom.
Scream. See, even if he was to die there, he's already won them the round. Like, he knows that his teammate's far enough away that there's no chance for a kill. And with that amount of time left on the clock, well, Scream's willing to die for the cause. He's having a solid map, even though they are quite far down. I think that even if you just look at the cams, like, he looks a lot more comfortable when it comes to this map. We're going to get a Fnatic tactical pause and a Scream tactical P. So it's going to be 12-7, but we'll have to wait a moment.
Time for a timeout, very obviously. Our last 4 rounds, 3 went in favor of the side of Liquid. And, well, let's put it that way. You don't really want to see that happening. You don't want to see that happening. Surely yesterday... Oh my god, what's happening now? Why? Hold on, does she have one eye? Wait, what is that? What? What?
Hey, he looks like he's been to a solid dentist there. Like, those are some nice teeth.
Yeah, but what's that in the middle? What's it in the center of Viper's head?
Skull?
No. Is that... Can we take a look at that again? Because that's absurd. Take a look.
I don't want to. That is creepy.
What the hell? What?
He's got a small mask inside the big mask.
Really?
It's actually just being controlled by a miniature version of herself.
For me, it looked more like a cauliflower, but... Okay.
Wasn't there eyes?
Did you see?
Anyway,
it looked
anyway, let's move on from that.
Yeah, they can look for vegetables.
Dash with the cauliflower brain is
That's one for the future.
Gonna be excited by that one. Now, there is investment here from Fnatic, but it might be slightly weaker than they would have liked. The fact is, though, the ultimates they have into this round is worth the risk. Like, they only need a single round. With the fact that they've got the showstopper, the rares available, it's definitely a risk worth taking. They also have the Cosmic Divide, but as said, like, who cares? Now, Yumpy is going to be able to take some fairly aggressive control outside B. Now, this might almost push them into a false sense of security. Instead, though, they're actually going to use the Cosmic Divide to almost section things off and make things a little bit harder to hear for the players on site. They'll now realize that the push is likely going to be coming in through Heaven. But the fact is, they're mainly going to rely on Durka to get them that opener, and he won't.
That looked like it would have been 100% on point, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Stoma, they'll get Scream, and more players start to bombard that site. The invasion has started, but all in favor of the Liquid side. No chance at all. 8-12 it is. And there you have it again. I'll have to be honest with you, Tom. I'm a little confused by that Cosmic Divide, because as you said, it sections off... Well, basically, it splits the map in the middle, ironically being split. But it basically gave them just the opportunity, that's what it looked like for me, that they could enter ropes easily and don't have to be scared about Heaven, right? At the same time, maybe there are other opportunities. At the same time, I'm not Boaster. There's something behind it.
Wait, you're not? Oh, no, you're Tom Holland. Sorry, I forgot.
Right, I'm Tom Holland. New Spider-Man movie soon.
Oh, leaks.
Buy TomHollandOfficial.com.
This purchase is a lot weaker. Oh, had the Scream almost lose that duel. Ends on 1 HP, but he'll get a little bit of that back and even going to be healed up as well by Soulcast. Now, again, we've seen a switch up in the defense, using a lot of the trips to try and just catch off the mid plays. I think that's just an adaptation. Like, it is something that we see quite regularly, at least into ropes, but with how much Fnatic have been lurking through mid, you can almost gamble a lot of that utility there. And for now, at least, they've got the Cam to try and support Link. Now, they can afford to leave him on his own because he currently has the Rolling Thunder, which, of course, although won't necessarily stop them from shooting at him, it will delay them. That is one of the rattiest things I've ever seen anyone do.
I know what you see.
Which is just purchase the shotgun alongside it and then just have it as a backup plan in case they rush.
Oh, Cryptic's gonna have a problem back there in Link, but no issue. It's gonna work easily. Soulcast waiting back on site. At that point, the British duo over on A will most likely have a quite easy time devouring the incoming Fnatic players. Dirk as well, Mystic. Well, good luck and fun with that one. 20 more seconds to get any control over the side and pulverize your opponent. But with that flashbang, it might be just an invitation for Cryptics to stay and get those kills. Well, we get dangerously close, Tom. I'll be honest, we get in really dangerous territory at this point.
Yeah, no, it is. It's that defensive side. They've started to really get things moving. I think as well, they've started to deny a lot of that mid control. And even winning rounds against some of these ultimates. I will say, I want to give credit again. I think the A-site defense from Liquid has just been solid. No matter whoever they seem to put there. Like, Link is always good to get himself a double kill, but the crossfires and synergy they've had, even been fairly willing to give up Heaven as well and just play from within the site. And even with all of that space, Fnatic have been able to do very little with it. For this round, though, it's a slightly better purchase, but actually it's going to be Durka who's left just on an SMG. Now, he's got his blast packs available. He can get himself fairly close to players without it causing too many issues. He's going to get stunned up fairly early on, but, well, I don't think that's going to play a huge part. And you can actually see, again, I believe Link is getting ready to try and use that Rolling Thunder. They're going to try and play off of this.
The question is Fnatic gonna bait it or not? Well, this is becoming problematic. Oh no, Dirk, he could have got him there, but nope, suddenly he hits the wrong timing by milliseconds or something. And as Magnum waits in the corner, one flashbang that is non-existent, obviously. How could I forget? But Magnum, though, knows how to squeeze that trigger. 50 seconds, execution. Which direction? Not set.
Fnatic actually have a res here. Now, it's not necessarily in the greatest of places, but I think they're going to be able to regather up this control. It's going to leave the clock fairly low, but it's definitely worth it. You're going to get Durka back into play. There might even be a weapon for him to find as well.
Left.
And now with 30 seconds left, well, I think it almost has to be a B play. There's not really much of an option. They're going to try and sell things over, but look at the other side. Linker's already wrapped in behind them. Now there is going to be a turret watching. Scream already manages to pick off one, but there's the perfect timing. Taking out Magnum. Peek back in from Yuppie, but he whips! Both players whip! What has just happened there? Durka goes down, and now it's left all onto Boaster. He's had a strong map, but he needs the 1 versus 2 to close it. A player up above as he looks to try and wrap around the TP into the site, and Link, he's going to win them another round. An impactful triple kill from start to finish, opening and closing, and Liquid are going to get their 10th.
I can't believe it. I'll be honest with you, I cannot believe it. Entering back CT spawn, I thought, okay, Durka got this, Yuppie will stand no chance. And suddenly, massive 180. Tables turned and all in favor of Liquid. And the question is, how much impact do the nerves of Fnatic have here? How annoyed or how much in a bad mood is this team at that point in time? How much is this comeback getting to them? Because take a look. You thought this would be easy.
Yeah, I think we've even got some people believe it. Like, I've just seen Halo on Twitter say that Fnatic have won this map emphatically. Well, it doesn't look like it, Halo. I think you might have read into that one a little bit early, my friend. So
Delete the tweet.
Delete the tweet. It wasn't Team Liquid this time, at least. Oh dear, yeah, it's going very badly wrong. Sure, again, this is going to be a weaker purchase, but this is just looking like a farming simulator rather than Valorant. Because already they'll find themselves a couple of kills, and well, Mystic at least gets one. That's something. They'll have a pretty decent combo of ultimates for the next round. Now, there's not going to be any heroics from him this time as we hit 12-11. Now, although, sure, Liquid have done a lot of the hard work fighting back, I'm looking at a lockdown Viper's Pit combo for the potential last round of regulation. And you know what, Zesht? I think that should be enough to close it for Fnatic, but with the way that Liquid have been playing over the last few rounds, I'm not gonna question anything at this point.
Well, Tom, I will say it like this.
Here.
You tell me, is something along the lines of a, let's say,
Let's go.
11-4 lead enough to make the victory work, or a lockdown and a Viper's Pit? I don't know how you feel about this, but I thought this would be done way earlier. And Liquid, they show a fighting spirit by the book, really. They stay here staunch and strong, and at the same time, Fnatic in despair, question mark.
A little bit of space being garnered. Will they expect Scream to be here? That's the question. He's taken quite a bit of damage on his way through, but again, looking at the current position of the remaining two players, it's looking like a ruse. Yumpie, though, with the swing back in. But if you notice, those two impactful ultimates are waiting on the other side of the map. The point is to try and clear out this site, get themselves the afterplant. We see the poison orb going over the top to section off the back of the site. But they've still got to clear those couple of players out, because realistically, this could become a little bit awkward. I love the combo, though. Try to spam them out the back. Duck, he's actually missed his blast pack.
No way.
It could be awkward. And it's actually Magnum to go down. Cryptic's waiting in the corner, not expected. And now we have a 3v2.
And not only do we have a 3v2, we also have a flank in form of Scream. No way that Doma whiffed the wall this way, but he can escape. Back into the fumes he goes, and the green acid laying over on the A site might be the cover that Fnatic need. They veiled the bomb just in the Viper's Pit, and the rest of the crew of Liquid are now setting themselves up to retake the site and slam themselves into overtime. Scream is out, and Doma might just keep on doing it. It is only down to Doma, and on the other side of that wall, Yumpie awaits. He gets the kill.
My
Goodness gracious. 13-11 is the way to end it. Why not make it any closer? Please give us that Hollywood blockbuster.
Oh, they don't look happy about it, though. You have to bear in mind that was a well fought back half coming out from Liquid after what was looking like a pretty poor map for them. They almost make it possible. I did say it, though. I was like, you know what? They've got the lockdown. They got the Viper's Pit. That is as good as a combo as you're going to get. But even still, winning the 2v3 afterplant with both players locked into the site, well done to Doma and Mystic for pulling that one off.
It's ridiculous. I have to say, it's absolutely ridiculous. Because Scream has been doing a great job on the entries. Same goes with Soulcast, for example. Yampi was really delivering great shots with the operator. Everything looked like we'll get into that overtime. But at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough. At the same time, you know, I can just only make up some stuff and take a look in my crystal ball and say, how is this affecting the mentality of a Fnatic, for example, right? Because you're starting 11-4. Obviously, we all realistically know defensive side would split. Well, it can work quite easily, but it's still something you don't want to see. You don't want to see a 13-11.
Yeah, for sure. Like, they might be a little bit disappointed with the manner of it, but ultimately they won their opponent's map choice on a map that they don't play. So realistically, I don't think they're going to be feeling too hard done by, maybe just questioning some of the slip-ups that went along the way. But this is what we wanted. We got a best-of-5 series. It's 1-1. No one with a heavy advantage into this one. Also, both of the desks were correct, which, well, that's a miracle in itself. So hopefully that will continue, and Shu can get them to continue to predict all the way through the day, because I know how much analysts love giving predictions. It's genuinely their favorite thing.
Well, pretty much doing a coin toss on a desk must be a lot of fun, but for now, we'll head into a little break. Next up, we'll see the finalizer of the Holy Trinity. That would be Bind, but you better don't go anywhere. Get yourself a snack, get yourself a drink, get refreshed, and we'll be right back with this exceptional and amazing best-of-5 series.
welcome back once again to the VCT Challengers main event. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm here with Ryan and Jess once again. And before we kick things off, I'd like to issue an apology to FNATIC from the desk for not believing in you. Yassine, you're here in spirit as well. I mean, we had a reason for having our doubts, but Ryan, I don't know why this is their permaban at this point.
Yeah, right? Like, ban something else at this point because they've had some good results here. For Team Liquid, though, you're sort of sat there thinking we could have been 2-0 up. We could have been on series point and, you know, 1 foot in the door for EMEA playoffs. But now that's a big mental boom for them. We said that there was a possibility there in the end. And I think it comes down to multiple things. First of all, Team Liquid did better on their attack than they did against Giants. Although wasn't really that hard, to be brutally honest, but it was much better from them. Like, Scream on the Jet seems to be working a lot more. He had 6 first bloods to break through, and he overall had a good series. I just think FNATIC got too much damage done on their defense.
Big thing as well that we need to point out, not just Scream obviously popping off, but Soulcast keeping really quite consistent throughout. But I mean, the team to talk about here is FNATIC. You can't look away from the fact that they themselves have had a screamer of a map here, and I know, pun intended, I'm full of the dad jokes at the moment, but Durka, we did question before in the pre-desk, and I want to bring this storyline along onto the post-desk here. We wondered, how would he go playing Raze on this map, since he's never played Raze on this map with FNATIC at all that we have history of, at least in my notes here, and for him to go off the Jet onto the Raze, how did he do? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if that graphic isn't graphic enough for you, then we have nothing else for you really to solidify that, because he had a brilliant map on the Raze. I think he did some excellent things for his team, not just utility-wise, but obviously in the frag department.
I mean, we love to see a bit of versatility, right? And who knew that Durka, who's just good at shooting, could do well on another agent that just enables him to do even more shooting. Now, another thing I wanted to bring up as well, and Ryan, I know you have a clip prepared for this, is that Viper, because we saw them use that Viper before, but it seems like they've really improved on how they kind of play around Mystic here.
I think as well, it's just the adaptability that comes in on this clip as well, because at the start of the clip, at the very least, Mystic doesn't have his ult. And first of all, I love this from the shutters from Yampi. It's absolutely outrageous, and the fact that he's able to get this peek and kill Durka is frantically insane. But look at Mystic's positioning. He's over by Doma, moves onto this corner to set up a crossfire, wins that duel against Scream, gets the Viper's Pit, immediately puts it up. It lines up nicely with already set up Toxic Screen. And again, this adaptability from FNATIC absolutely booms everything when it comes to what Team Liquid were trying to do. Team Liquid are just too formulaic when it comes to their attacks that if somebody throws in a bit of a curveball, like a Viper's Pit, slap bang in the middle of the site, it absolutely breaks their momentum. They panic, and it's easy for FNATIC to punish that.
I also want to point out, obviously, that whole Viper's play, but I want to bring in the fact that Mystic over the past couple of days has had excellent games. We keep speaking about the Durka Doma show. I'm going to keep harping on about it because I think support players like Mystic don't get the limelight they deserve, and he is just scratching and clawing for the limelight over the past few days. To come in to this series so far and be like the 2nd or 3rd highest rated player currently on the roster, considering what a lot of the other players are doing. Even Magnum, think about the Killjoy and what he was able to put forward. Wasn't the best, wasn't the most impactful, but Mystic keeps being impactful no matter what. So I think that that's something to definitely shout home about.
Also, I know we've got the D&D on FNATIC, but they've also got M&M. Oh. If we take away the D&D, poor boaster, Billy No Mates by himself. But yes, you know, Ryan, before we go to a break, do you feel like the fashion in which that FNATIC nearly let this slip is a concern, or do you feel like, you know, getting this result on a map they don't play is good enough?
I think it's split for the most part. I do think it's just not so much to split the map, but it's Team Liquid split. Defensively, they're always a solid team. Attacking is where they struggle. It was a bit better, but still a 4-8 half on attack is sort of what you would expect from any attacking team. So I think it is just FNATIC just trying to push the boundary. I think winning the pistol, winning the force buy that Team Liquid did as well, really helped out FNATIC in the end, and it was just eking that one round that seemed to take forever for them. But yeah, like I said, lots of overtimes clearly in this series ahead of us.
Well, this series is getting spicier and spicier. It's 1-1, which means we're guaranteed to see 2 more maps in this best of 5. So strap yourselves in, everybody. We'll be back right after this break.
the money in the bank.
Welcome back to this do or die lower bracket finals between Team Liquid and FNATIC. Jess and Ryan are back with me once again on the desk. Now, Haven and Split out the way now, but Jess, we're heading to Bind next.
I feel bad for the Team Liquid fans out there because their bind recently has not been good. And if you are counting, of course, them going up against Vitality and having a close one with Vitality, scrap that off the books because that really wasn't the best. If you're losing to Vitality, even going into an almost overtime position, it doesn't mean that that map is probably your best showing. And their most recent bind was against Vodafone Giants. And guess what? It was worse than their showing on Split. A 13-4. That's quite honestly one of the worst results we've seen from Team Liquid on that map, and Giants was the one to serve that to them. So I'm not feeling confident for Bind, but we have also said the same thing for FNATIC, of course.
That's definitely going to be my point as well. Like, FNATIC during stage 2 have won it twice, lost it 3 times. And you got to bear in mind, like, the teams that they lose to, like the Guilds, the G2s, the FPXs, those teams that are already in EME is mostly where we've seen FNATIC fall to the wayside here, but this was where they wrote the script on it. Now, the question is for both teams, like, do you revert back to what you were used to and comfortable with? We saw FNATIC come back, at least with this composition against PDS, with what they were running before, with the Durka on the Raze and Doma on the Raze and Durka on the Sage, which was sort of new for them. Team Liquid, well, they've been dropping KO. Did they do it again for a third map?
Yeah, I mean, I asked Jess this 2 maps in a row. Let's see if you can get it right on the third one. KO, do you feel like you said before, like they're just sacking it off for the whole series?
You know what? Third time's the charm here, and so I've got it. They stay on the jet because once you commit to a series, and I said it after the second map, that was kind of the confirmation to me. There is no point going on to the KO now, unless they were shaken so badly by last map, but they are a defensive-sided team. They chained 6 rounds together, and, you know, statistically, that's what they were going to do on the second half anyway. They just couldn't close it out to bring it to that overtime, so I don't think that they're that shaken after that map. Moving into this one, I don't expect big changes, other than, of course, removing the KO, continuing on with the Duelist.
Yeah, and looking at the size, because I'm glad you brought that up, but here it looks like FNATIC picking Bind means that Liquid, Ryan, have chosen the attack side. How do you think things will go, taking this in mind?
Well, it's more freedom, I suppose, to play very formulaic as I described it on Split. On Bind, because you can go for the teleporters, you can have a bit more of the surprise factor. Not everything is telegraphed, and I think one of the things that I liked about FNATIC's Haven is how they were able to use the sky to get that information on what Team Liquid were planning on their attack. That's why I think FNATIC went for that FNATIC comp in the first place. You have the Silver, you have the Sky, the Eldron, the Trailblazer, the Guiding Lights, all of the information you can get. And if you get that information with 30 seconds left, knowing that, like, Team Liquid say, lean in towards the B site on attack, everybody rotates. There's no real way for Team Liquid to go anywhere else unless they take a gamble for a teleporter, but you get the point. Team Liquid will want to try and be a bit more subtle with their approach, and FNATIC are just going to get all of that information.
Well, we are heading into Agent Select, and now I feel like we're playing selection roulette today, especially when it comes to Scream, and third time is the charm, Jess. You've nailed it, bang on. It does look like they've ditched that KO plan.
Yeah, look, get rid of it now. If you weren't confident going in map 1, you weren't confident in map 2, what makes you think that somehow you've mustered up the courage to bring him in map 3? Not going to happen. Brim, Sky Sova, Viper is the usual here from the side of Liquid, other than, of course, us swapping out and bringing back in the Jet here for Scream. And then, I mean, yeah, Doma with the Raze, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing.
And I think this is another thing we need to touch on, because FNATIC, you know, they play the same composition nearly 30 times before they came back from Iceland. And since then, Ryan, they've chopped, they've changed, they've tried things. Do you feel like this current one we're seeing is maybe the one they're sticking with, given that this is the third time we're seeing it?
Yeah, it's less based on the information stuff and more just stalling it, because you have the Astra, which I think did a lot of work on Split to sort of shut down what Team Liquid were trying to do, and the Sage as well for similar reasons. I think Yampi's a player that could step up here. We've seen him play the Omen, had a really good Haven, not so much on Split. Now he's changing a whole different agent subset, I suppose, to playing on the Silver now. So I'm curious to see what he's going to do here, because he does have those impact plays, and I think he was one of the main reasons why we saw Team Liquid winning on
Well, we
Haven.
didn't believe Fnatic on Split, but Jess, having seen the agent picks now as well and knowing that KO is not in the mix, do you believe in Fnatic on this map?
It's not even agents for me. I'm just going to bring it back to real simple fundamentals here. Recently, there has not been a good showing from Bind from the side of Team Liquid, and that just simply for me just makes it feel a little bit more Fnatic sided as a result. It's their map pick, and as we're getting down to the latter maps, of course, map picks don't really matter when things are so squared away, but I do think Fnatic have a little leg up here.
Well, Bind is next, and even though it's not a decider, it will give either of these teams a huge advantage if they're able to win on this one. Zesh and Tom, have fun with this.
Thank you very much for that one. I'm more than excited to have this game ready because it's the Holy Trinity that once more goes full circle. After we have started with an excellent Haven, we went to Split and had a game that was closer than ever expected, and now it is Bind, which is an absolute excellent battlefield once more, because what did we have recently? A game between those two. Where did Liquid chime in? It was on Bind. Well, that's going to become a very interesting game nevertheless. On my side is obviously nobody else than the lovely Tombis, and what would be the perfect word to sum up this game so far? What are we looking for?
Juicy.
That's what I like. That's juicy. You absolutely got me. It's a juicy game. I can tell you that, and it will become even more juicy because the thing is, we will definitely go on map number 4, right? There's nothing really we need to talk about here that this obviously happens, and map number 4 is once more becoming interesting due to the fact that it once more was basically the living room of Liquid that was Ascend. The last one would be Breeze, and overall, if you ask me, I want to see all 5. I want to see Breeze again. I want to see this goddamn Breeze once more.
Yeah, for sure. It would be a really interesting place to close it as well, because it's a map where, sure, we have some like default compositions, but I don't think anyone has, I would say, nailed it just yet. Like, every team seemed to have their slip-ups here and there, or be schooled by another and maybe learn a new thing about the map. So it's going to be fun if we get there, but there's still a long, long road to go. And the fact is, the next 2 maps, as we've already seen with the first 2, can go either way.
Don't you think that it was all very one-sided affairs that ended quite fast? I don't know about you. It looked very much like those. But, you know, Tom has a different vision on things. Looks like we have changed pictures, unfortunately. Nevertheless, first of all, we're gonna see the side of Liquid secure B. And well, with the spike now hitting the ground, Soulcast and Co will take a leap further, try to extend the territory that belongs to them. Oh goodness, and the first duel comes in. Magnum is having a bit of a problem. They're falling to Soulcast. Dirk has to reply, and the Battle Sage and the boys are now coming in over elbows. Scream is whiffing his shots, and at the same time, he's backing off. The problem, though, is nobody comes in from any other position anymore. The wall has been placed brilliantly, and Dirk goes on and on. It's only a 2 versus 3, where Cryptix comes in from the other side. It still goes on. Hold on. Dirk is still doing it, and he's getting himself to half. Will he get even more? Yumpy has to get up there, and he does, but he does find the kill. He's just missing bullets, not the aim.
Dear Lord, like, Dirk manages to make rounds that just shouldn't even be remotely close, almost winnable, but ultimately it's still the round going the way of Liquid. Now, in the last map, one of the main issues are, like, okay, I'll even put it in this context. If they win a pistol in the last map, they probably win the map. Like, that's the way that one went. The fact they had an incredible comeback, a lot of it was down to slow starts, that they weren't able to get the victory over the line. So, 486 ACS, not bad, right? But,
bad.
Don't think it will last that long, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe he has a surprise or 2 up his sleeve. It's going to be a fairly heavy investment, though. Now, as said in the last 2 maps, I'm very happy to see Scream back on the Jet. I've definitely not been convinced completely, but I just don't think the KO has been working. Jet, though, well, it doesn't matter what agent he is. If he's landing shots like that, this round's going to be very difficult, especially considering Fnatic have literally nothing invested.
There it goes. Soulcast and Cryptix easily getting those shots without any further issues. Dirk, the last man standing, again reinvested into it. And now, Tom, we need to have we need to have a conversation. Listen,
he's making sure they can't get the Bulldog.
I know
that's brilliant.
That's brilliant.
That's their most expensive gun, and he's just gonna go die now. So he'll get an extra ultimate orb, and he'll get to buy in with either the Phantom or a Vandal in the next round, and they've completely lost their most valuable weapon.
Indeed. But I still need to point out something to you, Tom. What is the thought process of FNATIC of dropping the pictures with Boaster? What's the logic behind that? What do you think? What went in
Was it them? That's the question. You never know. Maybe production decided, you know what, this is too distracting. We want people to focus on the gameplay, and they've gone, let's give them the normal photos. But I will also say that it's also possible they just bugged, because I'm pretty sure all the pictures were on the Liquid players as well. So
yeah, true. Well, those are riddles we'll never have the answer to. Look, I mean, that's me. I know that's.
I don't know. I feel like Mystic's giving me the smoky eyes there. Like I don't know.
Ironic, isn't it? And in the meantime, Scream is falling after he's already had his feet wet in the snake bite. Link is, well, considering to back off a little bit. Yep, he definitely does, and he's gonna meet Durka soon. The Battle Sage coming up next.
Player standing. Spike down
And
A.
poor
He's
Cryptics.
already earned his res. Like, look at the other orbs on the rest of his team.
I know.
The maximum they have is 3. Yeah, this is one of the main benefits, obviously, of having a ridiculously skilled player who can just stick it on the stage. I will say that some of the times, I think out of all the agents, this is the one that Durka may fall a little bit flat on occasionally. Now, Cryptics has definitely been heard, but he will still win the duel. And he's making this one a little bit more costly, because at the moment, well, up until that point, we were looking at another flawless round. Now, chance of him winning it, slim to none. Magnum also just going to jump spot him, not giving him any opportunities to win this round. And they've even put an extra star down just to make sure that if you want to try and get into this site, you're basically going to have to run through a smoke blind and fight someone on the other side.
What I actually wanted to say earlier is that I think the pistol round is the perfect summary of this entire series so far. It came really down to the last second. It was the closest situation possible you could ever ask for. That's pretty much a perfect summary of the series so far. And I gotta say, I'm astonished by it. I'm really astonished how close this game is so far. Because think about that, Tom. Vodafone Giants breezed past Team Liquid. 13-5, 13-4 with ease. And this right here is what I call the absolute giants of the European region, unironically, fighting against each other, and they're bringing it that close. This is such a lovely series so far, and at the same time, I don't even know who's going to win that. Over the long run,
No.
I can tell you. I just can't tell you.
I will go ahead and say I am not surprised at all. I was expecting this to be probably one of the closest matches we've seen. It always is whenever they face off against each other. Even if you look at a 2-0, it'll be like 13-10s, double-digit matches. Like, it's always close between these two teams. They know each other better than any other team. Like, it's maybe not the rivalry we necessarily expected, even going into Masters, for example. But Liquid want revenge. They were eliminated by FNATIC in Masters. Now it's their chance to do it in Challengers.
Very much indeed. Doma doesn't see a thing, and this offers them an easy double. But as I say that, Boaster is coming in with an easy double as well. He once more, all the blades of Scream are gone, so he can only rely on his little classic there. And if that good old buddy is going to be helpful, I don't even know about that, because in the meantime, Dirk is in it with the flank. The snake bite is disgustingly annoying, ratty, as Tom would say, and the problems now start to arise as the frags are coming in left, right, and center. FNATIC seem to have it under control, but as I say that, it's only down to 2 more. It's Dirk and Magnum. Well, make it only Dirk, but who else would you like to have in such a play? He finds the kill on Scream to his left, and it's Cryptics awaiting him. He knows that he's close to Lambs, more to the left-hand side,
so
and he
good.
finds it again. Perfection and masterclass by the Finn. Ice cold he remains and finds the tie for FNATIC.
Clutch.
It is just better. It's just better than anyone.
Period.
When this man is in his element, it's unbeatable. I will say up until that point, this was the round of like sky flashes. Like the initial burst out coming in from Liquid was sublime, and then we had the response almost moments later from Magnum as he does the same thing, wrapping back into the side. Like that Doma is so blind, he's looking to the heavens because he knows that's where he's about to head. Like there is absolutely nothing he can do in that scenario, and well, I think FNATIC have got to count their lucky stars that out of all the teams, they were the ones that managed to bag Durka, because they had no right winning that round.
I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you. And I'm just going to elaborate on Dirk in a second, but in the meantime, do you want to talk about the crosshair of Link, or have you done that enough with Mitch?
I did it with Mitch. It's the ugliest crosshair I've ever seen. It hurts my eyes to look at. It hurts my head to think about. And honestly, if I could wipe it from my memory for eternity, I would do it in an instant.
Couldn't have said it any better. What in God's name is that? Like, I would really like to know what his thought process behind creating that is.
Wait, does it half of it disappear when he shoot? Oh, I hate this.
Don't you know that, Buck? Don't you know that? It's classic.
Oh no, it just looks even uglier.
Whilst Tom has to wash his eyes any second soon.
A horseshoe crosshair. Disgusting.
It's now more and more shots coming the way of Team FNATIC. Magnum already out of this battle, and all the Seekers are coming in. This is even getting worse and worse, as suddenly Dirk is out.
Still alive?
Yep, he is. That's Doma, though. Don't get this confused.
Oh.
But he's eliminated nevertheless. There you go again. Here you go, Tom.
That was the thing. Like, so he was blind in the corner. The flash again from Soulcast was perfect. Now, I assume that was by design, and that Liquid knew that there would be a slight corner that wouldn't be cleared, so that's why they basically hard peek it straight afterwards, just to make sure. But yeah, this is the one thing that I will always say is, like, there's not many maps where, like, I'm not, you should definitely play a Brimstone. But it's one of those things I do think is still missed, just because that orbital strike, this is the map where it's just so valuable. Like, especially with the executions, like, you could basically clear lamps for free, or as in this round, clear the back of sight and the tube. And considering how difficult some of those spots can be to clear otherwise, it just makes executing onto that site so much easier and forces players into really, really awkward battles. So, well done by Liquid. Solid entries. They're looking good so far on the attacking side, and I'll be interested to see the finances at the moment from FNATIC, because you have to bear in mind that the round that they won moments ago was off the back of just Durka surviving. Yep. And other than that, they just got slaughtered. So economy-wise, it's not going to be great.
And this is an extremely important point you're talking about, because obviously I'm just summing this up in a few seconds, which means there's a lot more to talk about. At the same time, in all those games where FNATIC crumbled, for example, against the G2, right? Against the Guild, you see Dirk not being in his element. It's not like he's having the 250, 300 ACS, and the rest of the team is maybe a little bit slouching or something. It's actually him not capable of flourishing the same way. For example, with first kills. And those are things, when you try and when you actually excel in isolating Durka, that I think FNATIC really got an issue.
Yeah, it's a lot easier said than done, though.
True.
Isolating Durka is like trying to find a sunny day in the UK. Like, it's like, yeah, it happens every once in a while, but most of the time it's probably gonna rain.
I wish it would rain, Tom. I can't tell you. Either way.
Go to England.
I'd rather dodge that. I really don't need that.
You will not be saying that anymore. Let's put it that way. You'll be like, oh, God, please, no more rain.
I think I never said that in my life.
My plants are drowning.
Either way, Yumpy is falling short in that duel, checking the corner, or more likely having a bit of an unlucky timing here against Mystic. In the buy, that was not even so ideal from FNATIC. It seems like they heard you about that they're falling short every single time. Durka is out away from the battlefield, but both are setting themselves up. The players can't even get out of there that easily. They're taking their time, but suddenly it's the meat grinder from the Brit that makes them all minced meat. Easy stuff, and a tie secured.
Yeah, we've seen a few of these rounds lost by Liquid. It seems like in a lot of them, you're going to see a much heavier amount of risks taken by FNATIC, and a lot of the time they're catching more of the default plays out from Liquid. So even managing to get a kill with a shorty, which that alone is just sickening enough. Like that gun, I look at it being like 150 credits, and in my head I'm still like, nah, it's too expensive to buy. It's not worth it. Like, it's so situational, and with the right click of the classic being so strong still, I almost see it as just a completely pointless gun. But Durka, he makes it work. There's such a minute investment that getting an extra kill is going to be nice. Yep. He still has his res. Now, he's had it for 3 rounds, so not really being in a position to use it so far. And actually, we're going to see the Hunter's Fury invested, and wow, this is just beautiful from Doma, dancing it past every single blast of it.
And as those little paint shells just recolor the floor. It's Mystic who might just have a bit of a problem whilst that wall is going down.
Oh, dear.
He's running out of bullets once we're such a sinister and sad scenario, but Doma got it all under control. Excellent stuff. And can we talk about the matter of fact that we're in round number 7 and Durka got his revive again? I mean...
Oh, I think it's the same one. I don't think he used it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm
you're
fairly
right,
sure he hasn't
you're right.
used it. Like, he clutched one of the rounds, won it 1v2, didn't use the res, died instantly in the last one. It's just this, he would have had it again. I'll give you that. He would have definitely had it again, but he just didn't use it in the first place. So, yeah. We've also got some other impactful ultimates coming in online.
True.
Seekers, Viper's Pits on both sides. So I'm expecting something a little bit more fancy. Now, the aggression so far into Showers has been something that's been going very successfully for Fnatic. They've been catching players with these peaks. You can see the screen basically utilized to not only section off the orb, but give them the ability to push quite far forward. So it means that on the other side of things, Liquid have to be very careful. Now, Scream desperately wants to get that orb, because that would get him ever closer to getting his Blade Storm.
I'm fully with you, Tom. The only thing that I find a little odd, because the usual thing you see in so many games is that you send your Sky towards Showers, and, you know, obviously the Guiding Light comes in, gives you information.
Oh.
In the meantime, that's brilliant information
that's
from
sick.
Soulgas. He's absolutely triangulating what's happening and who's falling on the ground, and in the sand, the corpse of Dirk lays. What a sad ending of him.
Yeah, probably quite irritated. He can't res himself, because at the moment he's been the one that's taking a lot of these earlier fights. Yeah, perfect prediction. It's still going to be traded quite quickly, but they are actually going to go heading into this site. Now, I'm curious to see how much will be invested into this one. Well, that's already one ultimate. Seeker's going through. Gives out the spot, but actually Magnum not going to avoid it. He's just going to sit within. And this allowed a lot of space to be taken. A nice shot from Scream, and he wraps him behind alongside Link to close this out. A double entry with what is mostly pistols. And Doma, I don't know if he wins this duel.
I mean, I can understand why you said that. Mystic. It's gonna be a tough one. Well, tough one I think is just not even the right phrase. Impossible?
Save.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, this is so unfortunate from Dirk. At the same time, this is like a one-off thing you can do, because legit, would you expect Soulcast to be that nearby? No, not necessarily. The way he hits his shots, absolutely incredible. But is it gonna happen again? I doubt it. Still, the right move to do in such a round.
Yeah, no, they played that very well. And as said, like, the Seekers being invested into this round, it is a risk, but it's such a cheap ultimate. Like, it's up there with the cheapest of the lot. It is always surprising to me that Seekers and Run It Back are two of the cheapest ultimates in the game. Like, that is curious considering their impact. Although I will say, if you remove Phoenix's Run It Back, then he does become, or like make it more expensive. Then as an agent, I don't think we'd be seeing him, and we already aren't really seeing him at the moment. This was such a sick shot, like a perfect read on exactly where he landed, and well, basically started off what was an impressive round. And we've now seen both teams actually win these thrifty rounds. So back and forth we go once again. This could be a game changer, though, Zesh, as we've got an operator for Durka.
I mean, who else would you like to see on this weapon? It's still somewhat unusual from time to time to see Sage playing that weapon, because usually you would expect that agent to be rather passive with the utility it has. Oma on the edge of it finds Link, and Yumpy maybe any second soon. He's intrigued, isn't he? He's very intrigued to go through this.
I was expecting, especially with the like when they had a couple of players outside it, maybe there would be a drone used by Yumpy. Now, if he uses it now, he's dead. Because, like, Dome is just going to run straight through and kill him.
Yep, brilliant. See you later, mates. Bye-bye. Thank you very much for that one.
That's why I don't understand the play to rotate a player off. If you're going to put that drone through, you need a second player there to defend him. Because that's, well, that was obvious.
Somewhat. I'm fully with you there. In the meantime, though,
oh dear,
Dirk is going to have some problem. And oh dear, as you say, it's all coming over to the
smiley face
site. I love it. It seems like somebody's rotating the pictures the entire time, and smiley face Magnum is going to be one of the few that now have the opportunity to retake that site easily. You see right there, Boaster putting his stars down, coming in from behind over from Hookah, and the rest of the squad waiting in front of the gates of the B site, entering from spawn any second soon, as suddenly you see what's happening. They split up the players. That is brilliant. Do they necessarily know, though, where good old Boaster is coming from? Yes, they do. Too readable for the Team Liquid side, and the 5th round should be granted, except there's a miracle. Ain't happening.
Their B-site executions just look so solid. And I think I love the fact that each time we've had an orbital strike put into play by Liquid, they have isolated a player who was not caught within it. So that they know exactly where it's being placed, the information is being fed through, and then they're making sure that anybody who could be in like a sneaky spot to survive is always cleared. And that's the thing. I feel like it's going to get to a point now where Fnatic are going to have to start coming up with counters to how they're going to play when there's an orbital strike online, because those B-site executions, they've just been owned the second that ultimate's in play.
Yeah, true. And this is where I personally think that the orbital strike is still one of the absolute most powerful ults within the game. Honestly, it's the kind of opportunities you have with this thing, specifically in combination with like a slow orb, with something like a gravity well. It's disgustingly annoying. It's really, really annoying to fight against. And this was the perfect way to get those players out of the position of elbow and back of the defender spawn position. The awareness on Boaster was really interesting, because this is where we're asking myself, what did he do a step? Did he give something away? Or was it just basically the awareness of Liquid that there is a tendency of Boaster to come from Hookah in such lurk scenarios when he does such a wall? Because the thing I'm still looking forward to, once far in the future, Tom, is actual entry stratting. You know, this is going to become interesting, because considering how young Valorant esports is, this is going to become wild once in a while.
Oh yeah, especially with agents, like multiple agents being added like over the course of the next few years, it's going to get harder and harder to predict what your opponents are going to do. People are going to find new combos with different agents. This is basically Valorant still in a very simple form from what it's going to become in the future. More maps, more depth.
Yeah.
And it's going to mean the background staff, the coaches, the analysts are going to have so much work to do. So I'm not too envious. I think Mitch got out at the perfect time, because I think that job is going to be a 24-hour display from some of those guys.
We could probably do a podcast about that, how much staff you need in the future of Valorant. But in the meantime, what we're going to take a look at is how many bullets Team Liquid can swallow right here, as it seems like all the lead thrown in their direction would become a problem. Still, they can dodge it, but that miracle has to end at one point. That is going to be brilliant. Yep, he's out of there. See you later, mate.
Oh, Boaster's still waiting around the corner as well. The last piece to the puzzle, as he's now going to drop the spike. He doesn't know Link's behind him, though, and caught in astral form, leaves it into the 1 versus 1. Now, Doma is only on 32 HP, so this is going to come down completely to positioning. And I think he's got the read. Oh no, he's got it spot on. Link at the last few seconds decides to dart his way into the B site. And Doma is just waiting. He's positioned himself perfectly. The second he taps this spike, you'd think he would be dead. He checks it, but it doesn't matter. Doma's going to land the headshot with the pistol. Another thrifty round, of course. Who's surprised by that at this stage? And FNATIC, they're going to equalize things. And I have to admit, that is probably one of my favorite strats when it comes to your sort of eco, like, thrifty rounds, is just the TP crunch and Hookah combo. Like, it's so hard to play against, but that final piece of Boaster being somewhere completely different, just waiting for their rotation, that was the cherry on top of the cake. That was very nicely played.
Get out of my way!
And there you hear it. That's a sound cue for you. Scream is getting ready. Maybe the circus is arriving over on the A side. Liquid are in a stance where they're pretty much annoyed by those back and forths again and again. And suddenly, it works once more wonders when you have Scream on those blades. Brilliant stuff. Double entry. And FNATIC, what can they do with only those 3 alive?
Toxins going up.
Again, these early entries, these fast-paced plays have been working out for Liquid. The executions into the site, the utility being placed, and well, Mystic, they're gonna need another hero play from him. 2 kills, not bad though.
Oh,
and Magnum has now put him in a spot where this is actually winnable. Durka still has his res.
He's saving it
It's
for hard
round
times, mate.
11.
No, he's saving it for hard times, mate. Then, well...
This is a hard time.
No, it is not yet, seemingly. There it goes.
No, he's resting him in the
He's
snake
putting
fight.
it. Oh, Doma, run, mate, run. And he's still staying alive. And suddenly, it is Link. Dirk is now collecting once more the little points for his revive. And
no
brilliant
chance.
stuff coming in from FNATIC. Well, there you have it. There's a hard time. He revived. Are you finally happy, Tom?
No.
Okay.
He could have had 3 or 4 by now. Oh god. Well, they get themselves the 6th round, and yeah, fantastic comeback. Again, I know I'm not the only one raving about him at this point, but
Last
Mystic and
round in
Impact
the half.
frags. Like the 2 he manages to get in a position where he basically wide swung half their team. They shouldn't have got away with that much, but he does, and that's something he seems to do in every single map, every single match that we watch from him. And the thing is, there's so many minor details in that as well. The way that he puts his screen up to try and isolate the duels, like that's milliseconds of timing to get that spot on. So very well played by Mystic. And now 6-5. I think a 6-6 half would almost be the right call for how this has been going.
Yes, 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 and yes. I mean, it basically gravitates towards that. Please make this a tight half. Like, it's just asking for it. Nope. Dirk is finally leaving the spot. Wall could be destroyed any second soon. And this is again the same setup, by the way, we see in front of bathrooms, right, Tom? It's again a Yampy who might be left alone soon, but this time nobody's pushing him. I still see your point with the risk of that, but this time around, Boaster's taking a different sort of risk.
Yeah, something that... Oh, they've actually turned away.
see it.
They've spotted one, but they didn't expect Cryptics to be here. Now, Boaster in an aggressive spot, dashes out of there. Something that you can't see from Scream on any other agent, but Boaster actually still gets away with 2 kills. Again, high impact from the side of FNATIC in spots that you really just think they should be absolutely screwed. Even still, it comes back into a 2v2. Doma left on the site alone. The flash is going to give away that he's still here, and they almost line up for him. Only 1 down and only 1 man standing. It's left to Link.
The man who has been such a great impact for the Liquid side, who seem to have his teammates under control and give them the good vibe. By the way, it's just 1 more orb point, dear Tom, he needs for just that wonderful ult, and he's gonna get it. That's gonna be so high impact. He's gonna be saying, I'm out of here, boys. See you later. I'm gonna use that. And the problems start now to arise for FNATIC. There's a lot of angles to check, and a lot of positions to control, and at the same time, he's gonna bait it for 1. Does he get the kill, though? Uh-oh, low HP, he is gonna put it out nevertheless. Oh, and this is a distraction working, but nope. Dirk only gets a few HP away from his body. This could work brilliantly for Link, but he gotta make it work. Brilliant shots by the book he needs at this point in time. He's gonna stick it. Does he get 1 of them? Dirk still needs to be eliminated, and Doma got it secured. It looked tighter than needed, but let's be honest, Tom, this has been the entire series so far.
Yeah, I think maybe if he still had a molly there, they could have made it a bit closer. But for FNATIC, I think they know that, like, realistically, they just needed to bait out that ultimate, and that's exactly what they were trying to do. Like, tapping the spike multiple times and even getting a hefty amount of damage on him, so the re-peek basically became impossible. It was a tough spot to get out of. I'm really surprised Boaster gets 2 kills here. Like, I think... Either you've got 2 choices there. Like, the first player gets caught, you either wait for the Tiger for him to be stunned, or you pick him together. The fact that it was almost just a little bit disjointed from Liquid is a bit disappointing. Like, you see Scream peek, then the Tiger come, and it's like, okay, well, now he's dead, but he's already done enough damage that it really doesn't matter anymore. 7-5. Considering Liquid won the pistol, I think FNATIC are going to be quite happy with that.
Fully with you there, and Liquid is a bit of hit and miss regarding pistols recently. It's not too satisfying.
Oh, he's flying.
Yep. The man.
Oh, not this again. Not this. We've seen this so many times. Every time they try that combo, Doma gets stuck.
There you go.
And he gets killed for it. He almost kills himself. Like we saw that previously go very badly wrong. Now they've managed to at least reclaim the spike, but yeah, this has definitely become a little bit more rough. Magnum needing to win a tough clutch, and with all the players together, I don't know. I feel like he needs a miracle here. He's not going to get one.
Yeah, left, right, and center the players were coming in, and Liquid winning 2 out of 2 pistols in this game already. Something they're usually not that strong with, to be very honest. I mean, pistols are working decently for them, but at the same time, we could also open up the discussion. Are pistols sometimes a little random? How much impact? Yada, yada. I leave it up to Reddit or some guy with 5 followers on Twitter. And still, the thing is, right? Fnatic, we have seen this reoccurring theme of them, of pretty much always spying up, always getting to Spectres. But at the same time, maybe this is something they realize it's just not that effective. And so, no upgrades for them.
Of course. Where else is Link going to be but up close with the judge? And he's got the majority of his opponents coming. Now, they should know he's going to do this because he does it every game. Like, literally every game, this man is here and they try and bait him in. And actually, he's been overwhelmed. That is very surprising. Now, luckily, they have this guy called Scream who has got himself a Guardian, which against players who don't have any armor is a pretty good gun.
I mean, Tom, amazing format explainer of Scream again. Thank you very much for that one. In the meantime, I think he introduced himself quite well with such shots. Beautiful. And you see Yumpy.
He's fist bumping the camera.
He's probably fist bumping right now the Liquid Valorant social media manager being like, we got this, bro. You can make more clips. You don't need to be gone for the entire game this time.
I don't know. I would only ever fist bump the social media manager after the game because I feel like the second they get into the lead, like he tries to jinx them to make it closer. Like it happens every single time. The only person, well, there's a few people with a more powerful jinx. I think Jonas likes to give it a go every once in a while. You're definitely up there, but obviously the king of jinx is Mitch.
Yeah, I just want to say I got rid of that. I took
I don't believe you.
A jinx detox. I did jinx detox worked really well for me. But what might just work really well here for Team Liquid is the likes of Scream getting the right shots on the side of Fnatic. They make a quick move over on A short, but they don't seem to be intrigued to actually make the move. They send in Magnum, and that's it for the moment. They know.
I don't think his position is particularly secretive. He's just going to shut him out of the round. And now they're going to clear everything out. So although this worked initially as having like some extra space, maybe thinking that they had like a diamond in the rough hiding in the site, it now just ends up with basically trying the same round, but with a lot less utility than initially. How is Yumpy winning these fights? He pulled out a shock dart, fired it at his opponent, still switched back to a Spectre and wins the duel as well.
Whatever Robin Hood in Finnish means, pretty much this is what I'm calling from now on. So if anyone can help me out with that, surely a lot of convincing Finnish-speaking people out there. Nevertheless, Fnatic only down to 3 players, and the thing is, again, hardly any map control. Team Liquid also don't contest it. It's not like they're taking the extremities over on B for any reason.
Might just save.
Yeah, I think so too. The rifles they have.
This position sucks, and they're only, well, they have a couple of stars left. They've got 1 snake bite, and Doma has no utility. So, like, unless you're planning on running through and headshotting every player in 15 seconds, it's just not going to happen. And while, sure, they'll kill off Yumpy at the end, but ultimately, all he's lost is a Spectre. He's earned his ultimate for the next round, and they're even going to be able to upgrade a couple of weapons. Fantastic round from him individually, but also from Liquid as a whole. Like, they deny that early push. They have a lot of good counter utility, which doesn't allow for any space. And Fnatic fall very flat in what was them coming up against the bonus round. So Liquid take the lead.
And the thing I genuinely like so much when I had the honor to talk to Mini back during Stage 2 is that Fnatic has an IGL, an in-game leading approach that is set up not unlike something that you could call top-down. So order comes from Boaster, you listen, and we win or lose. It seems to be a process that is very versatile at that point in time. Whilst I say that, it seems like somebody has missed his slow up, unfortunately. Still, not too much of a game changer. In the meantime, though, Liquid got the lead for themselves, Tom. And this is where we all know sinister times for Fnatic might just come in.
Even still, Link's back in his trusty spot. And the rotation already coming in. They're trying to sell a little bit of a ruse with Mystic still standing over on the other side of the map. He's looking to try and spot anybody coming in on the flank. The problem, though, is I think they're starting to realize where these remaining players actually are. I assume we're going to get Seekers popped as well to try and at least find out where the site push is coming in. And maybe with the majority going towards the B site, if they do pop them, they might opt to actually fall back in the other direction.
And there you hear it. Suddenly,
Okay.
It's going to be the Hunter's Fury being put in. And so, it's time to get yourself a quick rotation. Magnum working as a distraction over
Double
B.
faking this.
Yeah, they do. Or do they? I mean,
Yeah, they've thrown in the push through over the teleport.
No.
Oh, no, he's gonna win it with,
No
with
way.
the judge. Of course he is. Doma, though, has already managed to find one back, and they've kind of got him stuck in the mud as well. A perfect grab wall, but they need to get rid of Link. They don't want to allow him in this corner, and he's already going to get his second kill with the judge, holding on to such a valuable spot for this retake.
Brilliant stuff, and Scream is right now going closer to Elbow. Obviously, the Guardian basically tailored to him, but Doma with a right peek could just once more get his team in the right spot, and here it comes. Finds a double.
Oh,
no,
no.
doesn't happen. Hold on. It's only down to Boaster. Cryptic's on 1 point of health, but over on Hookah, it is Link who gets those kills. He was waiting there with those annoying judge
1
bullets.
HP.
1 HP, even worse. It's you know, 1 HP,
Cryptic.
a guy with a judge waiting close range.
No, that's the thing, though. So that duel that we saw happen, wrapping round through Elbow, that was 1 HP for Cryptic. So that was very nearly the round going in the other direction. So close, but yeah, again, Link. I don't know how he manages to make it work that well. I don't know how he manages to find the positioning through the smoke to catch off 2 players. But the way he's done it has actually brought them through another round. And again, that was a full investment coming in from FNATIC. It was only a couple of players actually saving their weaponry. They also used the only ultimate they had. And their fake play of like jumping through the TP and running a player into the A site, it baited no one. Like, Liquid have just sat in their spots feeling confident in the control that they've garnered. And,
Smoke's down.
well, it seems like FNATIC are going to have to do a bit better than that if you want to pull a player away.
True. Couldn't have said any better here. And this is the thing, right? FNATIC really step by step, millimeter by millimeter, they try to take the ground, and Scream is just like, come on, boys. Come over in my trap. I'm waiting for you.
Come back.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you very much for that one.
Kills.
Either way, Tom, they're pushing over onto the A side. At least this is what it looks like for now. I'm taking that back, maybe, because suddenly every single entrance is blocked. Magnum can't do much, and even with the mixed weaponry they have, they might just consider to do something different, or possibly use the teleporter. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. Spike's down, and now only Doma has a chance to carry it anywhere else. Taking it back, it's Magnum, but impossible. 10-7, and the worst thing of it all, Tom, it's not only that the side of Liquid is doing an exceptional job, the team is doing amazing work at that point in time. Blink has made it possible to choose an even uglier crosshair this time.
Yeah, I stand by the fact. I think he's got like some blue tack or something in the middle of his screen, and he's actually not using that
He's not
crosshair.
looking
It's
at
just
it.
some sort of bait, or he's just like, he's found some sort. Well, I'd say don't do this because you will probably get Vanguard banned. But I was gonna say maybe he's got a piece of software that just actually hides his crosshair, and he's got something else on instead. Because I can't believe that that's actually what he's using. But you know what? Maybe I'm wrong, because one of us is a bald, beautiful man who is a professional player, and the other one is watching him do ridiculous things. So
Also being
yeah,
bald.
yeah, obviously that was a given. That was a
okay,
given.
okay.
I actually based my look off Link, even though I've had it for the last 4 to 5 years, and he's
20,
had it a few
40
weeks.
years.
But I could see that he was going to change the world with his look, and decided
There
to
you
match
go.
it a few years early.
How many people are right now actually in the official Ryan and Tom Bold Man Club? How many team members do you have?
So far, it's just me and Ryan,
Oh, okay.
but we're hoping that a few other people will decide to join. Like, Box definitely welcome, but his beard is so magnificent that I almost feel like that counts as having hair.
Right,
So
yep.
I don't know if he'll be allowed. Paper Thin, he's definitely a bald brother. And if you love Counter-Strike, we've also got Crims.
Good one. Now, in the meantime, it seems like Shreem might just remember himself how good he was in CS and just comes in with the taps from his little blades as he goes through the teleporter. And both
Okay.
are saying, thank you very much for that one. Thanks for passing by. I'll take you out. Only 2 more standing. Both of them are on the A site, and this obviously means, well, we'd rather head over to B. The tactical timeout seems to be working quite decently so far for the FNATIC side of things.
Spike planted.
Well, if they manage to win this retake with an operator and a judge, then we can just call this one done, because that should be impossible. They don't have an ultimate yet, but Link is incredibly close, which, if you saw, again, like, they're playing so passively, they're doing the after plants that we've seen from them in the past, although maybe not quite as effective now that we're not seeing them with that brimstone, but just gonna pull him into the corner. He's actually gonna get it halfway, which that's more than surprising. I don't think that they'll realize that he's already got it to half, and that actually gives Yumpy a chance. Oh, he's almost accidentally faked it there. I don't think he meant to do that, but it doesn't matter. Fnatic get themselves an 8th. I will say, I think this is a round where Liquid almost tried to disrupt Fnatic's plan. It's a classic strategy going back through pretty much any esport. Your opponent takes a tactical pause. You do something ridiculous. You go, oh, do you have a plan for this round? Well, I'm going to run down long and try and headshot you. And it didn't exactly go great. So I don't know if this will be something to judge Liquid too harshly on. As said, it's almost a direct counter. And luckily, they've got the bank of Link, who's spending a lot less money than everyone else because he's still just buying a shotgun.
It seems like the man is having some interest rate on his already received capital. But as we're talking about that, Fnatic...
Oh, they are countering him hard.
Having none of that.
They're just putting as much utility in there. Okay, well, Grav well nade him. Surely that will be enough to kill a man up close with a shotgun. No, it won't. He's still in this corner. He's still sat there waiting. And then now they're even going to throw in the tiger as well.
Look at it.
He's like, you know what? Fine. I'll own you back. But actually, Doma's just gone through and owned them on the other side. And now Scream's run through the teleporter and turned it back. This round is manic.
Yep, it absolutely is. And if you ever try to find a definition for what it means throwing everything at somebody, I think this is a quite good round to define that. It took probably 965,733 different utilities to kill this man. But in the meantime, look who got his judge. Mystic says, thank you very much for that little toy. I'll keep it for myself. Now everybody who gets close will be eaten up by the dragon at that point. Another bit of a snake bite used, so nobody can get out of Fuka at that point, quickly destroying the Seekers. But on the right-hand side, there you go! That's the antidote to all of it. Doma with the quad after you enter perfectly with that showstopper, and the show of Liquid put to a stop. The circus has to end. Fnatic are right now in the right direction.
So all it takes to kill Link is some paint shells, a gravity well, a Tasmanian tiger, and a showstopper. And obviously that includes some blast packs because you have to use the blast packs to get out in the first place. So, you know, only a few thousand credits worth of utility to kill one player. I think that's worthwhile trade.
Right,
and old points as well. And he's straight back in there.
He's like, what happened?
Didn't deter him. He's like, well, they can't do that again, so go for it. Why not?
Okay. Probably gonna be hit by one of the shock darts. Nope, just on the edge of it. No problem at all. Team Liquid not gaining too much information at that point in time. Link surely is quite deep into hookah, but other than that, they don't have too much awareness what Fnatic is just planning right this round.
You are divided.
Cosmic Divide.
Blocking sight.
I'm not really sure what the plan is there. It sections off the back of B and elbow, but that looks like a weird Cosmic Divide. I won't lie. It doesn't even really cut off Heaven properly either, so it looks like they're trying to fake this into a B play, and then they've just gone running into the A site anyway. Soulcast is going to be the only one left. We've even seen a res!
Oh no.
There we go.
Not again. I mean, if Link is getting a frag with this weapon once more, I'm okay. It's time to stop with this goddamn judge. Is there any other weapon he has played? Is there any other weapon he has played this game? I don't even know. Yumpy, though, on his own to pull the rabbit out of the hat and make that clutch work. And most definitely, Yumpy is capable. Sees a bit of the ponytail and beheads the first. Dirk is being eliminated, but unfortunate timing for him as Doma swings. Well, who would have guessed that this is once more to a tie in double digits? I would have never guessed that.
If that was just used purely for the fake, I can understand. If you look at it on the map, it looked absolutely mental because it doesn't actually cover anything on A, but I guess that was kind of the point coming out from Fnatic. Go, yes, this Cosmic Divide only does anything on B, so we will definitely go B, and then they just didn't. But again, we've started to see the step up of players like Doma. I think this is the map, like, I was even questioning going into Bind, like, whether or not they'd now make the switch, obviously, of taking him off, because he's a very good Sage player as well. He's someone who can definitely play that agent, but the confidence that Fnatic have in him as an individual on this map, it's clearly incredibly high, because it's not like Durka was playing poorly on the last map as Raze either, so putting Durka into a more supportive role gives him the chance to shine. And now we've got a tactical timeout coming in for Liquid. Now, partly this might be how to spend their finances, because Soulcast with 6,000 credits and then everybody else not really in a position to do too much. But we have seen a lot of these sort of rounds actually go in the opponent's favor. We're about to see something weird inside. Oh, he's just got massive eyeballs. Okay.
Weird.
And his ponytail inside his head.
Well, at least this time around, it's no cauliflower. But the funny thing is, right, the last time both those two met in Masters, for example, when we saw Bind, it was actually a 10-10 scoreline, and then FNATIC took a timeout, which then led to a 13-10 victory. Maybe this is the other way around. Maybe it's just all very a lot of hypotheticals here, but nevertheless, it's going to be interesting how fast FNATIC go, because it seems like they don't even set up a player in front of bathroom or anything. Directly over B-Long they go, but no chance for Doma. Not again.
That was dirty, and they've got a second
Not
one.
again.
Link has now got his shotgun in a different spot, but they also have one on the other side of the map as well. Now, it's not gone great in the early stages of this round. In terms of ult economy, this is as bad as it could be for FNATIC, because both players who were even close to getting anything are now dead. And although the purchase wasn't fantastic for Liquid, they've got themselves in such an advantageous spot, it's almost starting to get a little bit scary. Now, the dash is not available for Scream anymore, so facing through this would be risky, but he's just waiting for it to fade. He actually does go through, and Dirk is going to catch him for it. The wall will section off Soulcast as well, but he's going to spot over the top of it, expecting Durka to be there. A fantastic read that keeps the man advantage alive.
Do they know? There's a tiny gap in that ice wall that has just been created.
One enemy remaining.
And there you see it.
Spike
Yep,
down,
I think that
B.
was just a tiny edge.
30
Indeed, it
seconds
was. Boaster still keeps up fighting. 30 more seconds to go, but it doesn't look like he has any of his little stars left. Tries to pass Soulcast as he's looking to go through C to Yumpy. Yep, now he got the information. He definitely wants to battle. He definitely wants to fight, but he has no chance to win that strife. 11-10 it is. And this is the thing, Tom, which leaves me with worries and second thoughts, because this is not the first time that Dirk has taken the advantage of the wall. And again, he has been taken off exactly that. His enemies are expecting it every single round by now.
Yeah, it seems like the boosts up over the top have become a little bit predictable, and he's not necessarily aware of the potential of the angles that he's being caught by, so yeah, it's one of those things that he started incredibly strong in this map in the early rounds, but I don't think he's able to thrive on Sage. I even said it. I was like, of all the agents that we've seen, I think this one is the one that is the least like impactful, in all honesty. But I think the trade-off is that you get Doma on that raise, and I think in a lot of cases that trade-off is worth it. Now at 11-10, you might be starting to disagree with me, because realistically now, Liquid are again close to taking through their opponent's map picks. I will say at this stage, though, and with these two teams, the concept of map picks is almost worthless. Like, both of these teams are competent on the remaining maps. The only question mark is Breeze, and both of them have already battled on it before.
Yeah. At the same time, you should know I will not argue with you, because I'm a great co-caster, Tom, and I'm doing my best to make you feel comfortable. And therefore...
Oh yeah, same.
I love this cynical Boltman, but at the same time, I can't imagine that FNATIC don't love the cynical Boltman on the other side. That is Link, who has swinging his very annoying shotgun so far again and again. In the meantime, look where Doma arrives!
Oh my god.
Goodness gracious, it seems like the airlines called Doma Fly are succeeding brilliantly. Yumpy is looking for those wallbangs, but the first thing the team of FNATIC is looking for is to get the spike down. But at the same time, problems arise! Soulcast comes around, and suddenly everybody of FNATIC falls! Boaster can once more be the hero, and gotta put that cape on. At the same time, I have my doubts that this is gonna work that well. He's even being spotted, uncomfortable with everybody coming around. Yumpy on his left-hand side, but also unsure the opponents are just awaiting him. He finds them. He gets the spike down. There is time. There is 100% time, and Boaster could make this work, bring this into a tie. Still got a star down on the ground, and he's playing around it. And you see again, Link is annoying through the goddamn smoke. He does it. I can't believe the stuff those rounds are made of. You can't tell me this is real. This is a simulation. This is fake.
how's he winning these rounds with the judge? Like, if anything, it was the perfect gun in those moments. Boaster, that was so close to being an incredible play. Yumpy as well, shunning them down as they tried to work. I think that the fact that Dome are actually triple entries here and they still lose, though, that's got to be the most infuriating thing. And yeah, that's not even talking about the soul cast pop flight. Like, this man on Sky, like, it's a completely different player to what we saw before he actually played the agent. Like, Soulcast made that round, but there were so many plays in it that it doesn't even matter. And they're going to aggress. Soulcast actually does find the kill, but, well, Doman's very quick to trade.
And they get enough of that nonsense. They got absolutely enough of that nonsense. And Magnum is going to follow his little Seekers. Cryptix knows the antidote to that. And so the Hunter Fury of Yumpy comes in. Boaster is still making the right move. Over on short, nobody's checking him. And Cryptix waits backside. Something we haven't seen too often from him. At the same time, the Snakebite works brilliantly. Oh no, and this is going to be the Brimstone ult being used on. The problems start to get bigger and bigger for Fnatic, but the spike might just get on the ground, and it does.
Yeah, used into lamps, but it seems like Fnatic were aware and avoided it. Scream trying to mask his steps with the jump down and the shot, but it doesn't get anything done. Link, though, it just seems like he's using every single weapon that maybe you shouldn't, and the wallbang comes through from Yumpy. It's left onto Doma. He's been a superstar in this map, but they need a little bit more from him in the afterplant. Looking for the peek back. He'll find one, but he can't quite correct the aim fast enough. Yumpy's gonna close it as Liquid will grant themselves a 2-1 lead in this crucial matchup. One of these teams will head home, and it could be Fnatic after this map.
It could be Fnatic after this map, Tom. And to be honest, I don't know what this game has been made of. It's one of the most exciting Valorant games I've ever casted, I've ever seen. This is absurd. Both teams are not giving each other an inch, not a millimeter, not a slightest bit of territory has been so far gifted. And at the same time, it is so exciting to see what they can do. Because the thing that Fnatic does, which sometimes bothers me, which I love at the same time, is they're careful, they're cautious, but with a really good kind of mindset in it. And the previous round, we saw it, where it's 12-10, they suddenly go a little swifter on the side. They made that work. Boaster was pretty much in it, whatever opinion. I don't know how it's going to pan out again on our fourth map, which then is going to be a scent picked by Liquid.
Yeah, it's a map again that it was one that they were previously dominant on, but Fnatic have definitely proven they can play. So I don't even want, as said, I don't even care who's choosing the maps anymore. It really doesn't matter. We're going to get a close match either way. It is one of those things, though, where it comes down to the crunch moments between these two teams. Link, hugely impactful. Soulcast, once again, just having a great performance. And Scream back on his jet. Looks like he's back to his usual tricks. I'm not expecting him to be going back to the KO anytime soon because, well, without some of the plays on his jet, they wouldn't be winning this map. Absolutely.
Well, we're going to head a little bit into a break. And if you need a shower after this nail biter, I'll feel you. Just go ahead. We'll be back very soon with Ascend, our fourth game of this best of 5 series. See you guys in a second.
TFT Challengers main event where Team Liquid have just edged out Fnatic on Bind. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk with Ryan and Jess. I very nearly said Tom there, apologies. Well, a hard-fought victory for Liquid, Jess. Fnatic didn't make it easy for them.
No, not in any way, shape or form. And I know that Ryan, you and I were discussing as we were watching the matchup is that I kept saying, oh my God, in lots of rounds, because a lot of unexpected plays, a lot of unexpected round wins, for example, a lot of utility raining out across each site. And that's what I love to see, especially teams that are focusing on a lot of utility. Even though Fnatic lost, I saw a lot of prowess with their utility usage. And I think that's something to really look fondly upon, especially in this match.
I think one of the words you can use to describe it as well is scrappy, which I think a lot of people would take as these are two bad teams, that's why it's scrappy, which I don't think is necessarily fair. I think good teams make other good teams look bad in the server, if that makes sense. You also have to bear in mind the context of this game. If you win, you go to EMA. If you don't, you probably lose that champions qualifying spot, because these are the top two teams in EMA when it comes to circuit points, bear in mind. So there's a lot of stuff going on for them personally, right? It was good to see Scream and Dome are the usuals to stand out, and everybody, I think, had an impactful round. But it was scrappy. It really could have gone either way. Some rounds went crazy, but I think Team Liquid towards the end, with the amount of judge play that we saw, I think they used that to their advantage, and Fnatic didn't have an answer.
It's really good as well, because I thought Fnatic was quite, and you can see on that graphic as well, there was quite a lot of accuracy that was coming out from Fnatic, and I won't deny as well with their utility usage, I was impressed in a lot of post-plan situations as well. But for me, overall, Team Liquid were able to capitalize on not bringing it to overtime. And I think that's something we have to praise Liquid for, because they could have fumbled the ball. They could have shot this into overtime. We could have been seeing a back and forth, and we might have seen a Fnatic on a Team BDS day where they just cap it off, they win that overtime, and they walk away. I think now we're in the crux of this series, and it's getting real serious. And it's starting to heat up, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to need to turn the fan on high all of a sudden.
Oh, you need to. I've had it on all day, Jess. I've been sweating this out all day. Now, you know, Scream, he's always on the top of the scoreboard. No surprises there. But there were a few rounds, Ryan, where Link was the one that pulled it out of the bag for them.
Yeah, I got to shout out my doppelganger a little bit. And I think him on Bind always seems to have insane like clutches and impact moments. And certainly towards the base end of the series, that's where we started to see it. We saw some nice judge play, but there was one round in particular that I really wanted to highlight, because it was the first of many, I suppose, the Team Liquid were able to actually grab overall when it comes to their game plan overall. First of all, I really like the Seekers that comes out from Magnum in elbow. It takes a lot of space, and Link just holds on to this position, gets two with the judge. And this is what I mean. Like, there's some nice little things from Fnatic, some nice shots, really good utility use there from Magnum. But the problem players are still there. There's been a couple of cases of not checking corners throughout the series, but that's because all of these teams have been insanely creative. It comes down to Link again in this clip, playing in his hookah position, plays off passively, and in the end is the one to get the final kill in the end. And so it really did come down to a lot of these flanks, these aggressive peaks overall, but it was just Link towards the end. He is a player that we've not really highlighted so far today, but his Brimstone it's top tier. It's top tier.
It's almost poetic that, you know, Bucky FC has been taken down by Judge FC at this point. Just the shotgun kind of upgrading on top of one another. But, you know, Fnatic, they lost out on Haven. We were a little bit concerned there. So it must be frustrating if you are a Fnatic fan now to see them lose out on another map that was their pick, Jess. How concerned should they be now?
Honestly, if today, and I said I wanted it spicy, we all said we wanted a little bit spice on top. If teams are winning their opponent's map pick today, then if that trend continues, which so far we have this nice little correlation going, as if you pick the map, I'm going to win it kind of thing. So if we're going to go back and forth as we just saw Team Liquid took that map, hey, guess what? Fnatic might win the next. And unfortunately, I did say if it went to the last map of Breeze, I think Team Liquid, given it's a really good map for them, are just going to cap it off. And it's like almost you're just delaying the inevitable at that point. So we will see, but Team Liquid might be able to cap it off in this map.
I think that these last two are going to be very close. I don't think the Fnatic have a bad ascent. I don't think we've seen enough of their Breeze realistically to know how good it can be. I don't think they've been really tested on that map as much as some of the other teams like Liquid, for example. So it is two nice final maps to end on, but Fnatic, yeah, on the back foot again, and Liquid one map away from EMEA.
I'm not sure if we lost beautiful Yitsu there.
Yeah, no,
You're back.
Excuse me. I was getting way too excited there. We're guaranteed to see map 4, but if Team Liquid carry this one on, we might only be seeing 4 maps today, and that will be right on the way after this.
So hard to see the light when the weight of the world is mine. But no, I will not resign. And I am biting my tongue. No, I ain't gonna run. This is the battle I choose, and I'm gonna win. I ain't gonna lose. Sticks and stones won't break my bones. As long as I am breathing, yeah, I will stand tall. Take me down, shut me out. You ain't never, ever gonna see me bow. I'll do anything to prove you wrong. As long as I am breathing, yeah, I still stand tall. See me stump, see me fall. You ain't never, ever gonna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me with the dirty lights. You can try and cut me with the sharp and eyes. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. I keep on banging my drum, 'cause the best is yet to come. So I keep holding on. I'll do anything to prove you wrong. As long as I am breathing, yeah, I still stand tall. See me stump, see me fall. You ain't never, ever gonna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me with the dirty lights. You can try and cut me with the sharp and eyes. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide. Still
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first match point in this best of 5 between Team Liquid and FNATIC. I'm back on the desk with Ryan and Jess. FNATIC, they're on the back foot, Ryan, but how can they get back into this game on Ascent?
I think it's very doable, actually. Sort of looking into it a bit more, we considered Bind to be the fallen fortress of Fnatic. I think we should consider Ascent to be Team Liquid's fallen fortress. They were unbeaten, I think, from the start of VCT to Stage 2, but in Stage 3 alone, they've played it 3 times, only won it once, against Team Finest. Tough opponent, sure, but they've lost to Alliance and FPX on this map. It used to be their throne, their unbeaten place, and so I think it's pushing a little bit more towards Fnatic, certainly with their recent results as well.
Not entirely sure I agree, and usually Ryan and I agree all of the time on most of the things, but I'm going to have to disagree just off the most recent form of Team Liquid. When they went up against FPX, FPX was able to chain like 6 rounds in a row in the second half, and they still brought it to a very close, I think it was like 10-13, 9-13 or whatever it was, and they were leading in the first half. So I'm thinking based off the rounds that they were able to culminate against FPX on a set last time they played it, it didn't look too shoddy, and I think that now that they've got the momentum behind them, they're staring down the barrel of going to Berlin. I don't know, that might just propel them.
Well, you know, the last time we saw FNATIC on here was very recently, a couple days ago. They went all the way to that strenuous OT. So, Jess, do you feel like if they brought a similar form they did against Giants, they would be able to do the job here?
Yes, and God, that was a very long OT, 18-16 I believe it went to, against Giants, and Giants is like the #1 seed at the moment, you know what I mean? So if Giants are as good as they are looking, their form hasn't wavered throughout all of the upper bracket. I tend to also think that in recent form, as I sort of referenced with Liquid, FNATIC are looking good. My problem is that we're comparing apples and oranges, unfortunately, a little bit here, and that Liquid is not Giants. Otherwise, of course, Liquid would be in the upper bracket right now. So we need to just be careful, I think, in my mind, of how closely I'm going to relate those two teams and just see how it pans out in the first half. I think the first half will be really indicative just based off how level-headed both sides are for these teams.
We haven't, let me just double check, we haven't really seen all that much. No, we haven't seen it in week 2 at least of stage 3 for Liquid. The reason why I wanted to bring that up is because I think out of all of the maps, for KO at least, Ascent is the most popular. Like teams that don't usually play him might pick him up on this map. I know it's been a constant narrative that we've been chatting is will they, won't they with the KO. There is maybe a good shout here. For FNATIC, I think it is just the mid rounds from David P and Giants that kind of screwed them over, certainly on their defense. I don't know if I expect the same thing from Team Liquid on their attack. I'd like to see a bit more out of Cryptix individually. I think he was fantastic on Bind on the Viper, but if he's playing like a Sentinel, like a Killjoy or a Cypher like we tend to see, I want to see him kind of play like Dimasic or Pora. Push on his own, find space, find fights, maybe find openings, and just be able to give Team Liquid a bit more room, because right now they just go all 5 players that way, straight ahead. But if they manage to sort of branch out a little bit more and take some nice aggressive splits, they might be able to break FNATIC here. But I'd still fancy FNATIC, especially if they're going to opt in for that Astra still with Bolster.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like that they moved off of the Astra for one of those games, but knowing this team, we never know what they're going to go back on. Jess, I'm going to ask you this question for the 4th time today about the KO, because Ryan has brought it up, and he is right. You know, this is where you would expect the KO, and this is where we haven't seen them play all that much. So would you say that if there was a place for them to loosen up a little bit, maybe take a back seat with Scream on that Jet, it would be here?
If you're looking over how Scream has performed throughout this entire series from map 1 now, of course, moving into map 3 and beyond, I think he's just had too good of a job on the Jet to really say that now's the time to throw a wrench in the works, you know what I mean? You're asking someone as the train is moving to, replace one of the cogs. And I think that's a dangerous idea to suggest, because I did say once you set a precedent for the first couple of maps, there's no point changing it up. And let's not sort of, pretend he hasn't been either the top rated or the second top rated almost every single map so far with the Jet. So I don't think it's a train you need to stop. I think you just need to sit back, feed it a bit more of coal, and give him a bit more confidence to work with, and he'll be fine. I wouldn't like to see the KO now that he's set a real good foundation for the Jet.
Well,
I definitely agree. It's just if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Well, FNATIC, they're on the back foot. They don't need to just win this one, they have to win the next one as well. So let's talk about these implications, because we said in the beginning of the day, at the end of today, one of the teams that made it to Iceland, we won't be seeing them at Berlin. And what would this mean to FNATIC, Ryan, if they were the ones to drop out today?
Oh, that's a really good point. So, like I said, Team Liquid, FNATIC, they're in the top 2 spots of circuits, and the top 2 for EMEA, that includes Turkey CIS. They would instantly qualify to champions. For those who don't know, that's effectively League of Legends Worlds, but in Valorant. Whoever loses this, I think they lose that position, right? Because it's quite likely, like, if Gambit make it to Berlin, they'd overtake it. Ascend, if they make it to Berlin. Basically, whoever makes it to Berlin for Masters 3 and does the best will take that second spot, probably alongside the team that wins here as well. So it's not only, we don't get to play in Berlin, it's we lose our insta-qualifying position and we have to play last chance qualifiers, which is in a few months' time as well, which is a whole different, level of qualifiers to go through. You've got teams like Fubalist Oxygen, all sort of waiting in those positions. So I kind of detest the idea that these are two teams that, because it's the last teams to be qualifying from Europe, they would go into EMEA and just get destroyed by FPX G2. I don't think that's necessarily fair, but we have to say that both these teams are having issues finding their identity right now. It's been really fun to watch them hash it out. Like Bind, it wasn't tight from either team, but it was a spectacle. But they have to do this in real time. That's the beauty of a best of 5. They at least get to try out all of the 5 maps and officials.
What can you say? I'm sitting here loving everything coming out of Ryan's mouth, especially the explanation about worlds, because I don't think a lot of people understand how that works in its entirety. And of course, a lot of people thinking, oh, Fnatic don't have this, they have worlds. Well, I mean, that is not locked in for anyone, sort of in that way for Fnatic at least. So I do think that when we're sitting here, we're looking at the tournament format as it is, and Vodafone Giants are sitting there all snug going, hey, we're going to play tomorrow. It's going to be a nice practice for us going into the, Berlin, and same for whichever team wins this series. I just think it is such a soul-crushing feeling to have to say, maybe after this map, or of course the next, that one of these teams is out. I think that no analyst, no caster wants to say that, especially with teams that we expected to be in the finals. So whatever way you look at it, it's not only a celebration for the winning team, but it's also a really solemn day for the losing team.
Yeah, we got to look at the other side of this as well. Team Liquid, they're one map away from making it to the playoffs. They're not quite there yet in Berlin, but that's definitely a necessary step to take. And Ryan, once again, for this team, the team that nobody on the desk at least predicted will be winning this tournament. Even back in Iceland, you had oppositions and analyst casters or even pro players from other regions say, oh yeah, Fnatic, they deserve to be here. But Team Liquid aren't actually the second best team in Europe. So how big of a statement do you think it will be for them to not only make it now when people are doubting them, but to take down Fnatic on the way?
Oh, massive. I think looking at brackets at like Zesht, Twiggy, Tom, Mitch, everybody did with their pick'ems, nobody predicted Team Liquid to actually qualify for EMEA. None of them. It was always like Team Liquid at like 10-star. It was always a bit of like a, who knows at this point, really. It's crazy that people have written off this Team Liquid team, but for good reason, because they always look so wishy-washy. EMEA Stage 2, they were probably the best team out of anybody in EMEA at that point. They absolutely shone. Reykjavik, they kind of dipped. What we've seen from them so far in Stage 3, it's not been great. I do think this series has been a lot better for them. Like I said, scrappy in some areas, maybe individually missing from some players like Cryptics and in cases Yampy. But I think I'm much more impressed with what I've seen today than any of Stage 3 because they've come back when they needed to. Individually, they're there. Soulcast has had some great rounds. Link was exceptional on Bind. I feel better about this Team Liquid team going into EMEA if they won this best of 5. But like, again, it's so scrappy between the two teams. It's hard to gauge how good they are realistically.
Well, we are going to head into Agent Select now and see if we will see a KO today. We haven't seen a single KO in a best of 5 at this stage, which feels really, really weird when Team Liquid are in the mix. But into Champion Select, and so far we have some hovers. But we'll ignore that for now because you know what Scream is like. Oh, okay. He's locked it in. So, Jess, no KO today.
No.
Another Jet.
There's no point taking the risk. You've already set the precedent, as I said. You've set a foundation for yourself. You've been the top 2 rated almost every single map that you've come through in this series so far. Dare you make a mistake that puts your team on the back foot going into a supportive role when they need you to entry? I wouldn't make that risk. I wouldn't want that on my shoulders at the end of the day if they lose this map and then let's dare say lose the last map as well. If you're a Liquid fan, that is the last thing you want on your mind. So at least he's gone on with this.
Well, Fnatic, they haven't lost it yet, Ryan. They're still very much in it. And with the both sides locked in with their agents, what do you think is the win condition here for Fnatic?
I think for both teams, it's just the fundamentals. They're on very vanilla compositions on the most vanilla map when it comes to tactical shooters, just knowing how to approach stuff. I think for Team Liquid, it's just get that buffer. You're on defense first. They're defensively always strong. It's always their attack that's waning. With Cryptics on the Cypher again, I want to see him do work on the attack. I think for Fnatic, 6-all at halftime is great for them overall. If it's like 4-8, 9-3, not in favor of Fnatic, it's going to get rough from then on out.
Well, this is it. Fnatic, they have to win here if they want to keep their Berlin dreams alive. Zesht and Tom, the pressure is truly on.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that one, Yinzu. And I have to say, the pressure is on. It's absolutely reaching the max, and it might just boil over any second soon because we're heading over on Ascent, which once was basically home ground or living room of the Team Liquid side has turned, well, definitely a good bit worse than it previously was, which makes it so interesting because so far, every team won its opponent's pick. By that pattern, we would end up with a Fnatic win here.
Yeah, let's keep it going. Let's keep it rolling, get us to Breeze in the end. I want to add a slight something to what Ryan was saying, like talking about the overall tournament in general and how all of this is facing, talking about like, oh yeah, and the teams from Challengers too, like whether we expect them to just get beaten. Let's put into perspective, last time we had our Challengers too. For anybody who didn't know, those teams that won were Fnatic and Liquid, and those were the two teams that went to Masters. So it definitely, just because they've come through the second stage and had to build into the tournament a little bit more, it doesn't mean that when we get to EMEA, they're going to be the first ones to go out. So I think it's definitely going to be exciting to see how things go at EMEA. I think we've got to remember teams like Gambit who are coming in to try and ruin it for Europe, and I think there's a very good chance they will. Definitely one of my favorite teams to watch. But here we go. We are getting into Ascent. It could be our final map, and it's very aggressive from Scream. I feel like we call that one the Chihuahua. The instant dash down mid. He was attempting that versus a few different teams, and to be honest, that was about as successful as his was.
Yeah, well, Chihuahua is spotting you fast and swift anyway when it runs after you. In the meantime, Scream eliminated with a Chihuahua move. Cryptic's the only one standing back on the side of A. And so, as left, right, and center players start to get on the site, it's getting a bit problematic for him. Link would still have his charge ready for use, but as Poster waits... No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Don't do it. Don't do stupid moves, because otherwise you win stupid prizes. And so, as Poster still tries to make it with the right click... Wow, that's risky. I mean, tell me what you want, but that is damn risky what he was doing there.
I think if he reloads anyway, he's going to get pushed from a different angle. He slowed them down a little bit. I'd say going for an attempted knife kill when you are 2-1 down in a series that eliminates you from contention from EMEA and Masters, that would have been probably the boldest play I think we've ever seen. Now, we're going to have the same spot again that we saw from Liquid previously. Realizing that this pistol is unwinnable, they're going to wait to see if they can catch anybody on the exit. But this time, it is going to be a completely different push. And you know what? The remaining players, they want to die to the spike. And actually, Tom is going to wait around to get himself an extra orb. Now, you might think, Tom, he died to the spike, but that trade is worth it every single time. He loses a frenzy, and he gains an ultimate orb.
Well put. And you know you get the Seekers for it. I think we don't really need to talk too much about that. Proper start, and Ascent being a map recently where Fnatic looked quite decent on the composition, and so was Sky, Jet, Killjoy, and Omen. You know, I don't really need to explain you that. That's the very classic one that has been run by Fnatic since 3.0, and obviously it's time to see if once more Soulcast and Co can rebuke the side of Fnatic with what they have done. I genuinely am at least happy that we have this Sentinel approach in form of Fnatic and Team Liquid, because I saw a few teams start this Sentinel-less Ascent. Looking at you, Big. I don't really think that is the best decision.
This round, at least. An attempt to battle and brawl into mid. Well, actually, Magnum's going to catch the fade away from Scream. Not exactly going fantastically well. I will say I'm still a little bit sad that Mystic now plays Omen on this map instead of Viper. I loved his Viper setups on this map. It's something that I don't think there were many other players doing for, well, ever really, and he was just someone that managed to make it work. Had some cool one-ways when it came to the B site, and just made it really difficult to push in, almost playing it as a Sentinel. But they've gone a little bit more, I guess, standard with their compositions. Link, though, any weapon in his hand, still going to be deadly. But they've left the A site completely open, and although they might be able to make this one a little bit more costly, ultimately the round is very likely going the way of Fnatic.
Caution here.
And as Poster patiently is taking a look what Doma does, as we saw in the previous pictures where Doma was actually blindfolded, didn't even see a thing, and Poster was looking over his shoulders. This time around, Soulcast and Link will not have too much to do. And Ascent being a map which, well, obviously we previously called being an absolute excellent battlefield for Team Liquid. Remember Stage 2, how many teams they continuously beat on that map. It was insane. I mean, it was really getting to a point where you thought Liquid will never be beatable or hardly beatable over on this map with a perfect streak. But ever since things went downhill massively,
Player standing.
the loss against FPX, for example, recently is showing that. But this is the present. This is where Liquid only needs a single map secured, and then they head on. Then they got their slot, and Fnatic would be out.
Normally we talk about players going down to the spike on purpose. I am fairly certain that for Boaster, that was not the plan. I think we finally got to see an accidental spike death, as it really doesn't gain anything. I think they actually lost a Spectre for that, so a bit more costly than they would have liked. 3 players being dropped in a anti-eco round, that's not too bad for Liquid, even if they didn't do the hard work on the 3rd one. So now we see them come in with rifles. No operator just yet for Yumpy. That's also another thing about this map that I'm missing. I loved the Scream Phoenix Yumpy Jet combo on this map. That was probably one of my favorite compositions of any team, and sadly it's gone now.
We're on the one way. Yumpy's playing, but yep, to his left-hand side. It's Magnum with the high ground. There you see the smile. Obviously, this is the way you get the frag with such a friendly face. But this is Cryptus.
Okay.
Hold on. That was looking way too clean. Didn't expect that. B main control goes to Scream. A lot of map presence that the Liquid side have now obtained. And they can rule it out. They should pretty much rule it out. A lot of pressure from Scream.
That looked like a free kill. Now they're going to have a player actually waiting and watching to try and catch from behind to stop Scream, although it's the classic corner. Link as well, stunning up the backline, still has flashes to try and bait them back, and he's holding the line. A second kill for him already. Scream will deal with Doma, and now it's left all onto Boaster. The IGL to try and clutch this one. Well, he knows where Solcas is. That might not matter. It's the remaining 2 players coming in behind, and Solcas will finish the job. Liquid onto the board. 3 players survive. Well, now we see what's left for Fnatic to invest back in with. Because as I said, the last couple of rounds were fairly expensive.
They were fairly expensive indeed. And, well, there you go again. Thank you very much. This is a brilliant fault line. Ever since, I mean, I'm so happy that Breach is back into play with Patch 3.0 because he hardly has been played. I mean, he's that vanilla agent. Ryan called the vanilla map, vanilla lineups, vanilla composition. But it's still one of my absolute favorites ever since. He's that big, well-bearded Swedish man who
What are
can
you
do it all.
saying? What, big and well-bearded. That was what you went for.
Yeah, I mean, he has a lot of... I was trying to make a story
Hello, my
about
kind
this.
friend. You're looking very well-bearded this evening.
That was probably one of those sessions instead. Ryan is gonna make fun of any second soon. I hate you, Tom. I really hate you. Either way, getting away from that. What a great kind of game. Fnatic, oh well, I'm going back to the actual one. Are taking a good bit of control over on the A side as Yumpy is trying to take down Boaster desperately. It's Domo takes a bit of short control but can't work off of his little guiding lights. Spike's gonna be down on the ground, Tom, but Liquid just go for the safe immediately. The reasonable choice.
Yeah, solid entries once again. Denying any aggression that came out from Liquid. Dirk are also finding the second into the site. This is another map that I just feel like for Jet operator players, they're just going to be given the opportunity to dominate, especially when it comes to the defense. But you just have the ability, especially to just dash into the sites, dash into those cloudbursts, and just take so much space while the rest of the team come up behind. Now, we've already seen in terms of ults, Link has been doing enough damage that he's going to have that rolling thunder, which almost just makes things a little bit easier for him when it comes to being one of the solo site holds. But it also gives an opportunity, if they desire, for them to get a bit more aggressive. He's going to survive this time, right? Yeah, it'll be okay.
It'll be all right.
I think you can see a slight smile, just like, yeah, I'm not dying to the spike twice.
Oh, well, I got to say, it's one of those games, you know, I would really like to say that there was something where I could say, oh yeah, Fnatic could take a proper lead. Oh yeah, Fnatic could definitely go for a proper victory here in the long run. But let's be real, Tom, how goddamn often did we see those things turn around easily? Well, as they stand in front of the gates of B-Link, their push towards mid could be inevitable, but first of all, a bit of control over short is what they'll try to obtain. Then, maybe, it's a bit more mid control they want to have.
I've got your trail.
Opportunity, but realistically, it's going to be Soulcast to open. Our HUDs had a little bit of a hissy fit and given up on us, which definitely makes things a bit more confusing, but luckily, hasn't been too many deaths so far. A weapon to be retrieved, but Yumpy's not going to get away with it. Mystic left on the lurk to sneak in from behind, and now gives back the man advantage. Solid flash, but it isn't going to be enough. Doma keeps the angle safe. While Boaster... Oh, this is a bit of an awkward corner now for Soulcast to be in. He's going to take a hell of a lot of damage on the way out, and Doma's still going. Just popping heads as he does.
Easy peasy. As he plucks that off. No real chance left for Soulcast. And obviously this game so far, well, we saw quite decent leads being the initiation of a game. 4-1, for example. It was Liquid on Haven, having a quite decent start as a defender. On Split, same goes for Fnatic. 4-1 lead against Team Liquid there. On Bind, well, I don't really need to tell you what happened there. You saw it yourself just a few seconds ago. It is amazing to watch what the Liquid side has been doing so far. Because, to be honest, to be really honest with you, it's amazing to see how strong they have developed in situations where they've been absolutely down. Split being the best example there. And this means the mental fortitude on both parties is exceptional. And this makes... I think this is one of the reasons why we saw that this best of 5 is so goddamn tight.
Yeah, I think for Liquid as well, like, being a map to the good, like, sure, they're not going to want to let that slip away, but it gives you a little bit more wiggle room. The opposing side of that, though, for Fnatic is... It's almost weird. I feel like they need to be on, like, a last life. Like, the second this team gets to the point where it's like, if you lose this, you're out... It just seems like there's another gear, another level, a step up that they take every single time. And, well, not many teams have been able to stop them in that regard. Early paranoia used to force back one player, but it'd be a fairly big risk trying to run through those cages. And the fact is they don't need to. They've got themselves the lockdown, something that can't really be denied. Scream is actually going to be able to stick it a little bit longer with the dash available to him. And, hey, taking out Durka, well, it's no easy fate.
It is absolutely no easy fake. Scream was primarily denied any further movement towards the B side, but now as the Seekers are clearing the way, they definitely will go closer to the mud. Mystic waits back in the corner. Can he swing at the right time? On 1, indeed. On 2, not possible. And suddenly Magnum and the boys, they gotta find a way to prevail. He knows and seemingly is aware that someone is over the left-hand side, but nope. Even his awareness can't help. Fnatic on the 4th, that might be great, but Liquid show once more a sign of life.
Yeah, a really good hold from them there. Scream's aggression initially, then the retake as a group, making things really awkward. Not even a plant coming down for Fnatic in the end. So Liquid, once they get the weaponry back into play, are going to put themselves in an advantage. Link again is off to a flying start. He's definitely made a huge name for himself, especially when this team initially, well, firstly looked like it was just going to be Screaming team, then Yumpy came in and everybody got excited about that. But I feel like it's the other pieces of Liquid that have truly made this team one to be feared. Again, we're going to see the Tiger thrown in to this B side. And they may think that that's forced back Scream, but he's actually going to play still inside this aggressive position. Now, there is weaponry on the side of Fnatic as well, so if he loses this duel, it would be a bit of a problem. And I think he expects Doma to be in the corner still, so just sat patiently waiting.
He is, but look, at the same time, his Stubble is waiting somewhere close to top mid. Durka has taken a lot of room already. Seems like Yumpy's aware that one player might just dash close to him any second soon. But this is the calm before the storm, and Fnatic haven't fully decided yet where to go.
No, I think they're expecting aggression. Now, it's getting to the point where Scream, there's no way he still expects someone to be in this corner. Because it's been so long, why would anybody sit there for a full minute? And while Doma almost manages to make it work, but holding onto the dash allows him an easy escape. And now what might have been their early plan to get a free kill actually comes back to bite them. 30 seconds left on the clock. Doma has the spike as well, so he has to go running, and he's going to get dropped. Now, there is a trade available. That's at least one player gone, but they have to run back, and Scream is now looking to watch onto the cross. They've been able to just about escape, but there's repositions from the remaining players on A, trying to get more aggressive to drop the spike.
the thing is right there, you saw Screamer's probably communicating, they're pushing up mid, they're pushing up something like short, but suddenly they move backwards. Cryptix though is holding it perfectly, and he's the last soldier to be the guard of the site. The third frag secured. My goodness. Cryptix is feeling it. We saw him having somewhat of a lackluster split, for example, which is also due to his positioning, which is not his fault, but now he seems to chime in. 5 frags over the course of 7 rounds. Fair play, and definitely what you want to see. You don't want to see any player having this somewhat unfortunate and saddening feeling of not having impact in the game, because that's so crucial. You want everybody hyped, and as they are pretty much in a bootcamp situation here, Liquid, the best way to do it.
Yeah, I think this round as well, though, it almost comes as a little bit of a slip up to FNATIC. Like, I don't like the solo player being the last one having the spike. Like, there was so many things that could go wrong. He didn't see him with the Tiger. That's the only way that makes any sense. Because to swing and not check that upper angle, you are assuming that is completely clear. So, well, I speak of mistakes on one side. I think that's a bit of an oversight on the other. And Solcast can't really fight that. In fact, he's going to get ulted out. He's going to go and try and fight them. It's just like, all right, you want to go? Well, I know you're not going to ult your teammate, so I'll just try and run into your face.
Definitely the case, and Magnum is coming in with important frags previously also, and Reykjavik proved how good of a clutch player he is, and this time it's just pure aim that he's flexing with. The man who was the hero previously most likely won't stand a chance. If Cryptix considers going down here, good luck, have fun, mate. But the guys off FNATIC are very eager to take you down. Plywood is not good cover.
Who knew? Who knew? Now, again, it's fallen into the same scenario as before. Try and hold down these exit positions and make things as costly as humanly possible. But yeah, that's got to be a frustrating round for Liquid in general. Like, to not spot the play. I do wonder, once the Tiger went past, maybe that's where Magnum actually jumps up, but there's a fairly risky swing. Link can't really reface this. He wants to make it as costly as possible, but realistically, he can't afford to just lose the gun for nothing, and that's exactly what will happen. They should still have the finance to invest. I would assume so, otherwise that play doesn't make a lot of sense.
The question I'm asking yourself is, at what point Liquid will take a little timeout, because you don't want to see your opponent running away with that, convincingly getting rounds again and again. And it's not in a way where I would say FNATIC are playing over-aggressive Valorant, where they surprise teams. I mean, it's basically they play the same baseline ever since. I wouldn't say that too much has changed over on this ascent so far in those 8 rounds we saw.
There's been a lot of default rounds. I think there's been a few slip-ups here and there, but ultimately the opposing side has done well to capitalize on it. Bladestorm popped for Scream, and the rest of the team are going to be able to comfortably lie. As I said, that push from Link wouldn't have made any sense if they didn't have the finances. In this spot, absolutely fine. Both players are going to miss their initial shots. And in fact, after showing on one side of the map, seems FNATIC want to try and take pressure elsewhere. Now, they've already spotted Yumpy's position, but in fact, he's just going to, from the shadows out of there, can take a huge amount of risks and then just fall back as if nothing happened.
And the question is, will they expect that? That's the next one. In the meantime, if they find a way to support Doma to get that orb, they'd still have the Seekers ready. The perfect tool to enter a site, basically.
Yeah, they've got a decent amount. Potentially going to try and use the From the Shadows to teleport to the back, but the fact is there's a pretty damn solid read, and Scream is playing so close that I assume this will just be a right-click knife and dash. He's in the perfect place to stop them here.
He's looking for it. There they come. He's whiffing it, and he's down to the pistol, isn't he? Yep, that's only the classic for him. Link is there to support to at least slow them down a little bit. Mystic comes in. The players are now swarming onto the side, and as Scream waits, they find one after another. It's for him for the classic. He wants more. He is hungry. And once more, it's no classic frags for you, Scream. Boaster can do the same. He knows how to use that mouse. But at the same time, the spike is on the ground. And perfectly done here by FNATIC. Chaos that descended over on the side of B, but they succeed at the end of the day.
I stand by the fact that had sort of this back and forth on Twitter, like, Mini is going to have the greatest health insurance in the universe, because the rounds that Fnatic are winning are so damn stressful. Like, they're coming down to the wire, seconds left on the clock each time, late executions that... there's an extra knife that connects, an extra pistol shot goes wrong and they lose it and run out of time. Like, you could see how desperate Liquid were to try and get back into that site, because they started planting at about 6-7 seconds. Like, you drop that and the round is over. So ridiculously close. Like, Mystic TPs to the back of the site. I'm surprised he actually sticks that in the end and doesn't just cancel it after his teammates are not yet through. But yeah, it comes down to the wire. But Fnatic get it through. Get themselves a 6th round on the attacking half, which really isn't bad for them whatsoever. Yeah. And you can tell how unusual it is to see the Bucky in play at the moment, considering how much it screws up the UI. Like, it is over the UI. That, like, even the look at the operator on the other side, fits perfectly. The Bucky, absolutely screwed.
True. I mean, I imagine at this point in time, it's just basically so unusual that they have to manually put a JPEG
No one noticed
or
it
PNG.
before.
Yeah, they have to manually, the poor video producer has to put a PNG in and sends the thing flying at the end. That would be great.
Should ask Fnatic if they've got one with, like, Boaster standing behind it, like, pointing or something.
I think there's probably a terabyte full of pictures of Boaster on the Fnatic cloud. And in the meantime, Dirk is moving in, and as those little Seekers lead the way, Cryptix is in there. Oh, nope. That is not a rand from Loafer coming towards us. No chance for the little Bucky.
Yeah, it's a gun I'm not expecting to get kills anymore. It
Nope.
kind of sucks. Been nerfed into the ground. At least, again, doing a little bit of damage here and there. Boaster now stepping up as an operator player, it seems. Not something I was expecting to say today. We've seen Angel do it in the past. Link is still making this very close. He has his ultimate, and he's used it on Yumpy.
But he still got the right kind of weapon for this. Look, I mean, this is the perfect one-tap weapon anyway. And they get closer and closer. Suddenly, they start to break through the defense. No way that this works. Link's coming by, but he can't make it work. It's the omen of Fnatic side that sent this man to hell. And Fnatic with the 7 finally look like they are really properly in the driver's seat for a map once in a while. Who could have guessed?
Yeah, it's still, like, you'll say in the driver's seat. I'd say that they're, like, clinging on in most of these rounds. Like, this never should have been anywhere near as close. And it's one of those maps that you watch, and, like, if you go on VLR or the Spike or run it back or whatever afterwards, and you're having a look and you're going, 7-3, Fnatic, easy. No, it's not been.
No.
It's been anything but. Well, there have been so many rounds that Liquid could have won. That, I don't think that was intended by Solcas. He did technically get information, but he was also blind.
That's an absolute downside, I would say. If you want to gain information, you're blind. This is really... It's usually not what you're looking for. In my opinion. I don't know. I'm not a professional.
I'm gonna go back for this. Man has no fear.
No.
But again, they're going to fall back. Now, Link has started to get a little bit more aggressive. He's having a decent game. Individually, for sure, he's been earning that ultimate a little bit sooner than opponents might have expected. The Seekers are also garner information that they're at least pressuring into mid, but it's still quite passive from the remaining players. Doma is also going to catch the aggression of Scream, and just before the stun comes through, Soulcast falls as well. Cryptix needs to pull something off here, but he's being sectioned off by the utility. But they have actually been denied at least for a second, and he does actually still have a cam.
Yeah, he does. At the same time, I have to say this was brilliant. You know, it's a classic default composition. You can't always highlight it, but at the same time, the way they take the control over CT is brilliant. Yumpy is not expecting what's happening towards middle, and therefore, Link and Cryptix carry their weapons home, put a blanket on him, put him to sleep, waking up next morning. Round number 8 should be on the board for Fnatic right here, if they don't even get those weapons stolen. The worst part for me at this point here, Tom, is the matter of fact...
I'll take it as a compliment.
I mean, calling someone Ryan, always big brain. Pretty much the Einstein of Valorant.
Attractive man. I would.
True. He even got more hair than you, you know?
That's the only downside. Like, if he had less hair, he'd be more attractive. He needs more shine. He needs to get some, like, boot polish and, like, rub it on the head.
Okay, listen. I mean, I was trying to make a valid point.
They got
because right
both.
now,
They got both.
They got both, and the thing is, take a look at the ult situation of Team Liquid. It's not like they have a life insurance, they already have signed, okay, we're gonna get round number 4. There's no rolling thunder, we have the neural theft, okay, nice and great, but other than that, I didn't witness anything that they could activate easily at this point.
Yeah, I think the other issue as well is, like, most of the time when we see repeat executions on Ascent, it's going to be on that A site. I think it's normally the site that teams find easier to take. I think the B side from Liquid has looked pretty weak in this map. Like, the Cryptics has been struggling a lot of the time to deny them. A lot of the time they've had to try and either play heavily aggressive or just go for a straight up retake. And most of their aggressive pushes have been shut down so far. I can think of maybe one where that spike was dropped in mid by Doma, and a lot of that revolved around Yumpy's operator. So I don't think they've had a counter to what has been this like mid-B split in most rounds. And sure, some of the retakes were close, but it's only really been retakes. Like, they've not had like a solid hold throughout the half thus far. Now, we're going to see the early clear of a lot of these corners. Magnum just making sure there's not going to be any aggression. Yumpy's actually just going to go straight out. The fact he gets a kill there is surprising. And the information he's managed to gather up is huge. But there is still going to be a lockdown put into place. And, well, they could survive at the back of the site. They could try and fight this one. And that's actually what they're going to do.
They very much do so, but look, no way! Mystic's actually not hitting that, and as the players are getting closer to that lockdown radius, they still have all that confidence. Dirk cannot easily enter the site, Boaster's on his own, and that 4th round seems to be granted. Boaster better get out of there. He still knows where Cryptics is. A flick to the right-hand side would work brilliantly, but it seems like they will swing simultaneously any second soon. Too much round, you cannot gain too much room, which they'll not let you have. As though those are decent darts. Okay. Finds one. Okay, we're getting there, but not fast enough.
Yeah, a lot of the time we see these executions involving the from the shadows. I think that's twice now that Mystic has just been owned both times he's attempted to do it. It's not been great. He's top of the board still, so it almost seems like the majority of his deaths have almost come from the shadows. I do question, maybe we should have seen like somebody in there with him. I think that's been the issue each time. We saw it on B as well, where he's in the back of the site, he's teleported in, and the rest of the team is still held back by somebody else. So I think either they need to delay it a little bit, or they just need to be a little bit quicker taking control. But 8-4, very solid half, especially considering that we were looking at a 4-3 at one point. Like, they managed to turn that into a fairly dominant half with some decent B takes. Now let's see if they can do it on the defense, because, well, we know that with Scream back on this jet, it's going to be a little bit tougher to stop him dashing into those sites.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the next Valoranting episode where Mitch is going to go 2 minutes straight ham on how Scream is finally not playing KO anymore. In the meantime, that thing doesn't matter. The setup over on the side of Ace.
So much damage.
Yep, that's a lot. Look, 1942, this is easy. This seems to be just a meat grinder right now, created by FNATIC. The players of Team Liquid might have conquered the site, but not much more than that.
Oh, Durka maybe questioning whether or not to break that trip, but after being spotted, he's actually going to go rotating all the way back. That's a perfect paranoia. One left completely blind, but they're still trading man for man at least. Somehow, Yumpy's brought it back into a winnable position. Cryptics with another. It's left all on to Big Daddy Durka, though, trying to turn the tide once again. It is down to the 1v1. Both players tagged up. The smoke almost used to try and bait him in. This has actually helped him out. He's just going to defuse it. He's just going to stick it all the way. Yumpy has almost just handed him the round. What?
Like, I was genuinely thinking, what was the thought process behind that? I mean, surely there was some
So my guess would be he knows he's up against a ghost and he knows exactly where his opponent is.
Right.
So realistically, if he peeks that angle, he probably dies. So he opts to put the smoke onto his opponent, expecting him to wide swing, and instead Durka does this. Which I will say, you've got to have the biggest balls in the universe to just sit in that with 40 HP and just stick it all the way. But you're up against Durka, and you should know that he does.
I mean, it was somewhat gifted that his opponent blocked his own vision on the spike. Let's put it that way. That's the only thing where we could probably argue for hours, but at the same time, not in the brain of the player. So I'm more than sure there was an astute thinking behind this. Well, a bit of a spot of bother Team Liquid got themselves in, and with such a round being basically pulverized, 10th, and the double digits seem to be on the road, easily being obtained by FNATIC, but never say never, as Justin Bieber told us.
You're a big fan, are you? That would be the least, out of all the things for you, that'd be the least surprising thing, I think, ever. Other than the fact if you were to say you like cars.
Dude, I hate cars. Bicycle
Knew it.
24/7.
Clip that. Someone clip that. Zesh hates cars. Anybody wondering? Zesh hates cars.
I really hate... Don't drive a car because I like it. Hate cars. But, well, talking about hating cars, seems like they might just fire on all cylinders to get on that side, but nope. Seems like there's some misfiring happening, leading only to Scream. With a sheriff in hand, sure.
You could say they've stalled.
They've stalled, absolutely. It seems like they might just keep on stalling there. Well, let's put it that way, Tom. They crashed, and I'm not quite sure into what, but they were pressing the throttle a little too hard, didn't find the brakes.
They went over the speed limit, and they've been caught by the camera.
You need to listen, right, Tom? There, in some parts of Germany, there is no speed limit. That doesn't work here, man.
Yeah, on the Autobahn.
Thank you very much for your best Killjoy impression there. I'm still mad at Riot for putting because no one in German speaks the way Killjoy does. Be sure, no one in Germany speaks the way Killjoy speaks. Just making sure.
Everyone in Germany speaks the way that Killjoy speaks. Thank you. Right,
no worries.
So back into the round, 10-4. We're going to see the purchase coming up for Team Liquid. They're last lease of life when it comes to this map, because 10-4 down is not looking like a pretty picture.
Nope.
What I will say is FNATIC actually don't have a lot online. The ultimate's not particularly close, and the weaponry is definitely weaker than they would have liked, but obviously this is their bonus round, and that's not gone amazingly well. Now, I wonder if Scream actually heard Magnum dropping into that corner. He's going to avoid the scan by going inside his own cloudburst. And actually, FNATIC are looking to get a little bit aggressive. They've been spotted, though. Just opting to escape. Live to fight another day.
Don't be just wait for anyone to push her on heaven. There. Doma does exactly that mistake, but oh, goodness gracious, with the mini operator, he just gets beheaded. FNATIC are waiting for Liquid to finally make a proper push, but it seems like they changed direction. The GPS tells them to go rather over short or mid. This is the question. Could still decide, and mid they go. But there was an alarm bot waiting for them, Tom, which is now leading into a fake. I was being pretty much bamboozled at that point myself. Over short they go. 20 more seconds to finally make a move.
This is a good fake.
This is a really good... Boaster's calling it, but Magnum knows. They know. They have realized, Tom.
Yeah, but in the meantime, deep control's been taken. Link already going to execute one on the side, but Durka might just do it! Only seconds left for them to grab the spike. I think he's just got it. Maybe within the last second, it's going to be incredibly close, and he will get it down. 0.2 to get that planted. But now it's left onto Boaster. A 1 versus 1, facing off against Scream. So many angles for Scream to try and check. Is he going to expect him? He will now. A chance to close this out, but 30 HP is all he has remaining. The dart even going to keep his position known. The shock dart could finish him, but he lands the headshot. It is Scream to keep them alive in their buy round. It's not one they'll be too happy about with how many players were lost, but it keeps them in the map.
Let's put it that way. Calm and collected. This is exactly the way Scream know. 1 HP, 30, 100, 150, it doesn't matter what the bar on the left-hand side says. The man is always on point. This, though, from Durka nearly made it possible. 10-5. And now, well, I welcome you back to the vibe we had over on Split. You remember that? Well, it wasn't 11-4 for FNATIC there, and it got closer than we ever needed it to see. Let's see if this door with the window of opportunity is starting to open.
Oh, this is both Jets playing a hyper-aggressive round. Magnum sneaks through the smoke. He knows any delay could give an opportunity for Durka. He has to try and dash up here, but Cryptix just snaps him out of the sky. Mystic, the only one remaining. And although there's so many low players on the other side, 1 versus 4? Surely not.
No, absolutely not. And is missing. They're waiting for anyone to just run into his claws, which would be beneficial considering to hurt Team Liquid economy a little further. Yeah, most likely won't happen. They'll escape where it's safe. We see Scream is holding the ground in front of B main, so bye-bye, boys. See you later. And Mystic... Yeah, for a second I thought he would consider ninjaing this, but no way.
Yeah, I think he would have been very lucky to get away with that, especially considering the exit of the B site is you're pretty close to where the spike goes off. They'd have to have for some reason run very far away or almost have been hunting him down. And considering the position that Liquid are in, no risks taken. A good fast take from them as well. I like the pace change, especially the fact that Durka basically runs all the way down mid and gets nothing for his troubles. And now we're starting to get into the realms of possibility for Team Liquid. And I think that FNATIC have realized this. They're going to take themselves a pause. Now, it's not going to be, or it's not likely to be much of an investment in this round, but you have to bear in mind that Mystic did save himself a gun. So they might want to try and balance out their economy a little bit. Durka also has enough that he could go for an operator if they wanted to try some sort of hero round. But when you're 10-4 in the lead, I'd personally be against it just because, although you could win it, I don't think it's worth the risk.
What is in there this time? Nothing. Well, usually this is what you would see in the average matchmaking Reyna into the head, if you would look there, but not with Omen, very honestly.
Oh, why have you've just Harry plays Reyna? You've just insulted
Harry,
him.
listen, Harry is one of the guys who I imagine that he does a proper
He's
job
nuts.
on Reyna.
Like, he's actually he just frags. Like, the man has just got unbelievable aim.
Good.
So.
That's good. But could you consider, you know, Nuki, hey, play Reyna any day. You know, Dirk can play Reyna any day.
Yeah, Nuki can kind of do whatever he wants, though. I think one thing we didn't really see very often, but when CNED played Reyna on Split, that was a special treat. It's not something you'll see very often. Again, though, it's just going to be hyper aggression coming out from Durka. All the way up mid, they're looking to try and split this through B. His spam isn't far away, but they don't expect Soulcast to be there. Mystic will at least trade one out, but that's absolutely fine for Cryptics, and he's just going to take the spike and get out of there. This fight is not worth it anymore.
Let's put it that way. This is what was a unique risk they were taking. Scream, as he gets bolstered, realizes very soon that FNATIC is only on 2 feet at this point. Magnum might just have the opportunity, but no chance at all. Leaves us down with Doma. Well, to be frank, it might be once more one of those comebacks we have witnessed over on Split. It would be a miracle if that is actually happening. As I say that, brilliant shot onto Scream, but that should be the end of the story.
Yeah, they haven't fully invested into this round, so there is an argument just to try and make this one as costly as possible, but I do think Mystic was a little bit low on cash because he obviously saved in the last round, so I think we were looking around 700 credits coming into this one, so an extra weapon saved could actually be a nice little bonus for FNATIC going forward. I imagine we're also going to witness the operator come out next round. Now, if for some reason you live under a rock and you haven't seen Durka's operator before, it might be one of the most enjoyable things in the entirety of Valorant. So this definitely could be the game-changing round for FNATIC, coming in with what I would call their first proper fall buy. But at the same time, I do agree. Like, Liquid are now back in contention for the map.
They are. And this is a thing, unfortunately, where we don't know too much about at this point, but the factor called nerfs, calmness, focus, such things. I would be very intrigued to know more about that, but obviously something we, for example, had with Masters where we could hear a few of the comms was very interesting to see, because there was also this pattern, I think, with Team Liquid back then where they seemed really nervous from time to time. You might remember that one round on Ascent versus V1 where they nearly had the game. That was one of the rounds where I thought this was absolutely breaking them apart. And I think Team Liquid, they seem to grow ever since. And that is the interesting part. How far can they grow? Can they even extend to once more make it to the Masters? We all expect that.
Yeah, I think we were expecting both the teams to at least have the opportunity to fight for it. But you know what? They didn't make it through Challengers 1, and Giants then had other ideas, Challengers 2. So one of them has to go. One of them won't make it through to EMEA, and one of them definitely won't make it through to Masters. Now, Soulcast is already taking an awful lot of control, but again, this is just a ruse. He's going to use his Seekers to at least give them an extra little bit of information. Actually, looks to try and go through Spawn. They've also thrown in the Rolling Thunder, which will clear out the site at least for now, but it seemed like FNATIC were ready for both of these ults. They have dodged both.
Soulcast just waiting. Right timing here onto Dirk. The spike, obviously on the A side. We usually see them getting there around when 45 or 50 seconds have passed, so pretty much on average here. And now Liquid, it's all men equalized again. Same amount of soldiers on the battlefield, and all with the same motivation. Fnatic could get themselves to number 11, get closer to the well and so important needed victory, but now they chime in. First player goes in, yep, he goes through, he doesn't feel it, but he's suddenly out of bullets. How does he get away with that reload? Magnum is chiming in, there's still an operator in the form of Yumpy, and they just might all run into that meat grinder. But Cryptic knows he gotta do something about it. He's gonna stick it, and Doma's gonna bring it home. Goodness gracious, it seemed close, but all under control at the end of the day. Boaster might be a little stressed, but it's all looking like we get map number 5 for ourselves.
Yeah, there was so much in that. Like, firstly, you had the push from Magnum. That was just a timing-based peak. He goes through just before the aftershock, and I think they'd also utilized the paranoia, so they didn't want that ability to go to waste, so he just takes the initiative, and it's a risky play. I think also the reason he survives, by the way, is because he gets flashed by Doma, but the same flash actually blinds his opponent. So neither of them could see as they were taking that fight, and it allows him to last a little bit longer. And Doma, well, 3 kills on that retake. Might have just given them what they need to get that map over the line. Now, it is still going to be an investment, don't get me wrong. And Durka, he's got his operator once again, roaming the map. Such an aggressive stance from him. They're waiting for him. No, what is that flick?
No way. No way.
You can't even see his crosshair meet his opponent, but he still manages to find the kill.
This is usually an operator kill he doesn't make. He doesn't go that far necessarily. He goes far, but that far, a bit of an unusual stance, but I love to see it. This is giving them a slight advantage. 11-7 can turn into match point any second soon.
Oh no, the counter paranoia. They've all been scanned. Every single player has just been spotted, and that gives Doma almost the initiative to try and make a bit of a play back into the A site. They wanted to try and turn the tide, even things up a little bit before getting the spike down, but for Liquid, it has to now be done in the after plants. Utility not going to be in the greatest spots, and the reason they wanted to reclaim tree is because they spotted the lockdown. They knew that this would eventually be put into place, and without tree control, they now have to leave the site. This gives all the space back over to Fnatic, and Liquid have to try and fight back in. Magnum already looking to shut them down. Scream onto just 10 HP, and they're running for the hills. They're leaving this one. It's going to be 12 for Fnatic.
This is what they were looking for, and you see right there the Killjoy ult. The lookdown is hitting them like a tidal wave breaking on the shore. Brilliant stuff that's coming in from the Fnatic side of things. I just wanted to say, how much ults will they save? How easy do they feel taking that round back home? And the thing is now, no matter what the score tells you right now about Boaster, the guy having an impact, nevertheless being the IGL, I think I don't really need to emphasize on that. Nevertheless, look what he picked up. It's a Hunter's Fury now. That could be maybe a free kill, maybe them holding up, maybe an after plan, quite much saved. We're gonna find out.
Oh, they're trying to counter Durka. They've at least forced him back off the angle. It will give them at least a little bit of control. Now, that's actually the spike. So, Yumbi needs to be a little bit careful. Soulcast is actually going to go down into mid as well. So, this split thus far has gone incredibly badly. Losing the first player, it's also being watched. Durka now knows that there's one out and in the corner, but he's going to get forced into a pretty awkward position. Just about manages to survive. There comes through the Hunter's Fury to give them another advantage. Scream and Cryptics to keep them in the map.
The chances are most definitely limited. At this point in time, Scream and Cryptics are those who have to turn this one around.
Spike.
And yeah, I mean, it's pretty much here on a silver platter. Really, it's the worst you could ask for, by far. And sealed, sent, and delivered to the side of Fnatic. This game should be done and dusted. And, well, it seems like we had on Breestorm. If Scream is not going to show us a masterclass that you will never witness again...
He's going to die to the turret if he doesn't destroy it. And he even gets wallbanged at the end. That's a really solid map coming out from Fnatic. It was one where, again, in some of the earlier stages, it was a back and forth, but a really solid attacking side. I think they started to put pressure on that B site in particular, and then it just came down to closing things out. And a couple of rounds here and there, some really solid retakes as well. I think Paranoia has been proven again to be such a powerful ability in those sort of moments, especially on the A site. And yeah, It's what we wanted. We're heading to Breeze, a map that both teams have had their moments on, but definitely not looked as confident as on the other map. So, if anything, it might be the perfect place to finish this.
Absolutely. It's going to be a blast seeing that we're heading over to the island and have a little bit of a vacation, whilst at the same time, there's a war going out there. The funny thing is, though, what I really enjoy to see right here is that absolute aggressiveness Fnatic can deliver, because the thing is, Dirk, for example, you saw him from time to time really taking and expanding the room they have, really poking holes into the defense of Liquid. This is something I want to see on Breeze again. It's a different battlefield, it's much more open, it's just basically different. There's nothing else to say that it's different. What is right now a vanilla Valorant map, Breeze is a different kind and a different breed. And this means that we're heading into a little break. And before you guys get your towels and sunscreen, we're going to be right back to bring you into our final map of this night. Who's going to advance and who's going to be eliminated? It will be either Fnatic or Liquid. We're going to give you that action in just a second.
Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
Welcome back to the VCT main event, where Fnatic have brought this back once again at Challengers. I'm Yingsu, and I'm joined on the desk by the wonderful Ryan and Jess. Guys, this is going to go to all 5 maps. You know, Yassine, he was sure it was going to be a 3-0 or a 3-1. But Jess, this is what we spoke about, the resilience of Fnatic. They don't just lay down and die when there still is a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, let's be fair. There's always been a chance from the very beginning when they were winning each other's map picks, we were going back and forth. It started to add that spice on top we really wanted in this series, and there is nothing better to what I'm calling like the pseudo final. I know there's a final tomorrow, but this one is the big final in my mind, because this is where we get the spot to move on forward. And what better way to do it in a fashion of going all the distance to the very last map. I feel for FNATIC because I'm not sure how that last map will go with Breeze, but I am very happy that they've fought their way all that way.
I think as well, we started to see those kind of names for FNATIC show up when needed. I do think there was just a tighter game overall. I think that FNATIC seemed to really dictate the pace more than anything. Doma again on the sky was very impactful. Yampy, I don't necessarily want to pick up on that moment where in the pistol where he smokes it off and just tries to stop Durka defusing. I understand it, he's like 17 HP and stuff, but there were a lot of moments where I think he was rushing to try and get the first pick and get started, certainly with the operator, but there was no communication. It was that round where we saw the Trailblazer going down A main from Soulcast. It doesn't get Magnum, who's boosted up on the high ground. Yampy peeks it, doesn't check it. Magnum gets an easy kill against the op. It's those kind of moments of FNATIC were a lot more disciplined, and considering we're late in this series now, that is the tightest that FNATIC look. They don't look tired, whereas Team Liquid, I think, we're a little bit urgent to try and finish this series out.
And I'm glad you brought up Magnum as well. I mean, he ended up being the MVP, if I caught that correctly, but let's not put any sort of down on the fact that he only had 13 kills, and of course Doma had the 18. He had a +8 on his KD, and he still couldn't overtake the impact that Magnum had on that map on the Killjoy. So I think it's just, when we're talking about a team being tight, being really well rounded and holistically performing well on both of their halves, that comes down to some of those supportive players like Magnum, who are outdoing one of the top fraggers in your team just on pure impact alone. That's a tight team. That's a team that is playing together well. And I know, Yinsu, you said that they just look like they've learnt their lesson from the last time they played this map, and good on them. That's what you want.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like, Ryan, they've learned their lesson even from Split, right? Because this time around, Liquid picking up some momentum on the attack side. FNATIC took that pause and they didn't let Liquid get back into the game. And that does seem like quite an important difference.
Yeah, certainly. Like I said, that FNATIC really needed to start off on the right foot, attacking first against Liquid's defense, but Liquid's defense didn't look comfortable. It was just, I think the main thing to sort of highlight is for players like Durka, for Scream, it was a lot of first kills, but also the same amount of first deaths. I think Magnum was 3-0 when it came to first kills. Like, he wasn't going over egregiously, punishing, trying to take fights like Scream in the first pistol, where he just bombs it down mid on the defense. It's a lot more patient. You see, like, Dimasic and Poro playing super aggro on the Cypher and the Killjoy whenever necessary. But Magnum, you just know that he's going to be playing incredibly neutral, and the fact that he was punishing Team Liquid suggests to me more that Team Liquid were pushing into him and he just wasn't losing those fights.
Well, we are going to take a short break now, and when I say this, everyone at home, I mean it. Do not go anywhere. You do not want to miss a second of what is coming up, because after the break, we're going to bring you guys perhaps the most important decider of VCT history.
Count that big bang.
promised, we are back, and it's time for me, Ryan, and Jess to talk about this decider. I mean, Ryan, the importance of this map really cannot be understated.
Yeah, again, as a reminder, if you're coming into this, whoever wins goes to be the final 6th team from Europe to make it to the EMEA playoffs, in which those teams would qualify for a spot in Berlin. Whoever doesn't get this, they get 0 points on the board for stage 3, and they kind of lose good positioning in the leaderboard. But yeah, this is a must-win for either team. Whoever wins it pretty much puts one foot in the door for champions
Important as well, not just for that, but I think we've all, and we don't want to put it down on it because it's not done just yet, but we've all spoken about what happens to certain players' careers, what happens having months and months until you have, you know, the next sort of official games to go into. That is a big storyline people try and stray away from, but it's one that you kind of have to talk about. It's the elephant in the room that occurs as a result. Roster changes, of course, can occur, and those are all the things that you don't want to stare down the barrel of, especially if you're a team that's not doing too badly. Let's not forget, this is, you know, one of the finals. It's not like you're one of the teams that got knocked out before getting here. So you're a good team, but hate to think that some of these players might be staring down the barrel of having to go to other teams or do other things. So that is how big of the stakes it are. It's not just trying to get to the playoffs for Berlin, but it is also trying to keep yourself in good stead here in Valorant.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants that off-season. I don't think any player in Europe wants that break from now until Berlin, and also to champions as well. And it all comes down to Breeze. It's almost poetic, Jess. You know, the latest map we released, the one that we haven't seen too much compared to the other ones.
It'll be poetic for the Liquid fans. I'm going to throw a little prediction out here, and I said this from the beginning, so I'm not going to stray away from it. I'm not going to, you know, flip-flop on my decision. I said Breeze is one of Liquid's best maps at the moment. I feel really confident in saying that. The only thing I will ask is whether or not the stamina is really flowing for Liquid at the moment, but I still stand firm that Liquid on Breeze should do really well. I'm not going to say it's going to be a blowout, but I do expect them to do quite well.
Yeah, to give context on the win-losses, for stage 3 at least, Liquid have won it 4 times, lost once. That one is important. FNATIC won it twice, lost it once. The reason why I mentioned Team Liquid's lost is because it was to FNATIC 13-11 in that sort of stage 3 week 1 like quarterfinal game. And the only time that FNATIC lost it was to Wave, and Wave had a normally good kind of Breeze map. They were exceptional at it. So there's been plenty of time for both of these teams to adjust to it, but we said it like in the first desk that I think we did for stage 3, Yinsu, that this map was going to be important for situations like this. You need to be good at it, even if you don't typically play it, because it might be the last map in the best of 5 that decides whether you're going further on into the VCT or not.
I mean, Ryan, it might even be the last map we see one of these teams play for a long, long time, which sounds really, really crazy when we're talking about Team Liquid or FNATIC. But just honing in on what they've been doing on this map, you know, we do have to look at the team compositions as well, because Ryan, for FNATIC, we don't have that much data to work on.
No, and the data that we do have is kind of flimsy in regards to who plays what. For example, we see Durka sometimes plays Sova, he sometimes plays Jet. Boaster sometimes plays Sova, sometimes plays Astra. It could, again, just be a big change-up in how they want to approach stuff. For Team Liquid, I think they have a bit of an advantage here just because the kind of composition they've been running. Link on the Brimstone, played it earlier on Bind, was great. Cryptix is playing on the Viper. It's kind of what you would expect overall. Sorry, Link is on the Cypher, but Cryptix is still on the Viper. Yampi on the Sova, I think he had a bit of a mare on Ascent, not just because of that pistol play. I think there was a lot of rounds that he tried to really shut the door on this series a bit too early and got punished for it. This is, you have to let Breeze breathe. You have to really exploit the size of the map. If you try and gun-ho down mids, down A cave, down B main, FNATIC will punish you for it. So you need to sort of reset that mental, take it patiently, and exploit the map for all it's worth.
Mind you, I'm going to stand up for my man Yampi. And the reason I'm going to is that, especially on defense, he has some of the highest KD on the team on Breeze. So I'm throwing my hands up there and saying, all right, there's been some players who might not, you know, necessarily been stepping up for their team and everything. But on this map, maybe there's a bit of comfortability, maybe there's a bit of foundation to work off of here. And also the fact that, I mean, Breeze, I'm wondering, and I don't know, do you guys know who's starting on attack on this map? Because, I mean, Team Liquid is an attacking-sided team on this map.
I can give you that information right now. Liquid are starting on defense.
Ooh, okay. So the game won't, in my mind, really kick off until the second half. So that's where I'm, you know, sort of leaning. And as the thunder is raining around me right now, it's agreeing with me. That's what I'm going to assume it's going to be doing. Because second half, don't put too much of your eggs in one basket looking at the first half, however way it swings. I think the second half will be where it really goes strong.
I heard the thunder. It's coming. It's coming. It's setting the scene. But one of the last predictions we're going to do, Ryan, I'm going to get you to do yours quickly now. Team Liquid or Fnatic, who's taking it?
That's a tough one, Buff. It's, again, a 50-50 map between the two teams. I do think the Fnatic, they're really good in these scenarios. I know the Boaster's probably shouting at Doma till he cries, so I'm going to say Fnatic.
Oh, let's hope not. Let's hope not, Doma. 18 years old now.
In a good way, not just shouting at him.
He's a man now. He's a man now. But we are going to head into Agent Select now. Jess, you'll be happy to know that we won't have to do the KO talk here. Because we're not expecting it here unless, Team Liquid kind of throws a spanner in the works. But I think what's interesting here is that Durka, he doesn't play the Jet here, Jess. Are you a fan of that, given how Jet is almost a must pick here, it feels like?
I feel like it is a bit of a must pick, especially when you have a map that has a lot of area to cover and you need to be able to move quite quickly. I don't necessarily think it's the worst choice in the world, but also the fact that if he's going to play the Sova, I'm like, yeah, actually, you do need a Sova on Breeze. So if the point of him not playing Jet is because they really want to take the Sova, then okay, that's an okay coin toss to make. But at the same time, like, if you don't want that, then why not get rid of maybe the Killjoy and then swap things around? But then a lot of people are changing agents. What a difficult one to make, especially when you know you need a Sova and one of the players has to play it, then you would have to move too many other compositional areas. That's a tricky one to ask, but I think that's okay because the Sova is so important.
Big thing for Fnatic, no duelists. It's all pretty much utility. They have the Viper, they have the Killjoy, Sky, Sova, Astra. It's the only kind of comp that you'd expect from Fnatic, and Scream is going to finish up on the Jet, so he could be the difference, of course, just being a sole duelist in this map.
Well,
but Fnatic, they have some plans.
They must do. Well, I can see that you guys are excited because I am super excited as well. And I'm sure Zesht and Tom, our casters, are also just as excited because the winner of Breeze will be heading to the EMEA playoffs and the loser will be out of Challengers and Masters Berlin.
Thank you very much for that one, Yinzun. It's time to bring El Clasico to an end. It's the last set, it's the last section, it's the last map, and it's the last fireworks of exceptional Valorant. On my side is nobody else than the outstanding Thomas, of course, till tomorrow. I mean, come on, man. we have to set this up. It's hypothetically the duel of the giants. Right, it is a big deal because this is both parties that have made it to Reykjavik, who have made it to the island called Iceland, that were so exceptional throughout the process of this great Masters tournament, and now one of them has to be kicked out. I think nobody really expected that. Sure, Giants is a decent team. A lot of people saw Giants getting far. Did anyone saw Giants getting this far? No, nobody did. And now we're here. We have to say bye-bye to either Fnatic or Liquid. Who's it gonna be? This is the question we'll answer for you.
Yeah, and it's an impossible one to answer at that. But it looks like we're going to be getting off to a very quick start. Already seeing the Viper utility in tandem with the Tigers on either side, spotting some info. Now, in the meantime, there's been a bit of a push around into middle. A lot of space already garnered for Fnatic, but, well, Scream, I was going to say, he's a little bit out of dash range at this point. He's got to make sure that he does fall back, but it's a bait for Yumpy. He'll only find himself one, and now the remaining players rotate through, but Soulcast and Scream have both found kills.
They might have both found kills, but this doesn't necessarily mean that this is already done. Doma finds Scream, who's awkwardly not hitting his shot. Soulcast goes through, but
Oh no!
He just goes past him, and it was just trying to flick on it. Soulcast is whiffing. Suddenly, this is all in contention for Fnatic. Doma starting with an ace, and he brings it home for Fnatic. No way. And what did Ryan say? He's gonna Scream, gonna have a good night. There you go, Doma. Sweet dreams to everyone on Liquid.
Wow. Well, yeah, he was saying that maybe Boaster has had a few words with him before the match, tried to get him a little bit more pumped up, but this is just ridiculous. I think he saved multiple teammates in this round through them trying to go into an angle, ending up blind, and then Doma just hits every single headshot. It is the final map, and those pistol rounds are going to be so crucial to get off to a strong start, and Doma has just given that over to Fnatic.
Honestly, Tom, this pistol round is once more a perfect explanation of how this game has been looking like. Tight, close, impossible. How do you do that? What in God's name happened? This has been this best of 5. And as Soulcast moves through, it is a sick flash. Can only find one. It's still decent stuff. And now Yumpy is just awaiting his teammates to help him there. They all are in front of the gates of A.
If they can delay, Link can do so much in this round. Now, there is going to be the turret watching, which might make things a little bit more difficult. The Gravity were looking to pull them in from behind. They haven't checked the angle properly. It's a double take, and it's making things costly at least.
The HP, Tom. The HP might become a problem. Boaster's only on 46. Yumpy knows that those players are just a few body shots away, but he only got 4 bullets in that magazine. Link, in the meanwhile, he was creeping up on them the entire time, but Dirk got the clue and the idea. Nobody where Link you could be found. Easily done, though, in the end. I mean, the thing is, right, Tom, I just want to give you that thought in your head. The last time both of them met on this map, it ended with a 13-11. And ended with a 13-11 where Scream lost a 1 versus 3 clutch. So, what are we expecting here? I don't even need to go further here.
Yeah, of course. It's expected to be a close map, but both of the teams will have come back, worked on the issues that they had previously, tried to adapt to counter their opposition. And it's always tougher to play that same matchup and win it twice in a row. As said, though, Fnatic, they got off to a flying start. Now, they've lost a fair few players here and there, so they're actually going to have some rifles coming into this round, both Mystic and Doma. Of course, Doma having a fair bit of extra cash after what was a very impressive first round. They're also taking an awful lot of control. And there isn't a whole lot of information being garnered. They're going to try and aggress. Magnum's just waiting. He shouldn't get away with more than 1 hit, but he does! 2 headshots off the back of the Spectre. Well, more than 2, I'd say, with how much damage that gun actually does. And now they pulled a rotation away. There was 1 defender of this B site to begin with. Well, now he's the defender of defenders spawn.
True. In the meantime, his Link starts good. Only one he gets, and he can't protect that B-bomb spot that easily. Team Liquid, Jesus Christ, that is taking a toll at one point. Getting devoured right here for the moment, and the 3-0 off Fnatic seems inevitable. There's no way around it. I think Scream and Soulcast are talented players, but it would be somewhat of an insane sensation if they turn this one around. They still look for frags, but nobody of Fnatic is showing. Why would they, is the question.
I'm surprised Scream is even still here. Like, if he was close to a Blade Storm, like, okay, get a couple of kills and maybe you get it online. But they're just trying to make this one costly. But with the fact that they're not going to be coming in with much for the next round anyway, that trade's absolutely fine for Fnatic. This was their bonus round. Like, they're coming out with 3 weapons and they're going to be rifles, which is more than they started with. So I don't think they're going to mind this too much at all. And well, Scream leaves with at least an extra kill, but realistically, this 3-0 start for Fnatic is a worry.
Yeah. Or to say it in the words of Warren Buffett, stonks. Brilliant stuff from Fnatic. I mean, those kills from Magnum, brilliant. The rapid fire and at the same time the control he can get with this tiny weapon, astonishing.
Means that this next round might see a slight battle for orb control. Soulcast getting the Seekers here could be a pretty big deal, but you have to bear in mind that Fnatic can see exactly what we can see. They know that they're very close to getting some of these ultimates, and sure, a bullet to the head would do exactly the same job, but they are waiting for anybody to challenge for this. Now, instead, we're actually going to go pushing around in towards spawn. It definitely has its risks about it, especially with Mystic just millimeters away from stepping back into an opponent. Oh, that's not pretty from Scream, but he'll get away with it. And now can look to try and escape. The problem is his route past is cut off, and Mystic will decapitate him.
Not a very Scream-esque situation. Usually this ends up in the start of a drum and bass playlist, and then the frag movie starts.
I've seen the player in mid as well.
Yep.
They know where 2 of the players are. Like, this almost guarantees that the site is clear, and the power of this Astra is that Boaster can put utility down from anywhere on the map. So it's so easy for him to just play this lurk role. He can set up his teammates while also catching off rotations, and in this case, he's opened up B.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm a big fan.
No shot he won that.
Yeah, of course he saw it. I mean, come on, it's Yumpy. Tom, please, you know better than that. If there's anything that seems impossible, let Yumpy try.
See, now I'm starting to question even more why he put that smoke onto the spike, because if he can do that with a classic versus a rifle when his opponent has full shields, he should have bet on himself to hit the headshot previously. Cryptix is giving a go of this, though. Only 2 players remaining. He's going to have to make a play through, which also
hold
makes
on.
him vulnerable.
Still
He's
gonna
actually
try.
managed to get onto the site. There's no way he wins this. Like,
No,
they're
there
both
shouldn't be.
currently surrounding him in this angle.
You said
Well,
it.
the time's gone, but he might be able to just remove every single weapon. A nice attempt. It's a costly round for sure. And actually,
Totally.
Boaster's going to go down. That's a big win. They don't actually take the round, but considering the investment, they'll take that all day long.
And not only that, they also got 3 of their most powerful ults activated as well. So this puts them in a quite decent spot if you ask me. Take a look at that again. Come on, I mean, this is Durka, by the way. It's not a random matchmaking game. This is Durka, by the way. Just putting that how calm he can stay with a classic in such a duel. Mad
But
props.
nothing to lose, I guess.
And true. I mean, sure, but still. Come on. I mean, still, Tom. Come on. It's a classic. What is this? 30 meters? Or 6 foot, whatever that is.
I don't think 6 foot and 30 meters are the same length. Like that
20
will be...
inch. 1 yard.
These are all very different measurements, which you are currently saying. Now, Scream, again, like he's in a position to open up rounds. He even catches players off guard with his timing. He's just not connecting the shots, which...
No.
It's not needed to be highlighted to the viewers. I think they'll know this, but it's not something we see very often from Scream. And in the final map of a best of 5 that will eliminate them from the tournament, that's a pretty big deal. Now we're going to see the Seekers expended from Soulcast. He'll have information as to where they are, and that's a little bit more like it. Mystic gone with a single tap. He spots Doma as well, who will live to tell the tale at least. They're also going to deny that, and Link's caught another player trying to lurk through mid. Time's starting to tick away, and Fnatic don't have much in this round at all.
Well, suddenly they're only down to 2 even. And as we start off with a very awkward fight between Boaster as well as Scream, things most likely only come down to the 2 lads we're seeing here. A very happily smiling Magnum and Ice Cold Finn. But obviously, this is not the joke where you start someone walking at the bar. It's just 2 guys who try to save their rifles. Because, as we noticed, that previous round was damn costly. If they brought through the majority, I think it wouldn't necessarily look like that right now.
Yeah, of course. If they didn't lose those remaining weapons, I think we see them go for this and try and do damage onto Liquid's economy. But this is as good as it gets for Liquid.
Yeah.
They had a slow start to the game. They now win a round flawlessly. Don't lose any weaponry, so they'll have a bit of an extra buffer when it comes to the finances on their side of things. They also, well, the only ultimate orbs they give up to their opponents are based off shooting them in the face, which I think is a acceptable amount to give up. The only worry, though, is the fact that, okay, their ults are close, but we nearly have all 5 on for Fnatic right now. And especially when you get into the cases of Hunter's Fury, very good for clearing out some of those closer angles. And then the afterplants possible using the Viper's Pit. Those are 2 ults that you really don't want coming online at the same time.
Just holding the holes for the second. Yampi is getting his dart out immediately, and suddenly... Who was even pre-aiming that? Why am I not surprised? Brilliant stuff. And so, the A side seems to be the one that they're going for, at least for the moment. Passive mid control coming in from Doma. Other than that, A is an intriguing position, isn't it?
Didn't actually see the player in the corner. He actually almost killed Magnum there, aiming for his opponent, or aiming for his teammate even. Now, Scream has managed to already find the opener onto Magnum. This is starting to become a little bit worrying because there's already 3 players looking to try and defend this A site. B with a lone defender. And 45 seconds for Fnatic to actually get something done here. I think they're almost going to need some sort of hero play. And I don't know if they'll expect Soulcast to be this close.
I would be surprised if they wouldn't. At the same time, it doesn't work. And here they want to sell the fake. Doma
30 seconds left.
is showing them, guys, we're going A. Please, can you hold A? Thank you very much. In the meantime, hold on. Boaster looked like it would absolutely be on route on B. They double fake this, don't they? They double fake it.
This looks like they're saving again.
Yeah,
but, okay. Does Boaster actually have a gun to save, though? Like that's the thing. They're looking to hold on to weaponry here, but Boaster, sure, the shields, I guess, is at least something, but I'm surprised that they're not actually going to try and do some extra damage or at least find an extra weapon, because I don't think I've ever seen anyone save a frenzy. Like, ever. Like, I don't see the point.
In the meantime, I'm going to use a second to obviously thank the exceptional, outstanding, salient, insert word here, Sapphire, for a great observing throughout this best of 5. Obviously, I don't feel like we've missed something, but with Sapphire on the cam, I don't think you can even miss something.
It's been weird so far from Fnatic. I want to see them go for more of an all-in take, especially with saving what they can to get something back into this next round. I think they've got the ultimates, as said, to make this one very competitive. But look at the aggression. I'm liking this from Liquid. They're not allowing any space for Fnatic to set up these executions. Again, we're going to see them now going a little bit faster. And this is where the Hunter's Fury becomes valuable, but it's not really done too much in terms of clearing out the site. Both players still here, but Doma goes pushing through. Mystic dies to the snake bite. Oh, no, it's Cryptic, sorry, but oh dear.
It's still awkward. I'd still sign that this is awkward. The Fnatic are touring around with the players who are on the B side. It's still a Viper's Pit that being put to use. Scream considers if he pushes through. Yes, easily he does. Seemed nearly reckless, and that Tasmanian Tigers seem to find out what has happened. The wall is gonna collapse any second soon. Great information they tried to gain. That dart will not get anything. Still, they need to save Mystic. He's not allowed to die. And as I say that, Boaster and Doma chime in, easily finding the frags, sensing where those players are coming from, and pulverizing them. That's going to be the 5th, and I don't have any doubts that Fnatic could run a bit further with that. The next part, though, is obviously, Tom, how's it economically looking like for the Team Liquid side of things?
Oh, it's going to be as good as it gets. They had a flawless round, and then they had a round where Fnatic basically saved after losing a few picks. So, yeah, financially, Liquid should be booming, like buying back in with operators, whatever they like for this next round. I do question if they might change things up a little bit when it comes to either their mid control over this round, because I think that's where the majority have been lost. Like, we've seen them get aggressive and lose a duel or two. Or in this round, they almost left it open, and Fnatic have finally been able to capitalize on it. Like, considering that was the opener for them, they do very well to not only force players out of position with the Hunter's Fury, but then they just had like the utility placed at the back of the site, so there was nowhere for them realistically to hide. And I think that's something that a lot of teams almost don't do enough. I want to see pressure being put on that B site. Instead, though, it's looking like we might go back to more of a classic execution when it comes to A.
Well, this is the absolute default we see. Always a player being put towards mid and the rest is pushing A. And as I say that, Yampi is pushing very aggressively and seems to make it work on one of them. Cryptix is still close to the pyramids and is going to find one together with Scream. Those kills are working decently. Magnum, hold on, that's awkward, but he knows where the pyramids player is. Come on, Magnum, this is not what we know, but it's still not going according to plan. A very quick round that ends in favor of Liquid. Just a few individual whiffs that pretty much cost that here.
Yeah, I will say Liquid also had a very good read on the scenario.
Sure.
As said, I would have liked to see more pressure being put on that B site, as I don't think it's been truly tested too much thus far by Fnatic. And I'm not sure how strong that hold realistically is going to be. Instead, they try and switch it up, and there's 4 players there, ready and waiting for Liquid. Also, yeah, I think the whiff from Magnum definitely didn't help. Like, that player was blind for a good few seconds, a god flash coming out from Doma. And, yeah, they're not going to get the round on it. Now, again, we're going to see the same aggressive play. This is an attempt to try and read that maybe there might not be as many players there as before. And, well, for Scream, this hasn't gone great. Normally, when you go in for the Bladestorm, you don't bring an extra gun with you. That's exactly what he's done, and now he's left on a classic for the round.
Yeah. This game doesn't seem to be really working for him.
This is a fake.
And, hold on. Taint player. Is that Scream as well? Scream got the Taint now in this one. It's really not his game. It doesn't feel like he's 100% in it at the moment. And the Sposter tries to fake Link. Does he get the kill? Nope. Instantly beheaded. He's gonna hold the sights. Definitely a player we saw previously on Bind, for example, having massive impact. And the players are coming in left, right, and center. But nope, Doma's gonna find him. The tripwire is not going according to plan. Magnum's flank is putting a lot of pressure on Liquid this second.
This is the one player as well that Scream realistically could kill with that classic.
True.
Soulcast, this kill's needed. He's not going to get it. Now this becomes an impossible scenario. Scream, he's finally found himself a gun, the dash in, not enough time to pull the weapon back out, and Magnum is there eventually to close it. Good fake from Fnatic. Like, again, this is something we do see quite often trying to use that lockdown to force players out, and especially using it on the A site. It's one of those things where you're never going to clear out the whole site anyway, so it's not that surprising that they didn't go in on an execution for that. But it does sort of pinpoint what I was expecting from Fnatic when it came to pressuring B, because they have had a reliance on that position being held by a single player. Like, that's been their go-to. Like, okay, either it's been Cryptics or it's been Link, and one of them has had to do the job. And in most cases, well, it's in that case at least, it was a one and done.
Magnus backing off, put a bit of pressure on screen, but he's holding the midsection. You asked for it to change something up in middle, but Boaster's gonna be quick. The squad is entering B side swiftly. Do they even ignore Yampi? They do. And suddenly, he's coming out. That operator is eliminated from the game. And as they devour one after another, look how swift they attack the B site. I mean, this was pretty flawless by the book.
Spike planted.
Yeah, it's looking a bit weak. It has to be said. Like, the B site thus far has definitely been the more vulnerable of the two. It's not something that's been overly pressured up until the last couple of rounds, but well, I said it, the second they took it the first time, I'm not surprised to see Fnatic just double down and continue to push in that direction, because so far the holds have not been enough to deny their initial takes. And well, this time they even gambled. 3 players around that area, they don't get a single kill, so it's starting to look a little bit shaky for Liquid when it comes to their defensive side. Now, I know Jess was saying that she has a lot of faith when it comes to the Liquid attack, and that the second half is where you should be focusing if you're a Liquid fan, which I know there's a hell of a lot of you out there. But at the same time, they have to give themselves enough room that if they were to lose the pistol, they would have a way back into this map. And at the moment, it's not looking like that's the case.
Doma, by the way, having a fantastic game, which is not only measured by his kills for me. Surely had the ace in the beginning, that was the perfect start, but also the impact he has with the flashes. You mentioned it earlier. It's brilliant. Exactly the kind of player you need. And I'm so thankful to see guys like Doma who are, you know, the guy's individually skilled. I mean, we don't really need to talk about it for that long. But he's taken that somewhat of a support, and as Sky is now in 3.0, not only support, that's somewhat of a support role. It's just lovely to see. In total, no duelist is, I think, something that fits to this map and to Fnatic in general.
Yeah, Doma's one of those players that we put in a bracket of like a flex player. Like, I genuinely think that you go through, even over the last 2 months, like the agency's played, you've got your classic, like your Raze, your Phoenix, but then you've got Brimstone in there as well. You've got Sky and you've got Sage. Like, he has adapted his role to fit Durka into this team. And as said, like this guy's 18 years old. He turned 18 just a day or so ago. So this is someone who is showing characteristics of like a hugely experienced player with a lot of depth to their comp, when realistically he's so young that it's almost just incredibly impressive. And you can definitely put Durka within a similar bracket. Like, this Fnatic team is one for the future. It's almost weird to think that Mystic seems like it's almost like an older, experienced player, when realistically he's only 19.
True. No, I'm absolutely with you. I mean, considering why Fnatic brought in the guys of Magnum and Durka, well, we can talk about that in a more chilled second. In the meantime, it seems to be coming all down to the push again over on the side of B, but in the meantime, Yampi's taking a lot of control towards Halls, and Boaster, he can only work with 2 other soldiers on his side.
He's dominated the tube. Now you can understand why Dome is starting to take these pigs. He's been winning the majority of them. That kill was a big one, though. That not only gives the information of where the remaining players are, but it stopped Fnatic squeezing this back into a 3 versus 3 scenario. However, the 2 players remaining, Durka and Doma. You're never going to doubt them in any scenario, and especially with Cryptics being isolated, it could be a problem. Durka just runs through already spraying. Knowing roughly where his opponent will be, this will grant them an afterplan. Doma will also spot the position of Yampi, who for now at least is somewhat isolated. They might try and make a play off of this with the remaining couple still looking to try and come in on the flank. If they can get rid of Yampi here, the round might be over.
Indeed. At one point, they will have this realization of what's happening. If the flank is coming in rather earlier than later, and as Doma is just holding that position where the 2 are coming from, this is becoming problematic. He hits the first and needs to find Yampi in case that is happening. An 8 HP part, that is actually Scream on 100, and Doma on 26. Now he's going to stick it. He's going to stick it. He's going to hold it. He's going to half it, and now he makes a move. Doma is known and spotted, but he goes on. Doma, you got to do something.
He's got it.
Yeah, that's done. And Liquid find themselves the 4th.
Doma a little bit tentative while on low HP. Didn't really have the ability to swing out. Even still, though, that's a 2v4 that they managed to turn into a winnable position. There's no round, it seems, that Fnatic cannot take, and Doma currently 16-4 is the difference maker. You look at the rest of the frags in the server, it's about even. It's very close, but he is having a worldie of a game. Even still, though, 7-5 for Liquid. They'll take it.
Thanks. The thing is, I really gotta say in this, you mentioned it earlier, the likes of a Durkin, of a Durkin as well as a Magnum. Those guys being brought in because they're team players. They're highly versatile. The reason why Magnum was even brought in, so he can actually, there's less stress onto Boaster. To have somebody who can individually think and does not need to think about lineups. But now, talking about lineups, Dirk is starting that one good. Is trying to find kills, whilst the remainder over on the A side actually hold them up from going further.
Oy. Oh, it was looking good for Link, but he's going to get caught out. How are you planning to get past this turret, Yumpy? Oh, I think he almost ended up just being bait for Soulcast to give him a chance in the 1 versus 3. Yumpy, he has some amazing moments, and then he has some where you're incredibly confused as to what the plan was there. Well, Soulcast, we've seen him pull off miracles before. He's had some incredible maps of Breeze as well, but this would definitely have to be the best of them. The clock ticking and his position now given up. The rest of the team going to rotate in, and no one's even really tagged. It's all too easy for Fnatic. An incredible half, an impressive one at that, as they go 8-4.
Is it a harbinger of a proper Liquid win? Well, we saw easier score lines and still noticed how close it can get. Technical timeout, though. As we noticed, we wouldn't really have a best of 5 of a proper technical timeout, right? It would be weak.
Well, no, I think what's basically happened is Liquid have just typed in chat saying check him PC because Doma is playing so well that, you know, they don't believe he is legit. So he's playing not normally is what some people would say.
But suddenly Boaster is popping up behind them. And he checks the PC.
Yeah. He's behind everybody at all times. So he's responded saying that no, it's legit. Doma just... he's a beast, basically. As Mitchman would say, the man's a beast. So, yeah, we've been told that, fingers crossed, everything crossed, this is going to be a short technical timeout. So, if that's not the case, just make sure to at the Valorant EU Twitter. I know Cameron loves getting interactions telling him that you want the game to start. So if you get a moment, just make sure to go over there and just ask him why he hasn't started the game. Also, maybe just send him some nice messages because he does a fantastic job.
I thought we as casters are supposed to start the game.
Not only Pansy has the power to do that. Like I've heard that although there's the verified thing with Ryan, she's like so far verified that she actually just controls the whole stream. Like Pansy is she's allowed to flex on basically everyone. So if she decides that there's going to be a technical pause, there's going to be a technical pause. Nothing we can do about it.
So as some say Mother Earth, she's basically Mother Valorant?
Well, to be honest, you know, every time that Hypoc has like technical issues, that's actually just Pansy deciding that she wants a little bit more time to talk and that the Hypoc will not be allowed to for at least
silence Hypoc, something like that?
Yeah, pretty much. Okay. She just DMs the production and cuts off everything that he's doing.
Power, electricity, any connection to the outside world. Okay.
They make the lighting in his room too bright, like all of that stuff.
Ah, yeah, right. Summer in the UK, great experience.
His headphones off.
Either way, poor Hypoc. In the meantime, well, poor Liquid for the moment. Magnum once more takes the lead as he finds a kill onto Scream. It seems like that attack is already killed. No further opportunities as though Link and Soulcast come in to assist and flank around. Fnatic got a player more on the server.
Yeah, it's even worse because the spike is dropped on the site. So realistically, it's going to be very difficult. Now that flash could actually work out in Soulcast's favor. 'Cause
Oh, no!
Neither of them are connected. Doma still checks, but it doesn't matter. Soulcast gets the jump on him, and now the player on site is actually surrounded. This is going to be a huge problem for Mystic. He has to get the timing right here on where to face. And actually, Boast is going on a long wraparound, but that wraparound's not really going to help him out much at all. Getting into the corner, Mystic's actually caught without gun in hand, but he's still managing to survive here. Somehow, just wasting a ridiculous amount of time, dancing, dodging, weaving, and still finding the kill. It's left all onto Soulcast. A 1 versus 2. The spike in his hand. He might have a decent idea now that Boast is actually coming in on the flank after the trip was broken. And he's got to try and isolate one of these jewels, but they're going together. It's going to need to be the 2 taps. The first not connected, and Boaster is there to put him in the grave. Fnatic take the second pistol of the map, and it is going to be an uphill battle for Liquid if they want to survive in this tournament.
The staunch remaining soldiers off Fnatic, which leads to, well, problems ensuing for the Liquid sides. Unfortunate ending towards there, as you have to say, that was an awkward duel that we saw happening here from Link. Really odd, and I can't really blame him. At the same time, it was still somewhat odd to watch. Well, if Fnatic's already fully joyous or not, I don't know yet. I don't know yet, Tom. Because there is still a long road, a little bit of an upgrade coming in with the Sheriffs, and we know how lethal the likes of Yampi or Scream are just on those tiny pistols.
Hey, you know what? Jess has full faith in the Liquid attack. So, you know, if it doesn't work out, you know who to blame. So now I've thrown production under the bus, socials, and Jess. I've got a few more people to tick off. Oh yeah, but you were under the bus before we even began casting today. So
what is that supposed to mean?
That's fine. Like,
you were the one running for the fries.
You live under the bus.
I live in a closet. You know that behind me is the gate to Narnia. In the meantime, well, seems like someone is closing the gate, or more likely open it up. Importantly, Magnum is going for the gate any second soon. Maybe in combination with Boaster, they could get themselves a bit of an advantage. Not happening, though. Screams out. Yampi on 76. I mean, not ideal could describe this quite well, I would say.
Yeah, it's a round where, again, you're not expecting too much. I'm sure they'll be frustrated with the 145 headshot, but well, since then, Durka has received a heal, and I'm curious to see what's actually going to go on here. They're maybe trying to play with the rotations a little bit, but you have to remember that Boaster
30 seconds left.
Still has the ability to place his stars to try and throw them down, slow them into position, and maybe they'll get a spike plant here. Actually, they're starting to put some real pressure on. In fact, both Yumpy and Link have connected headshots within a matter of seconds. There's a chance here for Liquid.
No, this can't be happening again. They gotta check the left-hand side. Does Boaster do so? No, he doesn't. Yumpy up close to personal and makes it work in favor. And this is where you go for it again. You would think this is all easy peasy lemon squeezy. Nuh-uh. Link's not gonna be killed by that snake bite, though. Yumpy has to make a move. Still finds a kill. Is he onto the quad? Nope. But Cryptix comes in to support. This was a thrifty, my friend, that worked in favor of Liquid. I simply can't believe it. I honestly can't believe that this works. They had the man advantage. They had the entry. What else did it need?
Yeah, again, I think it comes down to a solid flash, but also just a few angles not being checked here and there. But a big round for Liquid. That's the lifeline they needed. A way into this game, and for Fnatic, it's probably just going to have to be a few pistols of their own, wanting to obviously make sure that they have a decent buy coming into the next, but it's a chance for basically Liquid to really build into this attacking side, and for now at least, looking like a fairly fast-paced take of mid, clearing a lot of the closer angles initially, already wrapping back through, and well, Scream's going to take a bit of damage here. He's got to be a little bit wary of Boaster, but he clears out the defender spawn. The only man who's going to be in their way is Mystic. No scoping with the Marshall. It's a nice shot, but it's not going to lead to much more. And now the only man remaining is Magnum. First one's for free. I don't know if he spotted Soulcast cross, though.
That's the thing. There you go. Right support. Timing of Soulcast is crucial. Uh-oh. Is he gonna pop it in time? Oh, poor Soulcast. Poor Magnum. Because it would have been if it was just seconds away. Seconds away from making that possible. It didn't happen. 9-6. It seems like we're going back on track to our good old, are we actually heading into overtime or not road?
I'm gonna enjoy the rounds we've got, Zesh. Like I'm gonna wait for now and not talk about OT when we're still in the early stages of this one. But yeah, this is where the going gets a little bit tougher. Sure, Fnatic have definitely had a slip up, a blip on the radar, and I might want to hide away from that round, just like our Teddy, but realistically, this is where they come up against the rifles.
Uh-oh. Soulcast is making a move, actually trying to get a bit through the Cypher cages.
Seek them out. Hawk out.
Yes. He's trying to take a bit more room. Yep, he's backing off screen. He's still looking to get those players back on the side. And those blades finally! Because otherwise he would have had 0 left. But finally recharged. Spike's getting down, Tom. And we might head into a 7th, but...
Save.
Yep, as you say it.
Yeah, they're not going to be risking this one. Losing both players on the site after plants already ensued. They know that there's probably still quite a lot of utility available as well for Team Liquid because of the fact that they went for such a fast-paced take. And I'm liking their use of the mid-split. I think they've started to realize exactly where Magnum is playing on this site. He's sat towards the back of, like, I guess, on the map, the left side of Madonna, as it is so called. But, yeah, it's going to be one of those things where he might have to try and be a little bit more versatile. Either that or they might have to look to play for more of a retake setup because the A site in general can be relatively hard to try and control. Now, for Scream, I'm actually surprised to see that he's not going for a little bit more here, but he does still have a rifle available to him, so not wanting to give anything back over to Fnatic, not wanting to allow them to build up any more ultimates because they already have one of them online, which is going to be the lockdown.
You know, it's been a while since I've mentioned numbers, my dearest Tom, right?
Oh dear, here we go.
I mean, it's not that irrelevant, okay? Let me put it that way. It's not that irrelevant. The big issue that the side of Fnatic has, the side of Fnatic has, that's the right way, is that over the course they have played this map and they have to face attackers getting the spike down, they have a real issues in retaking. Which is something, I have to be honest with you though, a lot of teams have, but at the same time, Fnatic is quite successful with retaking B most of the time, having an over-average success rate on retaking B. This is still a valuable asset considering what Liquid has attacked now by far most of the time. There you go. That was not so bad, come on.
Sure. I think a lot of teams in general, though, just have issues when it comes to the defensive side of this map. Like, I think that a lot of the time, the A site is incredibly difficult to hold, and then if you lose the B site, it's incredibly difficult to retake. So that's why we see a lot of utility-heavy comps to try and give you opportunities to garner information very early, but also, like, for example, Viper's almost a necessity because you need to have those snake bites, you need to have maybe a nano swarm, for example, to try and clear out angles. Now, the route that Liquid have gone is far more information-based, as we have, of course, Link sitting on the Cypher, which is an agent I thoroughly enjoy on this map. And I think when it comes to the defense, sure, you can see that Killjoy work out. I think the crossfires that Magnum plays with his turret are pretty good. But I think the information gathered by Cypher and the trips and Denial with the cages, it might be just that bit more impactful.
I feel what you mean. I feel absolutely what you mean.
Careful.
Well, Boaster is trying to take a bit more control towards middle and successfully takes out Link. Well, here's the man advantage again for Fnatic, but we saw what Liquid made it work with. Remember, Fnatic had the pistol, they had the knife, and suddenly the Prancing Horse was somehow successful with just a few upgraded sidearms. Again, they pushed the A site, and suddenly the issues start to just evolve around it.
Again, they should know at this stage that Magnum is always around this angle. Is he actually?
No.
I was going to say, popping the lockdown there would almost be just mental. Like, that has such a high percentage of being destroyed.
Well,
he's actually going to do it. He's going to try and force them back a little bit, maybe bait out an ult of his own and cause a bit of a distraction. I guess it worked in that regard and has put things into a 2 versus 2 scenario.
No.
Cryptics, though, landing an integral shot. It comes down to this man once again. The early kill goes his way, but he's taken so much damage. It's the second attempt. No smoke this time is going to go down onto the spike. Durka, though, almost baits him into the peak. 7 bullets left in the clip.
4.
A single might do the job. He needs to land a headshot and he won't connect it. Yumpy this time will cling on. It's 1 for 1 in clutches for each of them. And Liquid now start to climb that mountain.
My God, the duel between the Finns that ends up in an ice cold Yumpy taking the victory. Ah, that's so sad. I mean, this first frag was already wild. Let's put it that way. And at the same moment, he goes closer. I mean, it's understandable. The Razor replay is showing us right here. It's so reasonable what he does. He wants to really narrow that angle, but from that point on, he's just running out of bullets for the fight. Liquid is getting close, Tom.
Yeah, well, unless they're going to lose a round to what is a thrifty buy, we should be seeing an equalization here, and they're just rinsing and repeating. Just like we saw the B site towards the end for FNATIC, we're seeing the A site coming through. Now, it's a very, very quick flank, but they're so aware of this. They're so aware. Second flash. Ooh, it's not quite going to work out. Actually, this gives a chance for Magnum to at least earn himself a rifle. Now, sure, there's definitely going to be players homed in, and this late lurk from Link actually almost ends this round in its tracks. He's going to catch out Mystic trying to flank him, and unless Boaster can pull off, or sorry, Magnum can pull off something hugely impressive, it's going to be a 9-9. Scoreline equalized. Liquid back in the running.
Yeah, and at that point, I would actually start to raise the question if it makes sense to use that neural theft that early on, considering their kind of weaponry they had. They mean business. I mean, this is not just we have a 2-0 advantage and we can save it up for a serious round.
But
obviously, we're talking about a very
it's also a
important
rubbish ult.
It was. Yeah, but you see my point?
It's one of the worst ults in the game. Like, it gives them information, but in this case, it's like, let's keep our economy strong. Let's not give over any weapons.
Yeah.
And let's confirm the scoreline. Like, I don't think there's been many buy rounds where we've gone, oh my god, that round was won by the neural theft. Like, it's not happened. It's just
I
not
see
a
your
thing.
point. It's still, you could have put it to better use, is what I'm trying to say. And I believe that. But still, it's all right, Tom. We can keep on doing that. The neural theft.
We can agree to disagree. That's fine.
Oh, it's the cutest thing you said throughout the entire day. Over 6 hours.
Guess which way they're going. Now, there's a site with a big B on it that's locked down at the moment. The other has an A on it. Now, Dirk has finally managed to get his operator. Something that can sometimes change the rounds all on its own, but he's going to be tagged up. They know exactly where he is. There should be no way he gets out of this alive, and, well, Cryptix doesn't actually get that kill. Yumpy's just that little bit too quick. They can do nothing to defend this A site. It is falling again and again and again, and Soulcast is already homed in on the door. He knows that this player's in. Boaster so far behind. They're just holding for exits at this point. Liquid, the lead is going their way, and as of right now, it looks like the map's going their way as well. The defensive side of FNATIC is struggling, and Liquid are dominating.
Oh, no, this is disastrous. And I really have more and more concerns considering that force that Liquid won, which they, by the way, shouldn't have won. They've done a brilliant job individually, but it was a 9-5 scoreline, I think it was. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, no.
And
They're not even able to... You can see on the faces of Liquid, they believe they've got this now. Like, they are in full force when it comes to their attacking side. And as of right now, nothing FNATIC have attempted has worked. They have gone A-site like 4 or 5 rounds in a row, and they have entried with ease. They have forced players off angles. And FNATIC, sorry, are looking like they're completely choked out of this map.
Yeah, yes. And this is the thing, right? The amount of confidence you can gain from such a force. We were coming through an 8-4 half. And an 8-4 is dominant. Not that this thing is already done and dusted, but dominant, I would say. And at that point in time, Jesus, it's really getting me to the point where I have second thoughts if just that single force itself really causes some of the issues, because that's already somewhat mentally breaking you and giving you a lot of confidence as Liquid. But here's the timeout for FNATIC. It's time to talk things through, because seemingly nothing has worked ever since. And this is not just any game. This is the best of 5 they played for the last 5+ hours. And it's all about a slot for the EMEA Challengers playoffs. This is not a group stage. This is not for lower bracket. This is serious. This is where you mean business.
Yeah, this is everything. Like, this is one of the 2 teams that went to Berlin not even getting to face off against the best in EMEA. So this is huge. And it's going to come down to literally the last few rounds of this one. As said, though, FNATIC firmly on the back foot now. 6 rounds in a row for Liquid. Their attack side has looked unstoppable. And the purchase that currently comes in is, again, just looking like some sort of jumble sale buy. Like, they've got Marshalls. They have got a shotgun. They've got a Spectre. Of
Link's
course,
finest.
the Sheriff. And for Liquid, they're going to know this. They're going to know that their buy sucks. So they're playing it nice and slow, patient, waiting for any sort of aggression to come through from the side of Fnatic, because this is not the round where you want to be making mistakes.
A thing that I just noticed that I would really like to see any active user do in program, has Linked changed his crosshair? And the next would be the poll, has Linked now have an uglier crosshair? Maybe it's just a creative idea. I don't know. It just popped into my head. But you creative guys out there, with hashtag VCT, by the way, you can also tweet at us. Tom mentioned it earlier. Feel free. The engagement has been good. And now, let's see what the first engagement will be, because seemingly Doma has figured out a lot what is in front of the gates of the B site.
They're actually going to go into the B site. There are 2 snake bites still available here for Mystic. And he's going to be lurking within the smoke. Oh, it's a little bit awkward, but he gets away with it. Somehow still alive. And already we're going to see the Hunter's Fury come through. It's 2 coming out for Durka. They're now starting to run out of time. They've been completely shut out of this round. And they still haven't cleared Mystic. They get it at the last few seconds. The spike is going to be dropped to the deck. And now it's left all onto Soulcas. Surely, this plant... I was going to say will be denied, but it won't matter. They're not going to care. A huge amount of weaponry retrieved for Fnatic. And, well, I'm going to go ahead and say to Team Liquid, if you've got a strategist right here, I would just keep going A, because it looks like the B site is has a lot less of a success rate for them.
So, everyone brought knives.
That is brutal. Considering you mentioned in the beginning of the round, this is basically the one you don't want to lose. It has been somewhat of a thrifty. Everybody picked up a weapon he just found on the ground, and Fnatic make that work. They put them into a horrible spot, a realm of grief, and they continue to just slaughter them again and again over on the B side. Nothing worked, and as you said, if you got a game plan, I think the B side is not the most ideal position to attack. It puts us in a tie where Liquid could have had the 11th.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they don't utilize any mid control as well. Maybe trying to surprise them, but they didn't catch anyone. And just a late push through B, especially in a thrifty round, it has so many risks behind it. Now they're going to pick up the pace, and guess what? It's right into this ace site. They've been spotted, however, by every single one of those little squids. They're going to be pulled back as well. Doma's already started this off. A first kill going their way for once. Durka, they might have just brought things back into contention, but Yumpy's still alive and kicking with his operator in hand and Link alongside him. They turn it into a 3 versus 2. A winnable scenario, especially now they've retrieved the spike.
We saw impossible things being turned around. 180 so far in this best of 5 series.
Scanning ahead.
As information tries to be gained, he's gonna knock on the back door, takes out Boaster, and suddenly we've got into man equalized fights, 2 on each. And this is becoming problematic. Here it goes. Neural Theft once more put in. Now they know about every single one. Can't prepare for their attack. Fnatic seem to have it. Fnatic seem to have an opportunity. And the wall goes back down again. A bit of a bamboozle. But do they expect that he's coming from that position right there? Doma is going to be eliminated. It's all down to Mystic. And he could become the hero of the Fnatic side and take a clutch in favor of the Big Orange. But they're all hiding. They don't want to even give him the opportunity to get close to the spike. And it seems like with 10 bullets left in the mag, you will hardly have any chances. That would be brusque and big mistakes from Liquid if they actually lose this one. But he's backing off, Tom. He says bye-bye to the side. Fnatic looked like they could have had number 11, but they let it slip.
What a round from Link. Again, like, we have players that we highlight as just with this unbelievable ability to win rounds for their team. We talk about Mystic, who's definitely been a little bit quieter in this map, and then you talk about Link. Like, Link has always been the ones that has those impactful double kills that can turn a game on its head, and I think he's just done it there. Like, firstly, turning it back to a possible scenario, and then even basically winning them the round with some aggressive plays as well. Huge stuff coming out from him. If you're a Liquid fan right now, I think that basically makes you a Link fan.
I mean, why would you be a Link fan? Anyway, that's the thing, right? Man's having impact, not necessarily with the kills all the time, but this time around really plays excellent fights for his squad. And they seem to once more push towards the A side. This is where they feel comfortable. Snakebite, that's onto Magna. Man is even slow, but he waits. behind the smoke. The alarm bot triggers, and here it comes. Oh no, this is so uncomfortable. But Boaster at the same time brings them in a man-advantageous situation. Magnum fails, and the A side once more is the big bloody battlefield.
Spike planted.
We've seen the Cosmic Divide. They can run through, they can take space, but once again, there's a flank coming from Link. If he can make it work again, it would be impressive, but they're trying to take this control before he can actually get on the flank. Yumpy needs to connect some shots because Link's still going to be a moment or two, at least buying them a little bit of extra time. He hits the shot straight through the box.
You gotta be kidding me.
One dropped, and now Link has the timing onto both. It is a massive clutch again from these two, playing in perfect harmony to win a 12th round. How are Liquid clutching out these rounds?
I can tell you. I wish I would have an answer for you. I wish I would have an answer for you. This is wild.
Out of charges.
This is absurd. He's buying so much time, and I mean this. It's just nasty. How do you want to describe that? What is the right word for such an absolute perverted shot? And Liquid around, a single one away, and look at the buy from their opponent. Fnatic could be eliminated from this. They were in the finals of Masters in Reykjavik.
Need that back.
The buy's not good. They tried to defend Magnum with stars in the last round. This time, it's going to come down to his own brilliance. He's got a smoke once again to try and defend him, but Cryptic's inside it. Boaster has at least managed to find one. The IGL trying to hold on here, trying to bring his team back from the depths. Already, though, we're going to see the Viper's Pit. How is this man here again? It can't happen for a third time! Link! He's just so good at getting in behind them. They haven't been able to catch him. Mystic is always the hero they need, though. The man to bring them back from impossible scenarios. He's got Doma alongside him, but this man being behind could be a problem. Mystic again is already going to pick off another, turning it into a 2 versus 2. Has a Viper's Pit of his own. Is going to bring it back, but he has to do it all, and this time he can't. It is Team Liquid to head through into the EMEA playoffs. They finally get their revenge onto Fnatic from eliminating them in Berlin, and they will now go through themselves.
I am genuinely... I have no words. I'm speechless. The game looked like it was in the hands of Fnatic, that they were cruising home, and suddenly you see the guys from Liquid hugging each other, cheering. And recently, even in one of the vlogs, they said it. They are not here to just go in, 8 hours playing, and then go out again. No, they mean business. They want to be there, to be on the grind, to continuously fight, to play some proper pracs. And basically, it seemed like it paid off. It was a long fight. It was a tedious fight. But at the end of the day, it was an exceptional series we watched.
Well, yeah, I'm always one to give credit to people when they make correct predictions. One of them is normally Ryan, but in this case, I think Jess got it absolutely spot on. That attacking side from Liquid was unbelievable. Link deserves to be put up in the Liquid Hall of Fame. He has single-handedly kept them in this tournament, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, but Fnatic are out. The finalists in Berlin, the team who eliminated Liquid, have now almost had karma come back to bite them as their EU opposition has now eliminated them from the tournament. There will be no Boaster dances heading into Berlin. I said eliminated from Reykjavik. I'm even getting confused as what tournament we're on at this point because I can't believe they're going to be out of it. They're gone.
No. The word saying that Fnatic is not going to Mio Challengers playoffs, Fnatic might not even be in Berlin. That sounds surreal. That stuff's made up. This is probably some silver scrub saying that, but it's the truth. It is the truth. It's not going to be easy. And at the end of the day, Liquid have delivered us an excellent fight, which now leads us to your opportunity to obviously vote for the player of the match. Scream, Link, Soulcast, who do you choose? Well, I would go with you. I'm honestly with you. Yes.
If you choose anyone other than Link, you are a fool. I'm just telling you that now. There's been some impressive performances. Like I think that anyone could be deserving of it, but when you look at that final map, that's one of the best performances I've seen from an individual in moments where it was so important. And I have to say, Fnatic are going to be kicking themselves that they lost that to basically the same play 3 times in a row.
True.
Oh,
it was Link again and again. He was abusing that. He was absolutely seeing the opportunity, being opportunistic about it, and finding success for Team Liquid, who now head once more against Giants tomorrow, which is going to be an exciting day. It's going to be the best entertainment you can get on your Sunday. But either way, this has been it from Tom and myself. Thank you very much for tuning in. And obviously, Tombis, Zesht, you know the names. I wish you very much a very pleasant evening, or wherever you're from. Have a good day, and see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
さようなら。